right, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. All right, let's go ahead and get in here. Howdy, y'all. So my name is Wes, and it's live letter time. This is live letter 67, I believe. Should be a lot of fun, and of course, this is going to be the last live letter before Endwalker. Obviously, that means quite a bit of big announcements coming through, a lot of stuff to go over. So we've got quite a bit to kind of explore here. Let's see. Let me get this tilted up just a little bit here. So they gave us a bit of an idea of what to expect, mostly going to be PvP crafting changes and whatnot, but being the last one before the Endwalker release means that we will more than likely get the story trailer, probably going to be starting out with that before anything else. So that will probably be like the big reveal. Now, if you've never seen one of the launch trailers, these are the in-game cutscenes that actually hint at the story and everything. Obviously, with live letters, in general, there's going to be spoilers, but if they do release the launch trailer first and foremost, usually those are pretty massive spoilers. Now, that usually means they're out of context. You don't really know a whole lot about what's going on in terms of why anyone is saying anything like that, but just something to kind of be aware of as we get started. If you guys are not in Shadowbringers yet, if you haven't beaten it, be aware there will probably be spoilers tonight. Now, after the first 10 minutes or so, if they do the launch trailer, it'll probably be the first thing. After the first 10 minutes or so, it's mostly going to be PvP, crafting, that kind of thing. So I don't anticipate too many spoilers after that. There will be live translations going on for this tonight, so I will adjust the audio levels and everything once they actually get on screen. But we will have live translations, so we'll be able to react to that and see how things are going to go with some of the new announcements. You know, big one will probably be the new PvP mode. Crafting and gathering changes. I always say that those are usually not too big of a deal, but for whatever reason, they always spend a lot of time on them. So just kind of be aware that even if the changes aren't significant, they might end up spending some time on it. With the live translations going on, it also means that this will probably be another pretty long one. I don't know. It kind of depends on what they end up doing. But I might end up cutting out, you know, they usually take a break around the halfway point. You know, it kind of depends on what they've announced, what they haven't announced. I know HoloLive is doing their sports festival tonight. I definitely wanted to check that out. So we'll see how things are going. Most everything will be front loaded, so I'm not too worried. Back half, they'll usually have merchandise announcements and that kind of thing. So I'm not super concerned with missing it. One big thing I am kind of curious about is if they announce anything extra with the island sanctuaries. Those are more than likely not going to be in during launch. They'll probably have to be patched in a little bit later, but you know, at this point in the live letters, when they usually start doing kind of a roadmap of what's going to happen after the game launches, so we might start getting some dates or at least some patch numbers for when they're expecting certain content to come out. And then the other big thing that I'm really kind of curious about is the new gold saucer thing. They've been teasing it for a while, have mentioned nothing about it. This would probably be the time that they announce it. They said it's going to be another pretty big one. I'm hoping Blitzball. So I've said it like every stream, but I really want Blitzball in this game. So if that somehow ends up being the big gold saucer announcement, you might see me lose my shit on stream. I don't know. We'll see. But that's going to be a pretty big one. But yeah, the big news is probably going to be the launch trailer. So just kind of be aware. We're about 4 minutes out right now, so I'll go ahead and start turning this up a little bit. If you guys end up not being able to hear me or anything like that, just let me know. You'll only have to worry about it for another 4 minutes. After that, we'll let Yoshi and Foxclon do their thing. I'll mostly be reacting to what they're saying and kind of talking about the announcements as they come, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. As far as moving forward, I haven't really posted or talked too much about the Endwalker announcements and whatnot. So for what I'm gonna do, I'll basically be streaming non-stop from the time Endwalker drops, depending on how the servers hold up. Now, we don't have the official like dates as far as the maintenance and whatnot goes. If you've never done a Final Fantasy launch, they are usually 24-hour maintenances, so they'll go down the night or the day of the 18th, usually around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, usually Pacific, and then it'll be 24 hours. Now, I will have a stream during that time. If you've never done a patch or you've never done a launch or anything, they always have the traditional reading of the notes. And that is where Yoshi and everyone comes live just like tonight, and they actually read through the patch notes. Launches are a lot of fun. It's kind of like a mini fan fest. Usually it's a little less formal than a live letter. They've got people kind of coming and going. It's not necessarily in like one table in a studio. Fox usually dresses up, Soken usually makes an appearance. They're a lot of fun. So those will probably go up live around probably about midnight or so. So when the reading of the notes go up, we'll probably do, you know, a little party here on stream and have a live watch along of that too, and just have some fun with it, celebrate the release of Endwalker. But yeah, once Endwalker comes out, I will try and put up placeholders here on YouTube once they announce what the actual maintenance schedule is going to be like that day. I have a feeling it'll be about 3 o'clock in the morning. Pacific time is when the servers go up. So basically from that time until I pass out, we'll be streaming Endwalker. Next day, the same thing. I go pretty hard on them. Not necessarily to, you know, just reach in-game or whatever. Like, I love the Final Fantasy stories, so I'm super pumped for this expansion. I'm ready to see what's going to happen, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, for the live letter tonight, like I said, it's mostly going to be reactions. I'm going to be probably paying a little bit of attention to chat. So if you guys want to, you know, discuss what's going on, have some fun, I'll be reading that off and on. And then I'll be paying attention to the big Discord where we've got some live chat going on as well. So I do apologize if you hear my keyboard clicking off and on throughout the announcements, but I tried to adjust the levels so it shouldn't be too annoying. But yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, last live letter before the announcements always have some pretty major announcements come out. So sure enough, we'll just buckle in. We're just at about that time. All right, so I'll go ahead and kind of quiet down a little bit, boost up our audio levels so we can hear Yoshi, Amy, and Foxglon here on the stream. And 2 weeks until Endwalker. Let's do it. All right. I am really curious if they're going to start. If you are watching on a separate stream, I am watching the Twitch broadcast. Twitch tends to be about 30 seconds ahead of YouTube or so. So I am trying to watch through that tonight. Get a little bit faster. But yeah, if you decide to quit this stream and go watch it elsewhere, YouTube would be the way to go.
皆さんこんにちは。
おはようございます。こんにちは。
第67回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしたいと思います。Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Final Fantasy 14 Letter from the Producer Live Part 67. 皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
はい。
Please introduce yourself, please.
Final Fantasy 14 プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。Hi guys, my name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy 14.
Hi Yoshi.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。そして進行を務めますコミュニティチューンモルボルこと室内です。よろしくお願いいたします。
I'm a little sad that Fox isn't wearing another super dry shirt.
You are global community producer and I will do MC stuff for today's streaming. はい、そして今日は、前回に引き続き、日本語と英語のフルにバイリンガルの放送でお送りしますので、第3のメンバーをここでご紹介したいと思います。So please let me introduce the third member of today's streaming. As same as last time, we will today's streaming will be fully bilingual and available both Japanese and English. So let me introduce Aimi-san. おはようございます。
Ohayou gozaimasu. Good morning. This is Ayumi from Square Enix in America. I'll be helping the translations today. Square Enix アメリカの徳竹あゆみです。今日の通訳を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
では物事を始める前に今日がどのように進行するかを簡単にご説明させてください。今日の放送は、今説明した通り、2カ国語放送でお送りいたします。基本的に私、モールボールは自分で言ったことを自分で
They'll show the traditional YoshiP is passed out
吉田さ
picture
んが、も
tonight.
ろもろ日本語で説明したものを、今ワイプに映ってますけれども、あゆみさんが英語に通訳してお送りするというスタイルで進行していきますので、よろしくお願いいたします。So please let me quickly explain how it works today. So I speak Japanese and then I translate myself into English. And then Yoshida-san will explain everything in Japanese. And then Ayumi-san will help his words into English. はい、ということで今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。ではですね、ちょっとプロデューサーレター、皆さんトレーラースタートかと思ったと思うんですけど、最初にですね、ちょっと皆さんにすいません、残念なニュースをお伝えしなければなりません。
So we are about to get started, and I'm sure many of you kind of expected perhaps a trailer would play at the very beginning of our broadcast, but there's one important an unfortunate news that we will need to share today.
Probably couldn't get it done.
理由はちょっと後ほど説明させていただきますが、11月23日発売予定の今日月のフィナーレですが、申し訳ございません。間に合いませんでした。すいません。
So we will explain the reasonings later, but this is to sincerely apologize that the Endwalker expansion that was planned for November 23rd, I'm afraid will not make it in time for that release timing, so we sincerely apologize.
ちょっと結論からお話しさせていただきますが、すいません、2週間延期をさせてください。
Okay.
So to make a long story short, we want to seek your forgiveness that we will be delaying the release of the expansion pack by 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
正式な発売日をですね、12月7日とさせていただいて、アーリーアクセスのスタートをですね、11月19日予定だったのを12月3日とすいませんさせてください。
And so the release date will now be shifted to December the 7th, and early access, which was originally planned for November 19th. I'm terribly sorry, but this will also be shifted to December the 3rd. Again, we apologize.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's not ready, it's not
と
ready.
しては一言で言うとすいません、僕のわがままです。
And the reason behind that, and if I were to sum it up in just a few words, is I'm sorry again, but this is a very selfish reason.
インタビューでもちょっとお伝えしてた通り、今回のその行月のフィナーレは、過去最大のもう拡張なのは本当に、作ってる自分らがよくわかるんですけど、間違いなく、尋常じゃないボリュームを、なんとか作ってきて、開発チームのみんなもものすごい努力で、正直物量に関しては押し込めてます。それだけで言えば予定通り出せる状態でした。
And I touched upon this during some of the interviews, but Endwalker is definitely going to be one of the largest expansions that we have worked on. And coming from the team and kind of experiencing firsthand the production of this expansion, we know there's a lot of stuff that's going into this expansion. And in terms of like all of the content that we've stuffed in there, those were all moving according to plan.
ただですね、それと同時に今回、9番から11年かけてやってきたハイデリン・ゾディアーク編という一つ目の大きなサーガのラストということで、とにかく
Wow, that's pretty big. I did not expect that. I mean, I understand.
You
know, if they don't think it's ready, then it's not ready. But wow.
まあ本当に
That's really
僕
the
にしかわからないと
first
思うんです
delay
け
I've
ど、
ever heard of
ど
them
うしても
having.
このタ
Wow.
イミングでやりきっておきたいっていう部分があってですね、
Hmm.
まあ
And
ひ
at
た
the
すら
same time-
ごめんなさい、
What was it?
ひたすらすいません調整をかけて
Hmm.
たらですね、最後のマスター QA の期間をちょっと食い潰してしまうっていう状態になりました。
But at the same time, this is a saga that we have been working on since the original Final Fantasy XIV, so for about 11 years now. And this is the sort of last part of the Heidelin Zodiac saga. And there are so many foreshadowing and lore that had been established that we wanted to make sure that we're tying up all the loose ends so that there are no misunderstanding, misinterpretation. I was very particular about making sure that these have been thoroughly examined, and these might be things so subtle that only I am aware of these, but I really wanted to make sure that we were very thorough about this, and I just continued with making these adjustments and reviewing and revising and refining that it ate into some of the master QA time.
正直マスターのスケジュールで言えばほんの数
Okay. So yeah, if you're just joining in, Endwalker is going to be delayed by 2 weeks. So the new release date that is going to be December 7th. Right now he's explaining the reasoning behind it. But basically they want it to be as perfect as they can, and it's eaten into their master QA time with a bunch of the small details. So I mean it's pretty big news. It's only by 2 weeks, and obviously I'd rather have a better product than, you know, pushing out a certain release. So I mean I definitely understand if he doesn't think it's ready, it's not ready, but yeah, it's pretty big news.
And it was just a matter of a few business days in terms of our schedule for Master QA. But considering, and I'm sure everybody is aware, with congestion and the access that we are experiencing and just the influx of people, we wanted to take the appropriate time for Master QA because it does relate to the stability of our build. And when trying to evaluate, is this appropriate to release and enforce it, I was very much torn on making that decision, but I had to draw the line somewhere, and I really apologize. This is something that we've kind of finalized and made the decision as of last Friday, so it is very sudden.
まあここまで
And I think that's a completely understandable reason. I think it says a lot to them that they're putting their faith in their master QA, and if they don't think that they had enough QA time to really polish things, that they should delay it, then, you know, I think they probably made the right decision. You know, it is a pretty big blow if you were really looking forward to having those days off. But you know, they're doing what they've got to do.
Being producer and director over the course of 11 years, I myself was the producer and director, so in a lot of cases, I was able to just deal with it and move on. But considering this is our first culmination, a finale of sorts, I really couldn't compromise. And just the director in me really wanted to push this thought. So again, I'm sorry.
まあ以前そのヘブンズワードの時かな、春ですと言って初夏になったことはあったんですけど、まあ、自分自身こう14だけじゃなくてキャリア全体通じてもこう発売日を発表してからこう伸ばすっていうことをしたことがなかったので、まあ
Yeah. I feel like if QA is the reason, the fact that they want QA and want to listen to them, that's a good thing.
When we did Heaven's Word. We mentioned the release time was going to be springtime, but it ended up being early summer. But this is, gosh, the first time, and not just with 14, but just throughout my entire career, that we had announced a release date and had to delay it. So again, I feel really bad about this.
He shouldn't feel that bad. We got you, Yoshi. I mean, you can see how hard it is on him. And it really shouldn't be. I mean, he wants it polished, and we want it polished. If he feels like it needs to be delayed,
いや、皆さんがね、
man.
有給取ったりもうね、してくれてるのも分かってたんで、パッチをもう、まあ、分割してその出そうかとか、まあ、思い切ってね、カットしようかっていうのも。
Yeah, he knows how much this means to us. So I mean, it's up to us to have his back too, you know. I mean, it's only 2 weeks. I mean, I know if you've asked off, that's going to be, you know, messing with your schedule and whatnot. But, you know, if it's got to be done before the game, it's got to be done.
And I understand some of you had taken days off for this. And I know that people have been preparing for this. And we tried to think if there was any way to do this. Like, can we split it up into patches and release it at separate timings, or do we just make a bold step and cut some of the elements? But that's not how our content is made, fortunately. And so this time we really wanted to prioritize bringing you the best quality. So again, I'm really sorry it came to this.
Yeah. 2週間で足りんのかっていうお声もちょっとねこっち側にコメントがあるんでコメントもすいません拝見してるんですけど大丈夫です。もうほぼほぼ終わってるのであとは本当に QA を最後徹底していければそれに関しては大丈夫なのでまあ本当はね
Yeah, so I mean that's pretty major news, but you know, you can see how hard he's taking it, and I know it's a lot of people are going to be taking it pretty hard, but yeah, we as a community need to come together and let him know, hey, you know, we want to have the best product too, so we know that he's capable of doing it.
I noticed there were some comments saying that is 2 weeks going to be enough, and thank you for those comments. From that standpoint, we're okay. It's just a matter of doing thorough QA at this point, and we should be fine.
Yeah.
There were talks about do we take 2 weeks of QA or 1 week of QA, but again, we wanted to make sure that we are testing for stability, and plus we also need to have support for the patch schedule following the expansion. So yeah, we decided that 2 weeks would be our safe bet.
Yeah, and it is very, very important to remember that in this case that they don't do PTRs, they don't do public testing. Everything is based on their QA team to make sure that everything is balanced, that the servers are stable. Obviously, they've had a pretty big issue, you know, finding server infrastructure with the chip shortage right now. So, you know, if he needs to delay it for 2 weeks to get the QA done, like, that is 100% reasonable, I think. You know, they've got to do what they've got to do. We've still got plenty we can do. I've got another 2 weeks to try and get my Amaro mount, so yeah, we just have to support him, and you know, it'll be an extra 2 weeks for Endwalker, but you know, that just means it's going to be better when it's here.
I didn't even realize that I had put so much of myself in there, and just my emotions have kind of grown attached to this expansion, and it was very unexpected that I would feel so much about this. But I think players, especially those who've been with us since the original, our legacy players, can understand. But this is not just a finale, but it's looking at the entire story saga and kind of looking at the different loose ends and seeing those come to a conclusion. So I know I may have been a little too nitpicky or very particular about all of what's going into this expansion, but considering we're going to move on and continue the story after we have made a sort of milestone with this saga, I think I needed to make sure that we are giving it our all and we're doing all that we can for this expansion.
Yeah, and I mean it is a holiday week. I know, I know quite a few have taken off work for the release, so I definitely understand the frustration there. But I mean they've never done this before. I mean if he didn't think it was ready, I mean that's a pretty big sign. I mean he's known for his project management, so we'll have to make do and support the game as much as we can, and we'll be back on the 7th.
Hey, that's really late in terms of when you made the decision about delaying the release, and I understand. I totally understand. We made this decision last Friday, and I consulted the board of directors, and one of the board members, Mr. Miyake, had mentioned, sure, this works because it's a game you're working on, but this is way too late in terms of making a decision. So I understand. And I agree that it is a very late decision.
Yeah.
ちょっとここまで積み上げてきた信頼性っていうところもね、今回これでちょっと失う部分あるかなとは思うんですけど、そこに関しては今までもそうだったように、6.0 の内容とね、それから6.1 以降、6.1 の開発ももう結構進んでるので。
And it does sound like a lot of it does have to do with the influx of players.
すいません、よろしくお願いします。
And I'm sure this kind of breaks some of the trust that we have built with you over the course of this game. And I own up to it. I understand that people might feel very betrayed, but just like we did with our previous content, we will continue to strive hard with not only 6.0 Endwalker, but with content beyond that for 6.1 and onward. We are progressing with the production of 6.1, and so we're hoping that with these updates we can earn your trust again, and so your continued support is greatly appreciated.
さて、では。
Yeah, I think it is important, and it does sound like a lot of it has to do with the servers. Lucky Boncho put out a new census today that said just from the very informal census that he does, that the game has gained 400,000 players in the past 3 months.
Make the master checks any quicker. So
yeah, I mean they have to make sure the servers aren't going to explode, and I think that's a very reasonable expectation with how much that it has just blown up.
パッチ 6.0 だけではなくて、
So yeah, with the influx and new players and whatnot, it doesn't matter if it's delayed or not. If they didn't delay it but we couldn't get into the game, then that wouldn't help us either. So if they want to make sure the servers are stable, then that's what they got to do,
はい、ではまず日付の若い順からになりますが、改めてすいません、11月19日予定だった、アーリーアクセスのスタートを12月3日とさせてください。
So we will go in chronological order, but early access, which was originally planned for November 19th, again, I'm terribly sorry, but we are going to be shifting that to December the 3rd.
はい。で、その次がですね、正式発売日、改めて12月。
Unfortunately, the biggest downfall is that it doesn't release on a lunar eclipse now, but I don't think that's as important as making sure the game's going to run,
そしてですね、 12月21日、その正式サービス開始から2週間後の火曜日ですね、12月21日に、パッチ 6.01、ここで
It doesn't sound
レイ
like
ドが、
they're
ノー
changing
マ
the
ルの方で
release
すね
date
スター
of
トします。
the raid. That's interesting, yeah.
And then December 21st, this would be 2 weeks. The Tuesday, 2 weeks following the launch of the expansion, will be patch 6.01. This is where we'll be implementing the normal mode for the raid.
そしてですね、
We got
お正
at
月
least
休
one
みの
little
すいません
one little
挟む
Christmas
形に
present
なり
there.
ますが、2022年、1月4日にパッチ 6.05、実装ということで、こちらで霊式を開放して、アラガントームストーンの上位修正源がかかる方ですね。と、それから新式装備
New
等々の
tombstones,
追
of
加
course.
を行います。
And then this will be after the New Year holidays, but on January the 4th, we will implement patch 6.05, which is where we will open up the Savage Raid. And then for the new tombstones, the ones with the weekly cap will be added. And then the new gear will be added as well.
Okay.
もともとのスケジュールでね、霊式攻略のための固定パーティー、レイドチームを作ってね、スケジュールをすいません、調整していただいてたと思うんですけど、本当申し訳ないです。年明けスタートとさせてください。年内にね、すべての僕ら準備を整えて、年明けすぐにパッチがリリースできるように、準備をさせていただきます。
I'm sure raiders out there were coordinating on statics and setting up your schedule based on the previous version. But again, I'm terribly sorry. This will be the timing. It will be after the new year that the Savage Raids will open up. We will make preparations as much as possible before the calendar year ends so that we can jump into the new year and work on the
I mean, hey, that's like another extra couple of weeks for us to get our T group done, because we sure as hell weren't doing it by the 23rd.
大丈夫です。ちゃんとそこも計算して日程は決めているので、実際ノーマルと霊式の方はもう完成してバランス調整も実際には終わっていて、あとはマージって言ってそのパッチを出すための準備を年内営業日中にやってという形になりますので大丈夫です。ありがとうございます。
I appreciate the comments worrying about our staff, but will people be able to take some time off at the calendar year end and in the New Year's? But thank you. That has been taken into consideration, and it is part of the scheduling that we have done. The actual content for normal and savage versions of the raids are complete, and the balance adjustments have been concluded. All we need to do is set up the merge. And so that will be the process that we'll be handling during the end of the calendar year, during our business days. So we should be fine in terms of that.
Good. I think it says a lot that people are worried about their staff and whatnot, because obviously that's more crunch on them too, especially during the holidays. But I'm glad that they are, keeping that as part of the consideration.
ストーリー周り、カットシーン周り、キャラクターのモデリングのクオリティとかなので、コンテンツに関しては大丈夫です。もうそういう意味だとバトルチームとはジョブのさらに調整をひたすら続けつつ、どっちかというとコンテンツチームはもう 6.1 の方をガリガリやってるので、絶の調整も始まりつつあるので、はい、大丈夫です。ありがとうございます。
But yeah, rest assured, the content themselves have already been built. The parts where it required that additional time was the things that I needed to look at, like the story, the different cutscenes, the character modeling, and the quality, just tweaking the quality of the character modeling. So the rest of the team is working on like fine-tuning of the job balances as well as content for 6.1. And they're working hard at the upcoming content. I know some of the teams are working on balancing the ultimate content as well.
Yeah, and having stepped into T,
すいません。では、
yeah, it needs,
改めて
it's tight.
以上お知らせ
It's got to be
になり
perfect,
ます。
you know.
本当すいませんが、あとはもう、いつもの PLL として すいません、やらせてい
I
ただきます。
do
この
wonder,
後
you know,
当然ね、
if
放送に
he's worried about the
出てない
cutscenes,
方
what
も
they're
いらっ
going
し
to
ゃ
be
るの
doing
で、
for that,
ビッ
because
ツ
it
の
seems
方
like
で
they
僕の
progressed
方から
to
改め
make the
て
cutscenes a little bit better
発売
each time, a
延期
little
2週
bit
間
more,
延期
you
に
know,
ついて
cinematic.
させていただきますので、
So it has me kind of curious what they're doing with some of these cutscenes coming up. Yeah.
ご確認いただければと思います。
So yeah, that kind of concludes that first part where we needed to relay all this information. And so from here on out, we will get back to our regularly scheduled letter from the producer live. Now, we understand that not everybody is watching this broadcast in real time. So we do intend on making a lodestone topics post regarding this 2-week delay of the release of the expansion. And so for those who may have missed this broadcast in real time, we do encourage you to look it up on the topics as well.
ここで1点この先進めていくんですけど、その前にちょっと1点だけちょっと補足させていただきたいんですけど、ちょっとちらほらコメントもあったんですけど、吉田さんもう一回コメント見てもらっていいですか。吉田さんが皆さんから見て画面の左側を見てるシーンが今日たびたびあると思いますけど、今日のこのスタジオ、PLL スタジオのセットアップ上、あっち側に皆さんのコメントが流れてる専用のスクリーンがあって、吉田さんがあっち側を向いているときは、
Yeah, so it sounds like Yoshi's looking at the comments on his side screen. So, but yeah, Yoshi's reading the comments. He usually has a screen next to him to kind of see what's going on and what people are saying. Yeah.
From your point of view, and then that doesn't mean Yoshida-san is not concentrating on the streaming. And then there is actually a dedicated monitor showing your comments from each channels. And then when he is facing that way, that means he's reading your comments.
はい、ニコニコも YouTube も Twitch もすべてこちら側に3スクリーンで拝見してますんで。
Yes, these comments, we have these on 3 different channels, but all 3 channels are on, we're tracking the comments on this monitor here, so.
詫びラップしろっていうのもちゃんと見てますよ。僕のラップごときで、それになるんだったら。
Don't read the Twitch chat. You'll read the one comment that's
some people are expecting Yoshida to rap about
it's really just full of debauchery. There you
go. That's what satisfies people, sure, but
まあ詫びラップをやってもね、ゲームが盛り上がるわけじゃないので、トレーラーを行こうかなと思います。ローンチトレーラー、準備できてますんで。
So yeah, I don't think the game itself will get any more exciting if I were to start rapping about the apology. So, but we do have a trailer for you to look at.
All right, here we go.
That is ready
All right,
to
so the
show.
sad news is out of the way. Let's get to the launch trailer.
準備の方は
Let's see what kind of work we've got, why the delays were needed.
1回目というか日本語でいきます今回は。すいません、私の母国言語である日本語版でいきたいと思います。
So we're going to play this trailer. Apologies, it's going to be in Japanese. It's so that it's in Yoshida's native language. So we will be playing back this trailer.
Okay.
それでは、
But it is in Japanese,
トレーラーになりま
so
す。
that'll be the first time in a while that it hasn't been in English, but that's okay.
そうしてまたお前は一歩を踏み出した。それがやがて世界を救うのかは今の私たちをして定められず。
Moon. This music. Oh, yeah, Maraudines.
せいぜい惜しんで進むがいい。その旅の先、星と命の沈む海底に真実は待つ。
This song is awesome.
わからない。
Harlemall. Okay.
でもここは風が冷たすぎるよ。
Oh.
それは道しるべであり、あなたを人を試すもの。暗闇のうちに喜びを
Is that the
探
night?
すのです。前へと歩み続けた者だけがその真なる輝きを得る。終わりにしましょう。
Anima. Oh my god, she looks so good.
それ以外に何を望むというの。空が燃えてる。本当に週末が来たんだわ。
Hey.
この世は絶望ばかりがすり寄ってきよる。なくさせない。一つでも。
So it looks like
私たちじゃ
whatever burned Emerald is coming back. Wow.
この星はまだ終わるには早すぎるんだよ。それは絶望と悲嘆が渦巻く場所に現れ、命を賭して戦うものだという。
Moon. Oh, cool flashbacks. Very cool flashbacks. Is that the convocation?
どうか祈りを聞き届けたまえ。そして私たちを返しておくれ。壊そうというのか、この美しき世界を。
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Wow.
君たちが仲間として隣にいてくれる。ありがとう。
That does not look good.
これも後回しにせずに伝えておきたかったんだ。終わりは誰の近くにもあるとそう感じたから。
That has me worried. That's concerning.
はい、トレーラーご覧いただきました。Here is the launch trailer of the Endwalker。
まずはですね、多言語版ももちろん、ご用意してあります。
Yeah, they'll have the English
so
one
just
up
wanted to let you know
eventually.
that this is available in the various different languages as well.
Okay, good, good, good.
URL 出せますか？アップ中。
いや、Death
多言語
Flags
公開に切り替えている最中とのことです。
We are pushing these live as we speak, so one moment, please.
はい。
きっとね、皆さん母国
Yeah,
語
so-
でご覧になりたいと思うので、今。
Yeah, so if you want to watch it in English, it will probably be up on their official
I'm sure
YouTube here
you'd
soon.
like to
Yeah.
watch it in your own languages, so we are pushing these live right now. So just one more moment.
I am extremely hype and extremely worried.
では URL の方お願いします。
But yeah, that trailer was
I think we have our
fantastic.
URLs ready.
There we go. There you go.
はい、
There's
ローン
your
チトレーラー、
your
こち
language
ら
URLs if you want to watch it.
全言語分になっておりますので、各リージョンの皆さんはですね、それぞれの言語版をご覧いただければと思います。で、この多言語版をね、皆さん世界中のプレイヤーの皆さんそれぞれの言語で見てる間にですね、放送側はですね、どうしましょう、日本語版をもう一回、
そうですね。
みんなで音
マイクありに行きましょうか。
にして。
All right, I'll post the English one here in the in YouTube
Okay.
chat.
So,
どうぞどうぞ、そこまで一回お願いします。
so of course,
I think that's
these
the
are
English
our
one. Like half my
different,
Discord is cut off, so.
languages in, all of the YouTube videos
There you go.
have been pushed live. So if you would like to take a look at it in
Wow,
your own
yeah,
language,
I'll have to watch
but
that
we would
later.
like to also take a look at it once again here on the live stream. I believe we'll be looking at the Japanese version, but we will be adding our commentaries on top.
Okay. Yeah, I really,
じゃあ皆さん、
yeah,
多
I'm
言語
curious
の
about the
URL
English one. I mean, just the
大丈夫
visuals gave
大
away a
丈夫
ton
であれば
alone.
日本語版をもう一
But
回
I am super concerned about whatever Alphino was saying at the end with the
If everybody is
Scions.
okay with the different URLs here, we are going to move forward.
Yeah,
and
the
look at
muse
the
that
Japanese version
song
again.
was fantastic.
それではお願いします。やっぱりね、
静かな立ち上がり。
そうですね、今回は本当に静かにじわじわ立ち上がっていくので、おそらくナレーションのね、エメトセルク
今の私たちをして
なんだろうなという声が結構ね、なんでっていう。
Of course, we start off very quiet and very slowly, and the narration, assuming that it's probably Emmett speaking here.
Turn up the volume just a little bit
映
more.
画のトレーラーのような感じですよね。
まあ今回ナレーションはほぼエメットセルクですけど、理由があるからなんですけど、まあ言わないでおきましょう当然。
その旅の先
And yeah, it's very much like a movie trailer here, but the narration, as you may have surmised, is Emmett Selk. Of course, there's a good reason behind that, but right now we will not divulge on that secret.
Okay.
まあ今回ねエンドウォーカーということで、終わりに向かって歩むというか、そうまあ終わりって別に14の終わりってことではない。まあそれは本当プレイしていただければと思うんですけど、まあ歩むっていうところが結構
I'm excited for
ポイントかな
Vanetta.
とは思うので。
Of course, with the title being Endwalker, we're walking towards the end. Mind you, not the end of FF14, and I'm sure it'll be very evident as you play through, but I think we want to place emphasis on that walking towards.
Yeah, that's going to be a QTE right there. God, that's awesome. That's awesome.
なんだ俺って。
I'm sure looking at this all, it's very unclear at this moment. Everything is just happening and happening.
曲の転調はこだわり、そして世界が終わるのが来るよみたいなね。不穏っていう。
A chunky boy from FF6 there. There you go.
And then kind of hinting at that the world is ending and that sort of ominous feeling.
BGM のアレンジ素晴らしいですよね。The BGM arrangement is incredible.
まあ今回これでもネタバレがもうあらゆるシーンがネタバレすぎてすげえ苦労したんですよ。
Yeah, this was quite a challenge because any part of the story can be spoiled very easily. So it was very difficult to navigate
Curious about the
through that.
Warrior of Light sitting in the
何もわからないです。多分これだと。
And so just looking at the pictures right now might not reveal anything at this time.
I mean, it's revealed a hell of a lot.
普通はね PV だとなんだろう映画の PV だとねもっとこう、ハイライトをこうすげえとこバッ出すと思うんだけど全部ダメっていう。
I'm sure with typical trailers,
ODR,
you
yeah.
would have like scenes where you wanted to highlight, like very pick up on certain scenes, but everything would be spoilers. So it's like, no, can't have that.
ラストの BGM の盛り上がり素晴らしい。The last part of the music is very high.
壊そうというのか。
まあそうね
美しき世界
そのフィラーレを迎える準備はいいかっていや準備できてないのお前らだっただろうっていう、
辛い。
ね、セルフツッコミになってしまったんですけど
yeah, the quote that "Are you ready to face your finale?" or something along those lines, and it was us who could not prepare in time. I do have to kind of poke fun at that myself, but
いや、まあ正直変えようと思ったんです
Yeah,
よ。
that's super ominous from Alphino. So if you haven't watched it yet, here's the translation of what he's saying at the end. To have you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Given what lies ahead, I do not wish to leave for later what I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised. That is one hell of a death flag, and I am super concerned.
言われて嫌なことのために全体変えるのもちょっと違うかなと思って思い出してもらいました。
And you know, this tagline at the end was something that I was torn on. I felt like maybe I should change this, but these taglines, I actually come up with them myself, but it is meant to correspond with a tagline from A Realm Reborn, and so I decided I should not change it, only because just to avoid people kind of pointing out my failures.
さあ、まあでも正真正銘、9番から続いてきた1個目のハイデリン・ゾディアークサーガ、推しと命をね巡る物語、正真正銘全部、ぶちまけますので、もう最大インパクトはもう間違いなくメインストーリーです。
I mean, announcing the delay before announcing that, like, who cares about the delay? I'm just ready.
A finale.
I'll wait as long as they need to after watching that.
Conclusion of the LXVII saga, the saga that revolves around the planet and life itself, and we tend to just give it our all. So I think the biggest impact that we will be making with this expansion is definitely the main scenario.
さて、多言語の皆さんもそれぞれ母国語でトレーラーご確認できましたかね、
So hopefully people were able to look at the trailer in your respective languages. I hope.
I'll do that later off stream. No reactions, unfortunately. I think JP has given me enough of a heart attack already.
さあでは、ちょっと時間をね、
I don't know if I'm ready to watch it in English.
改めてプロデューサーレターライブ本編に入っていこうかなと。
Yeah, watch. I don't think I'm gonna live through this expansion. This,
Sorry for taking up
trying to watch it in
more
English will be
time
too
out
much.
But we're going to continue with our programming.
All right, here we go with the announcements. All right.
前回第66回前回ではジョブとバトル関連をメインにフォーカスしましたけれども、今日67回はですね、その他のさまざまな実装項目であったり、ギャザラークラフターであったり、あと PVP であったり、はい、いろいろありますのでどうぞご期待ください。
So they're starting with the PVP
last
stuff.
time at PLL66, we introduced mainly focused on job and battle contents, and then today, we are focusing on various elements of the patch 6.0, including new PvP contents and then crafting and gathering as well. So please look forward to it until very end. さあ、それでは参りましょう。
まず最初は改めて、6.0 のおさらいからザザッとやって。
And supposedly this is like a new mode.
So we just wanted
we'll
to
see how
do
this
a
goes.
quick recap of the 6.0 overview.
さあ、じゃあパワーポイントお願いします。はい、まず、新たなプレイヤータウンと新たなフィールドが実装されます。
Who's ready to have him
So first we
hold
will
up
be
some pieces of
implementing a new
paper
city
to
and
the
new
camera?
areas.
ではトントンいきましょう。
I'm ready for some
プレイヤータウ
PowerPoint
ン、
printouts.
オールドシャーレアンになります。
Go.
As you can see here, this is Old Charlian.
メディアツアーでも出てましたが、アルフィノとアリゼの実家が、ございます。
And we mentioned about this during the media tour period, but this is sort of the hometown of Alphino and Alize.
まあいろんな秘密をね抱えて一心に抱えてきた、町でもあるので、ここが今回物語の、中心軸になってもいきます。
Dude, really, how does that work?
And of course, they have sort of held a lot of secrets.
There's no way something
so to
that big
speak,
could do
and
that.
So it will be
There's just
one
no
of
way.
the central locations in the narrative.
まあファイナルファンタジー14は何度かお話ししてますけど、アルフィノとアリゼというか、まあルベユール家の物語でもあるので、そのあたりもしっかりフォーカスされてますので、ご注目いただければと思います。
And I think I touched upon this a few times before, but this does kind of revolve around not just Alphino and Alize, but the Lebeilleur family. Kind of their story kind of ties into this location.
あ、なるほどね。アリゼは自分の嫁だと思ってる人が多いからあれなのか、実家にご挨拶に行かねばってなってるのか。なるほどね。
We were talking about how this is the hometown of Alphino
Jump
and
up the
Alize,
fountain, yeah.
and I was looking at the
Fountain jump
comments and
puzzle.
seeing
Let's
why
do it.
People were saying, "Oh, I need to go pay my respects to their parents' home." And I get it now. A lot of you consider Alize your waifu, so we need to go say hello to the parents, of course.
なるほどね。そうかそうか。だからあれか。古市のお父さんって呼んでるのか。
なるほどね。
I am
That's
curious
why I
about
love
Vinette
your
though.
Portiono dad.
So, so if you don't know who Vinette was, the girl Elizin from the trailer, she's the one in the convocation who led the resistance. She's Heidelin's heart. So like Emmett Selk was Zodiark's champion, right? She's basically Heidelin's champion from the
So this
Asians.
is Rad's at hand. It is on the island of Savenir.
Hmm.
こちらはですね、
Which is apparently being invaded by the first
こ
beasts
こもまた
for some
物語
reason.
上結構重要なことがいろいろ発生してくる、場所にもなってます。
And here too, there are many important elements that tie into the story that will happen.
もちろんね、アルフィノをもらいに行くために実家に行くっていう人のコメントもちゃんと読んでますよ。
But of course, I have noticed people have mentioned that Alphino is a husbando, and so they need to go pay respects to the parents there too.
なってますよ。
I understand.
そしてですね、フィールドの方を見てみましょう。ラビリンソスです。
So this is one of the fields.
Yeah,
the open
that's the
fields,
one with the wacky music.
labyrinthos.
こちらはすでにお伝えした通り、なんとこう見えても地下でございます。
And this has been mentioned before, but despite its looks, this is actually underground.
何のその目的で作られていて、まあ、各施設がどういう役割を果たしているのかっていうのもちゃんときれいに全部説明されますし、特にね物語序盤いろいろ立ち寄ることになってきますので。
And so we will go into what this purpose or what the purpose of this location is, or how these different facilities tie into this location.
So I kind of wonder if, you know,
I think this will be a place
Amarat said that there was like an underground singing before the first beast showed up. So I wonder if like maybe these guys aren't like
続いては
excavating it, you know?
メディアツアーでも、皆さんねいろんなメディアの方、出していただきましたサベネア島になってます。
And then next is Thavenair. I did notice that many of our media and influencers had touched upon this location coming from the media tour.
サベネア島に関してはですね、結構メディアツアーで動画も出していただいたんですけど、空の空気感、それから色とか抜け感とか相当こだわって調整しましたので、一通り物語が落ち着いたらですね、ぼーっと空を眺めていただいて、大変綺麗に仕上がったと自負しておりますので、そのあたりにも落ち着いたらね注目していただけると嬉しいです。
Mm.
And with Thavenair, we're just really impressed by how nice the sky came out. Just the coloring of the sky, just how it feels like it's
I like the big rock that
infinitely,
looks like it came out of
spacious. And
Xenoblade.
so we're hoping that once players have gotten through the main scenario and they have some time to spare, just come visit Thavenair and just look at just how magnificent the sky is. That's how confident we are in how this came out.
結構 お気に入りポイント、僕のお気に入りポイントとしては、サベネア島からさっき紹介したラザハンを望む場所があるんですけど、そこはですね、かなり本当フォグの感じ、色の感じ、相当こだわって調整しましたんで、ぜひですね、スクリーンショットポイントとして押さえていただけると嬉しいです。
And one area that I personally like in this area is there's a location within Thavenair where you can actually look over into Razathan, sorry, where it's very beautiful and just how the fog and the coloring it extends in that area is something that we were very particular about when making the adjustments. So I think it would be a great scenic spot if you wanted to take some screenshots.
そして続いては、ガレマルド、さっきねトレーラーでもちらほら出ておりましたね。
Soon the Tower of Zot.
Next up is Garlemald. You may have noticed it being showcased in the trailer a couple of times.
こちらはもうこれ以上何も喋れないぐらいになっていくんですけど、まあ本当9番からね11年いろいろガレマール帝国とはありました。僕がチームに参加した時にはすでに存在してたので。
Garlemald, I can't speak anything or else
I mean,
I
it
will
looks
go
like the
into
Tower of
spoiler
Zot, and we know
territories. But
the Magus sisters are going to be there. So
an area that has
but
been
how they got there and what they're doing there, who
Final
knows?
Fantasy XIV since the original version and throughout the 11 years, there's been a lot of conflict and involvement of the Garlean Empire. It was there before I even joined the team.
もうレストアしなきゃっていう。
Restoration. Yeah, we need restoration. Yeah. So many of that comment.
New housing district. There you go.
すごいですね。
Confirmed.
大癖がついております。
まあ果たしてメインをやった時にそのお気持ちがどうなるかは皆さんね体験していただければと思います。
はい。
I wonder how you will feel, or if you will still feel like you want to restore Garlemald once you start playing the main scenario. It is quite curious, but.
And I don't remember if the blue-haired Garlean shows up before now, because I didn't recognize him, but I mean, it's been so long since I've done some of the earlier quests, and I could have just forgotten. But he seemed pretty important. He was in the trailer a couple times.
So this is Mare Lamentorium. Seeing that Heidelin is kind of off in the distance, I think we can safely assume that this is probably the location on the moon.
さあこのねいろいろスクリーンショット1枚でもですね結構このデザインとかを見るとねいろいろ妄想がはかどるのであんまり言わないようにしようかな。
Just looking at a screenshot and the designs, I think allows for people to just wonder and start speculating. So I think I'll just leave it up to your imagination at this point. But...
そして続いてです、名称まだ未だ伏せてしかもアートです、今回ですねここなんとか PL 用にスクリーンショットを公開しようとコミュニティチーム粘って撮影してもらったんですけどすいませんどこを撮っても僕が全部撮影してもやっぱりアートにしてくれって
Please remember Chrono Trigger exists. I beg of you.
Next is very secretive. We have not disclosed the name of this location.
Yeah, it's probably like
this is
the level 90
art,
zone,
like
you know.
The drawn illustration art and not a screenshot. Our community team worked really hard and tried to figure out a way to avoid any sort of like spoilerish material, but it was just too big a challenge. I'm afraid I had to reject most of their proposals and ask them to just stick with the illustration art for the PLL. So.
さあでは、まあ他にもねマップあるんですけどもうこれ以上はもう何も出せないので、次行きましょう。
Okay, there are several other maps
oh wow, really? New
exist
MSQ.
in Endwalker, but again, I'm unable to show them to you right now. So let's move on.
もちろん、メインクエストがパッチ 6.0 最大のやっぱり売りになります。
Of course, the new main scenario quest is going to be one of the biggest selling points, so to speak, for Endwalker.
まあじゃあざっとですね、主要登場人物のおさらいもやっておきましょう。メインクエストに伴って。
And speaking of main
That's my phone
scenario,
background
let's
right
go
now.
ahead and do a brief recap of
It's
the
so
key
good. I
characters.
love that art.
まず
Yeah,
こちら
Vanada's
タンク
the one at the very
ですね
top. Yeah.
First up is Thancred.
まあだいぶ成長してきましたね。Q14 を知る我々からしたら随分成長しました。
Man, Thancred has come along a long way. Considering those who may know about him from the original Final Fantasy XIV, he has come a long way and he's grown.
あんなね、特技といえばナンパみたいな状態だったのが今やね、暁の最前線のね。
I mean, he was just, man, he was like a player. Like the only good quality of him was just he's really great at picking up women. But to think that he has grown to be one of the leading forces within the Scions, it's just very impressive.
今回も非常にいい活躍してくれます。
Of all the glow-ups, I mean, I think Thancred is
And
definitely up
this time
there.
is no exception. He's going to have his moment to shine. So I hope you get excited for that.
さあそして続いて、我らが暁のついにね魔女になりましたヤシトラでございます。
I'm worried about
And of course,
her.
Yashtola,
Like everyone is.
the mage in our Scions.
まあやっぱり世界のすべてをね探求するということを目的というかね、自分の生きる術にしているヤシトラなので、まあ、今回いろんな世界の真実に触れていく中でもちろんヤシトラも活躍してくれます。もう非常に難しいことを我々に優しく解説してくれる魔女でもあるので。
And of course, she has her thirst of knowledge, and she continues to learn and tries to pursue the truth behind various mysteries within this world. And she's wonderful because she explains these difficult concepts in such easy to grasp language. So she's also going to be a key player in this in the narrative.
もう
Yeah, I know a lot of people are worried
ママとかマ
that
ミ
she might.
言ってますけど、僕は一言も言ってないですからね。
A lot of people are worried she might be off because we know she's slowly dying. You know.
I see a lot of people commenting "mama" or "mommy," and you know I have never said that about her. I won't be responsible if Yashtola comes after you.
そして続いては、
Yeah, I'm not super worried about Y'shtola because I mean they just made $1,000 doll of her. I think she's pretty much the unofficial mascot of Final Fantasy XIV at this point. I'm not sure Square's marketing department will let Yoshi kill her off.
として使われたキャラだったんで、すごい思い入れがありますここまで。
Next up is Urianger, and I, you know, he's grown on me too, actually, with this guy. He was initially created for the original Final Fantasy XIV when we were bringing on the seventh calamity, and he was the person who's going to be going around shouting. And to think that he's grown so much now.
ウリエンジェに関してもね、格別の思い入れを持って調整僕がこだわった一つのポイントでもあるので、ぜひね、ウリエンジェの物語も見てあげていただけると嬉しいです。
And of course, with Urianger, I have put in a lot of heart into like reviewing and seeing his story play out, and so I hope people will be able to see that as you play through.
さあ、そして、ある意味14の、プレイヤーの皆さんがね主役ではありますけど、物語上の NPC の主役という立ち位置ですかね、アルフィノーニ。
God, there's so many death flags. Oh my God.
He's sort of of course, the players.
Has brought him full circle as he prepares to return.
Protagonist in Final Fantasy XIV, but I think of the NPCs, I think he is one of the key protagonists here.
まあ次のちょっと進めてもらって、アリゼもそうなんですけど、まあこの2人皆さんと当然その出会う前 シャーレアンで暮らしていたので、まあ我々が知り合う前のアルフィノとかアリゼっていうのが
There's
シャーレア
our
ンでまあ
token.
どう
There's
いう
our
人たちだったのかみたいな、周りからどう見られてたのかみたいなのも今回結構知れる
Here's
よ
our
うになってます
chosen
の
red
で、
mage.
そのあたりもねキャラクターフ
the
ァン
spirit
の
of
方
our
はし
glams.
っかりじっくり見ていただけると嬉しいです。
And we're looking at Alizé as well, but these two, of course, they have been traveling together with the player or the protagonist. But before we had met them, they grew up in Charlian, old Charlian, and so you will get to see what kind of people they were or how they grew up, how they were perceived by their neighbors and the people around them throughout these stories. So if you are a fan of these two characters, I think this is another interesting point to be looking out for.
なんだろう、そういったその本当にこうなんて言うんだろう、それをメインストーリーの必須にしてしまうと、本当それこそ終わらなくなるんでやっぱそういったエピソードはやっぱヒントトーク、そのメインストーリーの脇にいる NPC たちに話しかけた時に出てくるので、まあ、今回相当そこもこだわったからぜひねお見逃しなく、その時しか出てこないセリフが本当に多いので
進めちゃうとね。
はい。
But just wanted to point out that it won't be directly tied to the main scenario quest, so you won't naturally come into contact with some of this additional lore, so to speak, because if we were to make it mandatory, we wouldn't be able to get people through the main scenario. So it has been kind of implemented into the different hint talk, as we call it. Whenever we have the NPCs in the town, you approach them and they have different dialogue. So I do encourage you to seek them out because it is kind of limited. Some of these conversations only pop up when you go into that area in your like first occurrence or something like that. So, and it's something that we were very particular about as well. So
that's good. Just trying to lead you to some of the side quests.
Those narrative elements.
And I mean, some of the side quests are as good as the main story quests. So,
you
know, if we can get more people doing them, that's not a bad thing.
全部聞いてから行くっていう風に今回はあんま本当焦らずにじっくり進めてもらえると嬉しいです。
And I totally understand that when we're trying to get through the main scenario quest, we want to move forward, and you're chasing after where's the next quest marker going to be. So, but again, I would encourage if you want to get deeper into the lore, to talk to these different NPCs within the town, if possible. Just take your time. No need to rush through everything. So it would be great if you could see what kind of insight you can glean.
そして続いてこちら、グラハティアになります。
Hey, there's our boy.
Next up is Grahatia.
まあ、グラハも他の賢人たちとはまた違ったその知識とか経験っていうのを持ってるので、まあそれらがこう今回のその今月のフィナーレという世界のさらに迫っていく
the overall sentiment magic. I mean, you know, the delay was obviously pretty hard hitting news. I think, you know, I think Yoshi showed that.
And of course, with Grahatia,
what do we got for Graha here?
He is different from the other scions that have been with the adventure, and with Endwalker. He does tie into some of the story aspects of it and some of the mysteries that we want to unravel. Of course, I can't go into details, but him too, he is a key player in the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the delay was pretty sad, and then Tataru. I'm super worried about some of the death flags they're throwing up.
Of course, next up.
But the trailer was awesome. It's got me pretty hype at the same time, you know.
That she might be the final boss. Our lovely Tataru.
さあどうなりますか。もちろんタタルもね大活躍するんですが、もうね最後ねフッフッフって出てくる顔ね。
I'm glad she got her own slide.
We are curious to see this Lalafell, how she will be involved in the story. I don't know, she might have this ominous laugh as she kind of creeps up to you.
まあ、
ねえ
そういう姿勢ですね。こういう姿勢です
そうそうそうそう。
I mean, yeah, she does have this sort of determined look in her posture and her
So-
stance.
ゾディアークの核としてね、エリディブスが抜け落ちてたからさ、あそこにね、すってはまっていく
The
可能
chat
性もね。
stance.
恐ろしい
I mean, with Elidibus, right, kind of falling
Yeah, she
out
made herself
as
new clothes instead of
core
us.
Zodiac. I don't know.
Yeah, where's our new clothes,
potentially
Tataru? You had one
replace
job.
him? I don't know.
もうコメントで入るですって書いてある。
We have people in the comments, in Tataru's like voice writing, "Oh, I will go in."
さあ次行きましょう。
Okay, bring on.
Hey, Cryo.
そしてですね、クルル城、まあ、バルデーシオン委員会の一員なので、当然そのシャーレアンに滞在するときにね、クルルが中心になっていろんなことが動いていくと思います。非常に今回重要な役割果たしてくれます。
おうおうおう
Next up is Cryo. Of course, one of the students of Valdecion. Cryo is definitely a very important character, especially when you are in that old Charlian area.
まあ、あんまり
Yeah, if it's just something to throw us off, I mean,
大変重要な
he could just be, you know, going on an important mission. Who knows?
話してくれます。
You know,
ぜひね、
the trailers are always
クルルの
pretty.
活躍にもご期
I
待い
mean,
た
they're
だければ
super vague, but
Of course, I
man,
can't
that's a lot of death
divulge
flags.
into the details, but again, she is also a very important character amongst our key players. So again, I look forward to her appearance as well.
まあ言うてね、次に紹介するこのエスティニアンを
Hey,
暁に絡め取ったのはタタルとクルルですから
what's
ね
he。saying about Estinian? How
And
he's
I do want to
terrified of
emphasize, we're going to be
Lalafels.
talking about Estinian next, but it was Kryle and Tataru who kind of convinced him to join the Scions.
ある意味
確かに
ね、
He scared him into joining.
絡め取られるってすごいよね。
I mean, it's just amazing how she's just kind of entangling him into the Scions. It's quite a talent.
まあ元青の竜騎士
うん
でイシュガルドを出奔したので、
はい
まあ無職って言えば無職。
あ、なるほど。
暁って就職先なのかどうかっていうね。
So of course the former Azure Dragon, Dragoon, and he's I guess unemployed at this point. Is the Scions of the Seventh Dawn a job placement? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess.
まあそのマソーニーズヘックとともにですね、今回大活躍してくれます。彼の生き様っていうのも
Never really taken a look at his
今回のストーリー上
lance.
非常に
That
重
looks
要なね
that
役
looks
割を
pretty
果たしますんで、ぜひご注目ください。
I like the
ファンも多いです
coloring
し
on
ね
it.。
そうですね。
And of course, he will be joining the fray, and he will have his moment to
Mhm.
shine as well. So, and I know there's a lot of fans of Estinian, so he's another.
Yeah, having
very
him as a
important
trust is gonna be
character in
pretty
the
sweet.
narrative as well.
I've finally gotten around to leveling my trusts,
Right.
and I
So
think I'm going to
speaking
rely
of-
on him
Kuchira.
quite a bit more to level some of my
皆さんの
jobs.
自称親友、
そうですね。
Mm,
ゼノスでございます。
new outfit too.
Our self-proclaimed best friend of our protagonists, Zenos.
さあまあゼノスに関してはもう何も語らないでおきましょう。
ん
刀を捨て、
うん
サイズを扱い、今回はリーパーとして、
the detailing on the
登場しま
scythe
す
is pretty sweet for being an in-game model.
I won't be
Like, it's
going
pretty-
into
pretty
details
cool.
With this guy, but as you may remember, he has sort
Like
of
look at all the
let go
rivets.
of his katana sword
along it.
and instead took up the scythe.
Like all
and
those
he will be
small
appearing
details.
as a reaper.
勝手にフレンドリストに入ってる面白いね。
I love the comments. Somebody mentioned Xenos had go ahead and friended himself without my acknowledgement.
さあそしてトレーラーにも登場しておりました、こちらの女性
And
で
that,
す。
there we go.
And then next up, we saw her briefly in the trailer, Our Lady of the Light.
もう大変重要なキャラクターでございます。
And of course, she is also a very important character in the story.
I can imagine.
もうそもそもだってなんか胸元にねマスク下げとるやんっていう。
Yeah, that's definitely Vanette. They can call her
Yeah, and
Lady
if
of the
you
Light,
look
whatever they
closely,
want.
like,
That's definitely
She
Vanette.
has this mask hanging by her chest.
Yeah, the light scion.
さ
Yeah,
あ
or the
まあ
Asian
英語
mask.
で
Yeah.
レディー・オブ・ザ・ライトですから、
名前がやばい。
名前がやばいよ。
Just this name seems to imply things. Gosh.
さあどういった形で光の戦士とね、交わっていくのかと、ぜひご注目ください。
But yeah, another point to be looking out for, what is her involvement with our Warriors of Light?
略称 LOL ちょっとひどいです。
あ、確かにね。
Oh no!
略称 LOL か。
Abbreviated, it's LOL.
でですね、今回メインストーリーいろいろ新しい、遊びというか、システム実装されております。その一幕をちょっと、スクリーンショットで見てみましょう。
So we want to show you a screenshot here, which is a new sort of gameplay element or like a system that we're going to be implementing.
はい。これは
今回遊びというか、
Yeah,
クエ
so
ス
she's
ト中
essentially the
の体験として、
the
自動的
female
にマウント
version
に乗せてくれ
of
て
Elizabeth.
NPC と一緒にこうフライングして移動したりとか、そういうのもあるんですけど、NPC 連れ歩きっていうのが、クエストの新しい遊びとしてできてて、とあるシーケンス中例えばこの今スクリーンショットだとアルフィノとアリゼが一緒にこうプレイヤーの皆さんとこう行動して、途中に行って会話をこうしたりとか、目的地まで一緒に行ってみたいなことがあったりします。
So this is a gameplay element that will be implemented while your player character is going on various quests. And these characters in some situations can board your mount and take
that's
them
cool.
with you, but basically you have your NPCs kind of following along behind you.
That's really
in
cool.
certain sequences. So for example, in this screenshot you see Alphino and Alize kind of trailing behind you. They would have
Get in the whale
conversations and whatnot.
変なところまで連れて行けますかっていう質問があるんですけど、大きく外れたところに行こうとすると元の位置に帰ります。
That's
somebody was
pretty cool
asking,
actually.
Can you take
Yeah.
these NPCs to like somewhere that's completely off objective? And the answer is, if you go too far off track, they will return to whatever position that they need to be in.
So it is kind of like limited screenshot kind of thing, but still
いろん
very
なキャラ
cool.
クターとこのシチュエーションがあったりするので、もちろんストーリー上必要だから一緒に行動してるんですけど、なので普段から自由に選べるわけではもちろんないんですけど、そのシナリオのシチュエーションによっては一緒にじゃあそこへ向かおうぜみたいなことがあったりするので。
And of course, it is very RPG-like, but there will be situations with other characters like this, and it's part of the story, like it's required, or it's an essential part of telling that part of the narrative. So it's not like you can select your characters at will. It is going to be part of the story. For example, you're trying to get to a certain place and the characters need to go there with you. So you will be going to that destination together.
確かこのモード中もグルポがちゃんと起動できるように頑張って作ってたような気がするのでまあなんか雰囲気ある SS とか取れるんじゃないかなとは思う。まあただ世界に終末が迫ってるんで忘れないようにしてね。
Yeah.
That being said, I believe that the team is going to make it available that you can take screenshots or like go into G pose while you're in this.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So you
That's
might be
really
able to
cool.
get some nice shots while you're on some of these quests. That being said, we are trying to save the world here from impending doom, so please remember that.
さあ、他にもね、新しいクエストの機能いくつか実装されてますので、そちらでよりね、 ゲーム体験という方も挙げていっております。
But of course, there are other elements tied to the different quests that are going to be implemented to enhance the player's experience.
じゃあ続いて、パッチ 6.0 の実装項目の紹介をしてさらにいきましょう。
はい。
So going into some of the elements that will be implemented as of 6.0.
まず今回ロールクエストですが、以前からお伝え
consolidating some of those
してお
too.
ります通り、5.0 に比べると、1系統増やしてですね、5系統、こちら表示されている5系統のロールクエストがございます。
So first of all is new role quests. As previously mentioned, there are going to be 5 quest lines. As you can see, tank, healer, melee, physical, and magical range DPS.
そしてですね、このすべてのロールクエストをクリアした後のエクストラクエストっていうのをパッチ 6.1 で、実装さ
Yeah,
せていた
similar
だ
to
きます。
completing all of them in Shadowbringers.
And then extra quests for completing all 5 quest lines will be added in 6.1 or later.
なのでパッチ 6.0 中にですね、いろんなジョブのレベリングをね、していただいて、それぞれのロールクエストクリアしていただけると嬉しいです。
So we hope that players would take the opportunity to level the other jobs during that 6.0 time frame so that you can take on the different role quests.
I mean, that depends on what the level
今回
level 90 for all classes mount
メイン
is.
ストーリー中必ずどれかのロールクエストをやらないと先へ進まない状態にしてあったんですけど、今回は、メインシナリオのクリア条件には含まれてないんですけど、並行してやっていただいた方が面白いとは思うので、ぜひメインからのちゃんと動線上に置いてあるのでそこからこう両方進めてってもらえると嬉しいです。
And previously with Shadowbringers, we made it so that you had to have completed at least one role quest in order to clear or like complete the main scenario quests. But this time we're not making it mandatory to do the role quest in order to finish the MSQs. But that being said, it is interesting and I think it's fun to kind of progress in the role quests as you go through the main scenario as well. So,
Yeah, I mean, they're always important enough that they're usually pretty good.
Kind of follows along the path that you would take
The
to
paladin.
get through the main scenario. So hopefully people will try to play that alongside your main scenario.
そしてですね、これ結構質問いただいたので一応お断りしておくと、今回は、レベル90のジョブクエストっていうのはないので、一旦僕らとしては前回のそのレベル80の、各ジョブクエストで、一連の申請からやってきたジョブクエストっていうのは、一旦物語としては完結しているっていうふうに考えてます。
I wonder what brought that
It's
decision
noted
along.
here that, and plus we've been asked about this, we will not have a level 90 job quest. So the level 80 quest as of Shadowbringers kind of concludes the storyline of your particular job and the different job quests that you have been undertaking. And it
so no new
should have
capstone,
reached
yeah.
their conclusions as of level 80.
でまたジョブに関わるストーリーをやるとしたら新しいキャラとかでやる機会はあるかなとは思いますけど、もうね話がねキャラ絡まりすぎてんだと確かに非化線が強くなりすぎてねちょっと破綻してきてるんでまあそういうのもあって一回80でちょっとね締めっぽくしてあるのはそういうことです。
And if we were to resume or have another quest line that involves the different jobs, I think we might have a different character sort of drive each of the job stories to start like a new quest or like a new saga, because I think there are just so many characters that intertwined with each other with our existing job quests that it's not only is it entangled, but our warriors of light have become very, very powerful, and so the story doesn't make sense if we continue to just move on with the same existing narrative.
Right.
And so that's why we decided that level 80 would kind of be our conclusion at this time.
さあでは続きいきましょう。
Yeah.
Next.
こちら、クラフターギャザー向けになります、ね。シャーレアン魔法大学取引というのが、
story-wise, it makes sense, I guess.
So this will be more for our disciples of the hand, disciples of the land, which is the studium deliveries.
ごめん、開けちゃっていいよ、パワーポイント、その解説のところまで。喋ってる間に読んでいただくんで。まあこちらクラフターギャザー向けのまあレベリングとストーリーが
Got some nerd quests here.
このシャーレアにある魔法大学を中心に物語が進んでいきます。
So this kind of acts as your means to level as well as sort of explore the story behind each of the different crafter and gatherers. And it takes place around the studium and the story revolves around that.
一部
Yeah, I'm sure at some point during the live letter there showed the new crafter armor that they just updated on the special site
and
too.
Somebody was I'm sure some of you were very curious about 味が気になる. Can I literally translate? We're curious as to how the taste comes out. I guess it's a culinarian thing. But yeah, the curious conclusion will hopefully be revealed through these deliveries.
そしてですね、こちらはですね、パッチ 6.0 の時点で、シャーレアン魔法大学取引の全クエストコンプリートでエクストラクエストを用意してございますので、クラフターギャザーの皆さんはですね、プレイしていただければエクストラプレイできるようになってますんで、こちらも楽しんでいただければと思います。
And of course, with our disciples of the land in hand, as of 6.0, we will have, or I'm sorry, if you clear all of the quests that are available, we do have an extra quest available as well. So we hope that players would enjoy that as also.
それでは続きいきましょう、はい。ダンジョンも多数ございます。ここはスクリーンショットで見ていきましょう。どうぞ。
Here we go.
Dungeons, and we're going to be looking at screenshots for these.
もう何も喋れない。
So that one looks like Zot, the teeth dungeon.
False moves with commenting on these.
That's the one that everyone got to play on media tour.
次も
I think.
もうね、
Yeah,
もうね、
that's
燃
new.
えてる森
Somewhere
なだ
outside
けじゃんって言われると思うんですけど、ここ以外取れなかった。
And I'm sure you're looking at this and thinking to yourself, but it's just a forest and it's on fire. And I know that's about the only safe, quote unquote, place that I can capture.
いくつか候補あったんですけど。
いくつか候補あったんです
There
けど。
were several candidates, but in the end.
そして続いてこんなところもあります。
New Dungeon, California. Yeah.
Next, here's another location.
Sounds about right.
もうあら、何も言えない。
Again, I cannot comment any further.
なんなんだよ、なんか
That one's
左に
interesting. I've
オーラ
got
みたいなの
nothing
立っ
for
てる、そ
that.
の向こうなんかよくわかんない、何これみたいな。はい。
And just so many questions. Just what is that aura looking thing on the left? And is that some kind of structure on the right?
ここに
It looks like a Denmark architecture tour or something like that.
I'm sure people are going to be met with surprise once you get to this point.
さあ続いてはこんなところもございます。
Go. Garlemald Dungeon, yeah.
Here's another location.
The train.
もうダンジョンですよね。
ダンジョン。
Saw that one.
It's also a dungeon.
ここに突入するときはもうまあえらい
同じこと
えらい人数で行くんですよここ。
ほうほうほう。なるほど。
This is going to be a dungeon that you go into with quite a large group actually.
なんかそれに沿ったこうなんていうのこうきめ細やかなその
I don't think I mentioned that last
見
time.
ていただけるとちょっと嬉しいですね。はい。
But it's very interesting because once you do go into there, we have applied a lot of character controls, or not character controls, but like AI controls, very specific in that area that really complements the activity that's going on in there. So
そして続いては
That's interesting.
新たな討伐
I mean, I assume they mean something like Heroes Gauntlet and Packathon, but with like even
シークレ
more
ットです
AI.
And of course, our new trials is
Of course,
still a
it's secret. Yeah.
知ってた。
もうなんも言えない。まあノーマルとハード両方ちゃんとありますっていうのだけ
なるほど
言っておきます。
I mean, obviously, it
just
looks
wanted
like
to
we've
point
got
out, though,
anima
of course,
in
we
there
will have
somewhere.
a normal and hard mode for these.
なのでぜひですね、メインストーリー終わった後はですね、ハードにもチャレンジしていただけたらなと。
Hmm.
So yeah, whenever you're done with the main scenario quest, we encourage you to go back and try the hard mode.
タタルエクストリーム。
ここで。なるほどね。
I see people commenting, Tataru Extreme.
タタル EX 結構書いてる人多いですね、海外。
多いですね。タタル EX。 タ
Tataru
タルアルティメットもあります。
Ultimate.
そうね。アルティメットタタル強そうだね。やっぱ日本では絶大なリットアティンさん人気ですよね。
確かにそうですね。
The Japanese viewers out there are commenting Camp Westwind. Mr. Ritterton.
そんな
Camp Westwind.
リットアティンさんのことを
I had that the other day. Don't actually thank me for putting the markers down before we started Cape Westwood.
You know, you
So
can't,
you're welcome,
you can't
buddy.
knock on Camp Westwind here. With the different adjustments that are coming in.
さあ、次行きましょう。はい。新たなコーナーイードレイドです。こちら、バンマネンパンデモニウム変国編という名前になりますが、6.1
As Fidelis,
でノーマル開放を 6.05 で、霊式開放となります。
Okay.
And then next up is
That's
new
our first
raid
name
dungeon,
drop for it.
Pandemonium,
Interesting. The first tier.
Asphodylus, sorry, Asphodylus.
That's Fidelis. Yeah.
As of patch 6.01, the normal raid will open up, and then 6.05 will be when the Savage goes up.
まあ、
はい。
せっかくだし、どうしようかな。ちらっとだけ見てみるそのパンデモニウム。ちょっと待ってね。
So since we're here, would y'all like to take a sneak peek?
I mean, yeah.
Just a little bit.
Are we gonna get some paper shown?
気をつけて
You
くだ
gonna
さい
hold up some paper to the screen?
はい。
ガチ切れされる
say
からな。
please be careful.
待ってよ。全然ダメだよ、まだ。全然ダメだよ、まだ。
危ない。
He's actually clear. He's not gonna hold up any paper,
先ほどスケジュー
unfortunately.
ルでもご紹介した通り、ノーマル編が
But I can dream. It'll come eventually in the live letter.
2週間後、サービス開始から4週間後に霊式となります。As we mentioned before, the normal version of Pandemonium will be implemented after 2 weeks after the launch, and then the Savage mode will be after 4 weeks of the launch. さて、
一応大丈夫なはず、これで。
Real curious.
ちらっと出してみるか。
出しましょうか。はい。じゃあ、PC お願いします。
Oh, he's actually in there.
なんだ
Nice.
不思議な音楽とかも。
That's creepy.
BGM here?
I was expecting a screenshot. I didn't expect his Lalafell to go in.
I can understand Yoshida-san moves camera very slowly. ね、カメラ
I mean, that to me looks like anima
やばいん
almost.
だ。
歩みも自然と遅くな
To
り
be
ます。
completely honest, I mean, that does look.
Moving slowly and carefully.
Hmm.
うん。
まあどうやらここがパンデモニウムという場所らしい
ほう。
ですね。これはね。
So it appears that this is the Pandemonium location.
Hmm.
何がね、あの中に多分ね、前パンデモニウム本体の前庭というかゲートなんだと思うんですよ。
はは。
It's very
Interesting.
curious what is inside. We started out from the
So this is the
sort of
lobby, like Eden,
courtyard
yeah.
in front of the central
Huh.
part, but
いやいやいや、ここでまたですね、
はい。
まあ驚きの展開と
ほ
ね、キャラクターとともにここを突き進んでいくことになるんですけど、果たしてどんな出会いやらがあるのかをぜひですね、楽しみに、そうきたかって言ってもらいたい。
はい。
But yeah, we are planning for something that is very surprising here and the characters that appear. But I hope people look out for what kind of encounter, and just I'm really excited and hopeful that people will be so surprised and will be like, oh, that's what you wanted to do.
今日はここまで。
Curious.
そうでしょうね。
That's all I can say.
Like that he has some mail.
Thank you very much.
はい。
では、パワーポイントに戻りましょうか。
怖いから
出ときましょう。
サベネアに戻っておきます。
はい。Let's go back to PowerPoint.
そして続いてです。
はい。
こちらはですね、トレジャーハントダンジョン、ご用意しております。こちらですね、パッチ、6.05、皆さんがメインシナリオ終わって霊式が開放するのと同時に、カジュアルにプレイされている皆さんは霊式あまりいかないと思うので、こちら出しちゃって大丈夫ですよ。はい。
So treasure dungeon. So this is intended for whenever you're done with the main scenario quests, and it will be implemented at the same timing or the same patch 6.05 when the Savage raids.
I'm excited just from the name.
There may be players out there who don't necessarily go to the Savage raids, so it's content that will be available at the same time.
まあこちらもですね、スクリーンショットご用意はしてあります。どうぞ。
So this is a screenshot from that.
Nice.
お前らもうちょっとマシなスクリーンショット用意できないのかって思うかもしれないですけど、これまたね周りが映せなかった。どうしようもなかった。床だけしか無理だ。
Change the color palette a little bit, and it looks good.
I'm sure viewers out there are wondering, well, what the hell is this? And I have to warn you, like this is the only safe location. Like I didn't want to include anything that was in the surrounding area, so it ended up we just pointed the camera at the floor.
The floor.
これ以上カメラを引くなと。
そうですね。
Right, you gotta do what you gotta do.
まあざっと、以上となります。ちょっとね発売は2週間ね当初予定よりはずれますが、全力であとは我々皆さんのプレーをサポートし、マスタリングをねしっかりやってサポートしていきますので、ぜひお楽しみください。
But yeah, that kind of covers the general items that are implemented as of the expansion pack and the following patches. We will be continue to work on, of course, finishing the master build, as well as continuous support for players with our expansion. And so just a little bit more time, but we look forward to players joining us once this becomes available.
さあでは一回この後、PVP のお話とか、ギャザラーとかクラフターとか、その他もろもろのシステムとか、土地だの家だのいっぱいあるんですけど、一回休憩取ろうかなと。
The big announcement for this should be a new mode. What they're announcing.
迷いは
That's like the big news.
いや、ここで休憩です。はい。
ここどうします？小休憩、ガチ休憩。時間的にはガチ休憩で1回いいんですけど。
まあ45分ぐらいまででいいんじゃない？
10分休憩。
10分休憩にしましょ
う。We were discussing about there's still a lot of content we wanted to cover, PvP, DOH, DOL, land, housing area, etc. But I think we would like to take a break.
Alrighty.
Like a 10-minute break.
特になし。お供はいいんじゃないの？長引いたからの休憩なので、一旦ちゃんと休憩していただきましょう。
And we won't have any sort of like video in between. This is just because we took a little time in the beginning and just wanted to take a break for everyone. So.
はい。では議論の結果ですね。 マジ休憩といたしますので、10分後日本時間でいきますと12時45分再開としたいと思います。So we are taking a 10 minutes break. We are coming back at 12:45 in Japan time. よろしいですか？はい、それでは休憩です。
All right, so if you missed the beginning of it, some pretty big unfortunate news. They are delaying Endwalker. I'm sure word is going to be passing around on that pretty fast. So Endwalker's early access is now going to be December 3rd. The official release is going to be December 7th. They needed a couple more weeks to get Q&A done. It wasn't up to Yoshi's standards. Obviously, they have never delayed or anything like this before. Yoshi was pretty clearly emotional about it. Pretty big news on that front. So we've got a 2-week delay on the expansion, unfortunately, but they want to make sure that the QA team has enough time to essentially make sure that the servers aren't going to explode. And I thought it was very reasonable. Obviously, it is sad that, you know, if you had to ask off for that week or anything like that, you know, people have been super pumped about it for quite a while. Very disappointing in that regard, but I don't really blame the devs. Yoshi wouldn't really announce something like that unless he felt it was really the last resort. But yeah, they have had a lot of issues with the huge influx of players, and apparently that has affected server load and all kinds of stuff. So a lot of the Q&A that they need extra time on is essentially to make sure that the servers aren't going to explode with the new players coming in. And then, yeah, after that, they did the launch trailer, and I basically forgot about the delay for the next few minutes because the launch trailer is pretty big. Yeah, they do have the English ones. I posted it in chat. So a lot of stuff there. Yeah, it feels like the live letter just got started. It really doesn't feel like it's been an hour and a half now, and it really doesn't feel like it. But they do have quite a bit more coming along, and we'll see what's going on for that half. I mentioned a little bit earlier, I might end the stream at the halfway point. I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep going. I'll put the HoloLive Sports Festival up on the second monitor and just keep it on mute and watch it while I can. Because yeah, this is gonna be going for a little bit longer. I am gonna go ahead and take a break though, so I will be back in like another 10 minutes, 5 minutes in this case. So yeah, hang in there and we will see what's going on with the PvP changes here in just a little bit. All right, I'll be back in a few. just in case they come back before I do. I'm being a responsible streamer and drinking some coffee this time. I don't know if it'd be responsible. It's almost 11 and I'm making 8 pots of coffee, but that's okay. But I'll go ahead and turn it up so you guys have something to watch in case they do back here in a moment. So hang in there, and yeah, they should be back any moment. All right, here we go. Got like 50 screens up right now between this, HoloLive, Discord. But yeah, I hope you guys are having fun so far. It should be about the halfway point, and you know, they always spend a lot of time on the crafting and gathering stuff. I don't anticipate the PvP stuff is going to take all that long. They'll be announcing the new mode, explaining what it all is and everything. But yeah, I don't think time-wise it'll take too long. I'm mostly watching for any special announcements that they come up with, you know, near the end, which they like to do sometimes. So, yeah, a lot of big info so far. Some stuff we already knew, but here we go.
Welcome back to the letter from the producer live, part 67. Today we are talking about the patch 6.0 contents. ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしております。今日はパッチ 6.0 に関するもろもろをお届けしております。
まあもう結構 6.1 の話とかまで踏み込んでいくので、まあいろいろよろしくお願いします。はい。
では続いては何いきましょう。
ですね、まあこの半年ぐらい結構 PVP どうなるのっていうところいろいろいただいてたので、ちょっと今後の話を PVP ドーンってしちゃおうかなと思ってます。
お願いします。
はい。じゃあパワーポイント
一回訳します。
ごめんごめん。
So we've been talking about 6.0 materials, but we're also going to, I guess this will kind of fall into 6.1 timing as well, but we've been receiving inquiries, and I'm sure people were wondering over the last half a year or so about PvP and what's going to happen with it. So we would like to take some time to cover that today.
さあ、ではパワーポイントいきましょう。
パワーポイントお願いします。
Here we go.
はい、まずいきなり謎のスクリーンショットとともに PVP アップデートと出ております。
So a very curious screenshot here, but we will be discussing about.
It looks interesting.
では順を追ってちょっと説明していきますね。
はい、お願いします。
まず PVP アップデートですが、新たな少人数 PVP クリスタルコンフリクトというものを、6.1 で、オープンします。
So just going in order here, we are going to be implementing a new small-scale PvP content called Crystal Conflict as of patch 6.1.
これ結構議論してですね、6.05 からやっていこうかという話もしてたんですけど、まあ霊式とはどうしても人が集まらなくて、結構勝負だと思ってるので、しっかりバランス調整さらにやって、6.1 から、開ける予定で今進めてます。はい。
There's a lot of debate behind the new PvP or the update that we're going to make, whether it's going to be aligned with the launch of the expansion pack 6.0. But we also were concerned about timing-wise, if it's at the same time as Savage Raids opening up, it does build a little conflict, and so we don't see as many people gathering to PvP content, and so it was like a battle of sorts. So we decided that it would be best to take our time to make sure the balance is well adjusted. And implement it at the first major.
It's got to be either a payload or a MOBA type, or like a mobile light.
それに合わせてですね、新しい報酬システム、PVP に関わる新しい報酬システムを導入します。
And then at the same time, we will be implementing a new reward system as well.
でまずじゃあその新しい PVP のクリスタルコンフリクトっていうものが、まあ、どんなコンセプトなのかっていうのをお伝えしていこうと思います。
はい、お願いします。
First, we'd like to cover what the concept of this new PvP Crystal Conflict is all about.
今回は、少人数、なんと5対5という、ライトパーティーでもフルパーティーでもない、5対5という PVP コンテンツになってます。
So this PvP is done with 5 versus 5 members. It's neither a large nor a full party. This content will be done with 5 versus 5.
で続いてやっぱりシンプルなルールでやっぱ短時間気軽に遊べるっていうところがやっぱりファイナルファンタジー14のプレイヤー層に合ってるっていう風に考えてるので、ルールはできるだけシンプルで、まあやっぱり短い時間で勝負がつくというところを目指してます。
Yeah, and they've always said that this is supposed to be kind of like an introductory PvP mode.
Our players, Final Fantasy XIV players in general, tend to like fit or short content with simple rules, content that can be handled in a short amount of time seems to mesh very well with our players on Final Fantasy XIV. So that's why we thought it would be good to have like something that is very simple in terms of rules, low pressure, something that can be enjoyed in short bursts.
でやっぱりその少人数でも、こう人数が減れば減るほどこうなんだろうプレッシャーが強くて辛いよってあると思うんですけど、まあその要因ってやっぱりロールがあることだと思ってるので、今回ロールっていう概念がないです。ロールアクションも撤廃します。
And with content
they teased that a little bit earlier too.
With a smaller group of people, a lot of times there's that sort of pressure of needing to perform, and I think the reason behind that is because we have specific roles that are required in your party. So I think that was one of the reasons why we decided that for this PvP, we were going to do away with that sort of role restriction.
ということはどうなるかというとですね、各ジョブもう専用の PVP ジョブになると思ってください。ジョブ別にアドレナリンラッシュも別々のものを。
They're expanding the way the consolidated actions work.
Basically, you'll be going into this PvP content as like that content-specific job, so to speak. The adrenaline rush is going to be assigned differently as well.
でまあなので、 まあ全ジョブにセルフヒール要素っていうのがあるので、もうなんかヒーラーの負担が重くてヒーラーやりたくなくてマッチングしないみたいなのはもうなくしていきます。
なるほど。
はい。
So that includes having an ability to heal yourself for all of the jobs. So that mitigates that sort of pressure healer jobs would have when they're queuing up, and hopefully it'll prevent situations where healers feel too much pressure that they have to perform and kind of become very reluctant to sign up for these.
例えば、
はい、
こう竜騎士は言うてもやっぱまあジャンプがないと竜騎士っぽくないよねっていうのはあると思うので、まあ、何かしらジャンプ要素はもちろん竜騎士にはつけるんですけど、もう PV とはもう完全に分離、
別物。
リソースのまあ流用っていうのはあります。エフェクトとかはありますけど、もう完全に別のものにしてます。
But that being said, of course, say for example, like dragoons are known for their jump attacks, so it would be kind of weird if we did away with their signature jump move. So there will be a PvP action that kind of is reminiscent of that, but it will be separate or different from the PvE like general content. We may repurpose some of the resources like visual effects and whatnot, but it will be different from the standard moves in the PvE.
まあなので完全に新しい遊びになると、自分は使ってますけど、完全に新しいゲームになると思っていただければいいです。
Yeah, it sounds a little different than.
So I think it's safe to assume that this would be an entirely new gameplay experience.
Yeah, so like in normal PvP, it's just
jobs,
like
but, I think it's
it repurposes your hotbar, right? But it sounds like they're adding like specific moves.
各ジョブがまあどんな感じでアクションするのかは、またその直前に実機使ってこんな感じになりましたよっていうのはお見せしていこうと思うので、まずはコンセプトとしてそういうものだと理解しておいてください。
And of course, when the time gets closer, we will take the time to show you how each of these different jobs will function in this mode and some of the actions that are involved using actual gameplay. But I did want to go over the concept with you at this time.
Okay.
で続いて概要に入りますが、まず5対5のチーム戦になります。はい。
So going into the overview, again, it is a 5 versus 5 team competition.
で、各チームはですね、ロールの縛りはなし、ただしジョブかぶりもなしっていう5つの異なるジョブで、1チーム作っていただいて、まあもちろんマッチングするんで、はい。
And of course, each team formed of 5 different jobs with no role restrictions.
I wonder if they're going to be like adding like more DPS buttons to healer and whatnot specifically for this.
カジュアルマッチ、ランクマッチ、カスタムマッチの3種類を用意します。
And then of course, you have our casual, ranked, and custom matches available.
そしてですね、なるべく当然実力の近いプレイヤー同士マッチングするように、していきます。
And naturally, it will be skill-based matchmaking.
はい。では、基本ルールの方をちょっとスクリーンショットを使いつつ、ご説明していこうと思います。お願いします。
Yeah, cool looking map. I mean, we got Charlie in there. Playing the possession,
基本ルー
okay.
ルなんですけど、バトルのマップ中央に中立のオブジェクトっていうのがあります。
Tactical crystal,
So the
okay.
basic rules, as you can see, there is an object or your objective in the center of the field.
タクティカルクリスタルって呼んでるオブジェクトが中央にあるので、まあ、基本的にはこれを、
I don't know why. That's just a really funny
巡って
name
バトルをして
to me.
相手の出撃地点まで
Wow,
移
really?
動させていき
Five for
ます。
possession. Who would have guessed?
So this object or tactical crystal is what you are going to
So I wonder what the
what is your-
waypoints are
what your
for.
objective is going to be.
There's going to be
There'll
like
battles
respawn
that
points
you
or
will
something.
be, fighting so that you move this crystal to the other team's base.
Okay, so it is a payload, yeah.
そして最終的に相手の、ゴールまで 押し込むと、
Okay.
押し込んだチームが勝つという内容になっております。
Cool.
So once the objective or the crystal has been pushed into the opposing team's base, whomever pushed it into their
Just
will
be
the
interesting to see
winner.
how that works in a game like Final
まあ
Fantasy.
他の対戦 PVP 系で
Payload,
まあ
payload
よくあるルールだ
in
な
this
っていう
in this type of game is
まさにそうです
Yeah,
まあも
it'll
う
be fun.
ヒルを取ってそれによって
Might hop in a
ポイントっていうのがやっぱり
couple- you know, a couple times a week or
ちょっと
something.
プレイヤーにはそう
play a couple
なんていう
games.
のガチすぎてなので今回はルール自体はその中立オブジェクトを相手側の陣地へ押し込めば
はい
勝敗が決まるっていう形のルールにしてあります。
なるほど。
はい。
Of course,
I love the treasure map
with
music, man.
some of the different PvP
So good.
content, some of the rules were very complicated, and so with this crystal conflict, we made it so that it's much more simplified, where you have this sort of central object that both teams will try to be pushing into each of their opponent's field.
で、まあマップも複数用意してあるので、ちょっとそのマップも、スクリーンショットでご覧いただきましょう。
And we do have some screenshots of
Oh, cool.
other maps.
So they do have
so we're
multiple
gonna take a
maps.
look
That
at
looks
some
pretty
of those
sweet.
Screenshots.
さっきのは非常にシャーレアン感ありましたけど、今回はちょっと自然別っぽいですね。
なるほ
So our initial example showed something very similar to a Charlian setting, but as you can see here, it looks a little bit more like in nature.
なんかね、アバラシア雲海っぽいじゃあっぽいです
Like
ね。
those trees.
It feels very much like the Abalathian, like Sea of Clouds area.
さらにですね、こんな
全然違う。
そもそも戦うにしては、周りがやばそうだねみたいなアップもあります、ね。
And here's another one. Seems very dangerous even outside of the actual PvP area.
で、まあそのバトル中に
はい。
単純にまあそのバトルその押し合いをするだけだとハプニングがないので、
はい
マップ自体にも結構ギミックがあっ
Odd
たり
place for a
しており、
はい
まあそのギミックが
Odd place for a map,
発動した時
but
どんな
okay.
感じなのかっていうのをちょっと用意して
なるほど。
And of course, just having this object and you battling it out to push this
Bomberman.
crystal to the other opponent's side
Bomberman.
might seem a little blank. So we have certain mechanics or
All right.
things that are triggered in some of the fields.
All
This
right.
is one of those examples.
I'm game for that.
まあこの爆発に巻き込まれないように
God, I spent so much time playing Saturn Bomberman growing up. My buddy had a Saturn, and that was like one of the 3 games that he
爆
owned.
発が十字型
I am down for Bomberman like mechanics anytime, any day.
I do agree with you guys.
Is it perhaps because of this explosion is in a cross shape?
私が
はい。
かつてゲーム業界に入った頃ハドソンという会社に在籍して
あ
ボンバーマンシリーズの開発をしてたことは一切関係ございま
あ、関係
せん。
ございません。
はい。
This has nothing to do with my history of when I first joined the gaming industry, being
He worked
a
on
part of the
Bomberman, yeah.
Hudson team and
Yeah.
working on the Bomberman series. No, sure does not.
いや
Yeah,
い
he
や
did.
爆発が十字
That's
爆
cool.
発するのは
That's cool.
あるでしょいろいろ。エヴァンゲリオンも十字爆発するでしょ。
I mean, this is not the only situation where you would see a cross-shaped explosion. Look at Evangelion. They have explosions like that, right?
いやいや。というまあいろんなマップギミックもあったりしております。
はい。
はい。
But all of that aside, again, there are certain triggers that happen, traps that you may see on some of these maps.
空中エヴァは空中に十字座だろうってこれだって絵的に見たらね上を北とみなせば上に向かって十字爆発じゃないですか。
もういいで
い
す
や。もういいやごめんなさい。
Sorry, we're pursuing some of the comments a little too far there.
まあというわけでまあこんなさまざまなマップを使いながらギミックもありますよというご紹介でした。
So just mentioning that there are various maps available, and then some of them have different gimmicks or mechanics that activate.
さあ、
Turns you
で
into
は、報
Moogles or
酬
something.
じゃあ
Yeah.
どうなっていくのっていうところでですね、報酬の説明をちょっとしていこうかなと思います。
お願いします。
ま
Next
ず
step,、
あ、ご
we'd
めんなさい。
like
はい
to。explain about we'd like to explain the reward system.
まずクリスタルコンフリクトに関する報酬なんですけど、今やってるフィーストと同じようにシーズン報酬っていうのはあります。
はい。
で、どうぞ一回いいですよ。
Sorry. So with Crystal Conflict, of course, just like we do with the Feast, we do have season rewards. はい、ごめんなさい。
Wonder if they'll show it.
ランキングに関わる順位報酬っていうのと、それから、次も出してシーズンに関わるその階級、ランクを上げて、階級を上げていって、まあ上手い人だとランク上がっていく、そういった階級報酬っていうのもあります。ただこれらは称号とかアチーブメント、名誉に関わるものに、統一していきます。
なるほど。
So of course, we also have our ranking rewards. We have the different place ranking
Other
rewards, as well as the
accolades.
tier
That's exciting.
ranking rewards. So as you progress,
I've never gotten any of the
through
PvP
these
stuff.
Sort of tiers, you will sort of go up the ranks, and then you'll be receiving.
I think I got the
rewards.
gorilla.
But that being said,
I'd
these
like
will
to do it
be,
more. I have fun when I
rewarded
do
with
it. I just
titles and achievements,
I get so
and
much
other
stuff.
accolades.
で、これは
So
あくま
much stuff to
で
do. I
クリ
just
ス
don't
タ
have
ルコ
time.
ンフリクトとしての報酬なんですけど、PVP 全体に関わる報酬システムを今回ガラッと変えてます。で、それをちょっと次ご説明しますね。
はい。
Okay, and so this was just an explanation of Crystal Conflict specifically. Next, we'd like to cover the reward system of PvP overall.
で、
Okay.
まずシーズンとは別に新しくまだこれちょっと名称決めてないんですけど、シリーズとりあえず今はシリーズと呼んでます。シリーズっていう期間を設定します。
Series periods, okay.
So we're actually doing an overhaul on the PvP reward system, and one of which is going to be setting up this separate sort of period, I guess. And so we're tentatively calling this series. So it will be added in addition to the season. So as like a separate like timeline.
Okay.
で、
Wonder how that's gonna work. That's kind of odd
シリーズって
having
いう
series and
期間
season.
中に各種 PVP のコンテンツをプレイすることで、そのシリーズ報酬っていうのを獲得できるシステムを用意します。
なるほど。
So it says here, players may earn series rewards by participating in any PvP content during each series.
どの、PVP コンテンツでも構いません。
So it doesn't matter which PvP content you participate.
で、ちょっと、その概念を表にしてありますのでご覧いただきましょう。まあ今
Season.
クリスタルコンフリクトのみシーズン制っていうもので、上位、ランキングとか階級っていうのをやっていきます。で、それとは別にシリーズと呼ぶ、期間、これはもう全 PVP コンテンツで、シリーズっていう呼び方をしています。
That makes a little more sense, yeah.
So of course, so we made a quick chart.
I feel like they're making it a little like needlessly confusing, but I mean, if it gives more rewards, you know,
season
who would complain about more stuff to
where
get?
you are getting the different tiers and ranks and placement in ranks. But for the general PvP, will run in a series. So this would be a separate sort of period where if you participate in any PvP content, it will kind of accumulate towards that.
これちょっとまだ明確な区切りをつけてないからちょっと分かりにくい説明になっちゃってるんですけど、変わる可能性はあるんですけど、一旦分かりやすく説明をしますね。
はい。
So apologies if it seems a bit convoluted at this time. We haven't set like a clear delineation as of yet, so there might be some changes made, and there's a possibility of us kind of modifying this, but
Okay.
Allow us to explain it to the best of our knowledge or to best of our abilities.
メジャーパッチ、パッチ 6.1 からパッチ 6.2 までの間を例えばシリーズと呼びます。
はい。
So let's say, for example, we are going to call the period between two major patches. So let's say between 6.1 and 6.2, that would be considered a series period.
で、シーズンっていうのはメジャーパッチに関わらず、
はい、
例えばパッチ 6.1 から 6.15 までが、1対シーズンで、さらに例えば 6.15 から、6.18 までをシーズン2って呼んだりしますっていうふうに、シーズンはもっと細かい単位になると思ってください。
And season will not be dependent on the major patch. So, for example, if we wanted to establish the crystal conflict season as 6.1 through 6.15 and call that season 1, and then we can also decide to do like a season 2, like between 6.15 and 6.18. So it's safe to assume that season is shorter and it doesn't it's a shorter period compared to a series.
で、じゃあそのシリーズ中に
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like the series, you can do any kind of PvP content and it contribute to your series reward. Almost like a season pass kind of thing.
In between
you know?
these different series.
このシリーズ中、PVP コンテンツをプレイする、参加することによって、シリーズ EXP っていうのが
Yeah, it really is almost like a battle
キャラ
pass.
ごとに
Yeah,
シリ
that
ー
makes
ズレベル
sense.
っていうのがレベルアップしていきます。
So during the seasons, players will accumulate experience points and raise their series level.
ちょっと表を出してもらえますか？
Yeah, don't get much more battle pass than that.
で、このシリーズ EXP を貯めてシリーズレベルっていうのが上がると、報酬として専用のトークンがもらえます。
So looking at this chart here, so as the player
it makes a lot more
participate
sense in that
PvP
context. Yeah,
content throughout the series, their experience points, series experience accumulates, and so you
I battle
become
pass, my lord.
eligible to receive a token.
まあだからコツコツやっていけ
it
ば
won't be that bad
レベルが上がってって、
Yeah,
トークン
since everything
がもらえ
contributes
て
to it, it's just a better way of explaining it.
その特定のレベルに達すると
Yeah.
装備品とかマウントとかっていうのが、もらえます。
はあ、なるほど。
Mhm.
And so it allows for players to kind of work at it little by little and accumulate experience points and raise your series level as well as collect tokens as well. And once you get to certain levels within the series, then that's when you become eligible to obtain like gear rewards.
なのでまあ勝った負けたとか、何位に入る入らないではなくて、コツコツ自分のペースでやっていくと報酬がいずれもらえていくっていうのを、今回目標にしてます。
なるほど。
So rather than competing who wins or loses, or competing who becomes a certain rank or placement, we've changed the system so that you are accumulating points, and so eventually you'll be able to obtain these rewards as you continue to play.
で、シリーズが切り替わると、レベルが1にリセットされて、報酬ラインナップもシリーズ2の報酬に切り替わります、全部。
That's kind of cool. I mean, it's more stuff to get, more rewards. I don't think anyone will complain about that.
The series level will be reset back to level 1, and you start accumulating again.
I mean, if you're going to be, taking advantage of the new PvP stuff anyways, I mean, it's just just another thing you're going to get a chance to work for, you know?
Specific rewards.
で、ただ、じゃあ絶対やらないとシリーズ1の報酬取れなくなるのっていうところ気になると思うんですけど、こちら専用トークンっていうのがあるので、まずこの専用トークン貯めるとそもそもさまざまな報酬とまずこれ交換できます。
Nice.
And that might beg the question. So do I have to participate in season 1 to get some of the rewards that are included in that season 1 lineup? And that's where this next item comes into hand. We do have these tokens that you also accumulate in addition to ranking up. These will accumulate, and as you collect more and more of those, you will be able to, of course, first of all, you can exchange them for the different rewards that are available within the series.
でこの貯めてる専用トークンってシリーズが変わってもリセットしないので、貯めていけます。持ち越しです。
But of course, even when the season ends, this will not reset, unlike your season experience points or season rank.
So like if you don't like the
So
rewards
you can
one
continue
season
to collect
or
these
series,
tokens, and
yeah,
the
you can
more
just hold on to it. That's kind of cool.
Play, you will continue to accumulate these, and it will carry over.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if you don't like the rewards one series, then just hold on to your tokens. That's really nice. Yeah, I like
その
that.
専用トークンの交換ラインナップに後追いで追加していくので、
That's cool.
前シリーズのものはトークンを貯めて、
Yeah, it's
取るってい
PvP
うこ
mod
とがで
totems
きるように
is
していく
what
の
it
で、
is. Yeah.
気軽にコツコツ自分のペースで、PvP コンテンツに参加してもらえればなと思ってます。
Yeah, that's a good change for
And,
sure.
Previous series rewards will eventually be added.
No more
via
FOMO.
and available via the token exchange. So you can continue to collect your tokens, and then you can exchange it for some of the rewards you may have missed in a particular season. So we did try to make it so that people can play at their own pace.
まあ遅れるけど、
はい
そんなに急いでないっていう人は、まあゆっくりで構わない。
うんうん
ただ揃えていくことはできるので、まあ、そこは14全体がそうであるように、
はい
ゆっくりご自身のペースで遊んでもらえるようにっていうふうに考えてます。
And so for those who do want to take their time and they don't really mind that the item, even if they miss it the first time, they understand that it might be added later on. And so they won't need to rush. But at the same time, if you want to be current and up to date, you can do that at the same time. You will be able to sort of accumulate and collect the rewards as they become available. So just like all of the other content in Final Fantasy XIV is like this, you can take your time or work at your own pace to obtain these different rewards.
なので例えばですけど、まあ繰り返しになりますけど、ま
はい
ずこの、シリーズ報酬っていうのは新しく今開発しているクリスタルコンフリクトだけじゃなくて、今存在している PVP コンテンツどれをやっても、シリーズ EXP もらって、
はい
シリーズレベル上げることができるので、まあどれでも構わないです。
So just wanted to reiterate, these series points for all PvP content is not restricted to just Crystal Conflict. It can be accumulated by playing other PvP modes that are available, and you can still raise your series level.
で、例えばですけど、まあ、レイドが来たぞと、
はい
ちょっと固定もあるから、もうとにかく集中して、霊式の攻略をやりたいんだと。でその期間はもう PVP コンテンツじゃやっぱり時間が割けないから、もうしばらく PVE に集中して一通り装備が揃ったぞってなってからパッチの後半で、
はい
よしじゃあ、PVP やって、シリーズレベル上げてトークンどんどん取ってって、
なるほど
報酬目指すかみたいな風に遊んでもらえたらなと思ってます。
はい
And so, for example, if you're a raider and the Savage raids open up and you already have a commitment with your static and you wanted to concentrate on working on prog for that side and want to concentrate on Savage, you can still go into PvP content after you're done with Savage because it allows for you to accumulate these tokens that you can exchange at a later time. So you can, if you don't have time to carve out for a PvP gameplay then and want to concentrate on PvE, you're more than welcome to go into.
Yeah, I'm sure like a lot of the really
get the gear
hardcore,
that
I
you
don't want
wanted
other people to
get,
have this cool
and
thing I
then,
have. I'm sure they're going to be really
aim
salty about this,
for,
but
raising
I
your
like it
PvP
personally. I think
series
it's a
level
great
so that you
great
can,
thing for the game to
gather
get rid of
tokens
all
and
the
then
fear of
eventually
missing
get
out
to,
stuff and
the
give people a chance to
rewards
get
that
stuff
are offered.
that was from the past, and yeah, I think it's a good change overall. It's a good system. They've already shown that log tomes work extremely well for raid content. It honestly makes complete sense that they would do it for PvP. It's looking back on it, it's really
And
surprising they
there are some
haven't before,
questions
you know.
about how do these tokens drop? But this is something that is distributed to you as you raise your series level. And so as you continue to participate, you will accumulate these EXP, and then once you reach a certain
So
level,
while they're doing all
obtain these
this,
tokens. So
I'm gonna
I
go
think
get more
what's
coffee.
important
Be right back.
is for you to participate in these PvP content.
であとまあやっぱり PVP のお話をすると、もう PVP なんていらないよっていう普段よりも厳しい言葉をやっぱり言う人っています。
はい。
確かにこれは。
And speaking of PvP, I know there's some more critical, harsh comments that come in about, do we really even need a PvP?
でもね、やっぱりこの先さらにファイナルファンタジー14をより巨大なそのタイトルに成長させていこうと思った時に PVP コンテンツを発展させることっていうのもそれにやっぱ大きくつながってくると思ってるし、まあできるだけ多種多様な遊びを14に用意していくっていう時になんだろうこう PVP もとても大切にしていかなきゃいけない。だからまあ今まで以上により踏み込んでしっかりやっていこうと思ってもいるので。もちろんそれで PVE のコンテンツが減ったりすることはないので、なぜなら別々のチーム別々のスタッフで作ってるので。
And of course, I think considering we want to continue growing Final Fantasy XIV and we want to continue expanding this title and make it giant and massive, PvP and making sure that we're supporting that and expanding upon it is a very important element. And we want to make it so that we have a good variety of content available for our players to have fun with. And so PvP is also a very important and something that we do want to take care of, and plus we want to kind of dig deeper to make sure that we are providing the sufficient support on it as well. There's no need to worry that PvE content is going to decrease because we're putting effort into PvP, because they're separate teams working on these content. So
that's kind of a weird, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a weird mindset because the devs they do like PvP quite a bit. It's obviously not as big of a deal, but like they focus on it just about every season.
まあでもね、まあもちろんこう。宗教上の理由自分のポリシー的に PVP はやれないんだ無理なんだとやりたくないんだという方はもちろんしょうがないそれは。
And I understand there are certain people whose religious belief doesn't allow for them to fight other people. I totally understand if there are people who cannot or do not want to play PvP.
でもなんだろう例えばまあ霊式とか高難易度コンテンツに行かないんだよねっていう人たちもたくさんいると思うんですけど、もう霊式なんか実装するなって言われたらやっぱり悲しいと思うんですよ作るなとか。
It's nice of them to like make that little call out and like keep that under consideration too.
かなり応援していただいているので PVP 好きな人たちから。
That's not something you hear from a lot of game companies nowadays.
よろしくお願いします。
But they're trying to be mindful of different people, and I think that's cool.
Not something that, or someone who goes to savage raids, like I don't know, we would still be sad if there were harsh comments that, well, don't implement savage content, I don't like it, don't make it, you know. So I think I think same goes for PvP content. It's a legitimate part of Final Fantasy XIV, and so we do want to make sure we're taking care of that content, making sure that we are supporting the not only the development of it, but there are players out there who really enjoy this content and really support it and play it on a regular basis. So we do want to take care of those people as well.
で結構最近では、
はい
かつてねコラボレーションさせていただいてたガロ装備が
ああそうですね。
ね今一回落としてあるから、
はい
欲しいっていうリクエストも
そうか。
いただいてるんで、
有名したね
今お話し合いしてますんで、
お
はいもうちょっと待ってもらえれば。
There was also mention about the Garo collaboration armor and gear set. I know we had discontinued those, but there has been people requesting those to come back. And we hear you guys, and we are trying to discuss and negotiate about that. So if you could stand by
that's
for
kinda cool.
Further updates when it becomes available.
It's nice that they're trying to bring it back. That collab lasted like forever.
次はですね
They put it into the game as like a limited time edition. And it lasted like what, like 3 or 4 years or something like that?
ちょっと持ってこれなかったんですけど、お知らせしておきます。
はい
でこれは PVP だけに限った話ではないんですけど、新しいなんていうんだろう報酬みたいなのがもう一個増える。
はい
でこちらがキャラクターカードシステムと今呼んでます。
は
Ah, what's this?
So next one is, I wish I had some kind of visual reference for this, but I'm afraid there's still a possibility of this changing fairly drastically. So I'm afraid I can't really show it to you, but I do want to let you know that this is coming, which is, and this doesn't apply to just PvP, but it is a sort of system that we want to implement that kind of, I guess it can be categorized as a rewards, but or as a reward, sorry. But we call it the character card system right now. The name is not final.
これ2セクションまとめて出してもらっていいです？これ説明として分かりやすいのは、
はい
普
Play
段
before
調
match
べる
begins.
例えばモルボルのキャラに合わせて調べ
The
るってやつ
profile
だ
that
時
displays.
に
Nice.
表示される
Nice.
キャラクタープロフィールを、自前でものすごいカスタムできるよう
I
な
like that idea.
ものにします。
So we're showing you 2 bullet points right off the bat, but I think the best way to put it is that whenever you go click on a character and examine their outfit and their character profile, we are
I'm
going
sorry.
to make that something that
Yeah,
is
role-playing field or
customizable.
bust.
例えば結構 SNS やられて
Let
る
me
方と
let
か
me
だ
add
と
more than 3
ご
lines
自身のキャラクタ
to my
ーをこう
RP profile.
お気に入りの
Please, I'm
こう
begging.
スクリーンショット
I'm begging
貼っ
you.
てプロフィール書いてたりするじゃないですか。あれをゲーム内で作れるっていうイメージだと思ってください。ざっくり言うと。
I'm sure people on the social networks have done this before, but like they would take a screenshot of their character in their sort of best pose or like best positioning to use as their profile pic, so to speak.
Yeah, that
Something
does
similar
explain
to
the new
that,
lodestone
is what we're
profiles.
trying to
Yeah,
accomplish in game. I think that's the best.
that's
way
pretty
to put
cool.
it.
Yeah. I wonder
で
how much
これは
information
その
they'll
例
let you
えば
display.
キャラクタープロフィールのバックグラウンドに貼る壁紙とか、すごい金のギラギラした装飾とかっていうのが
ははい
ろんなコンテンツの報酬になっていきますこれから。
ああなるほど。
Oh, that's cool.
And so,
That
for
is cool. I
example,
like that.
These sort of elements that you can use for customization, for example, like a background image, or maybe if it's like a very sparkly, shiny decoration.
Like I feel like the character,
that you can use,
like,
will become
your character
like,
screen UI hasn't
loot
really
or
changed a whole
rewards
lot
that you
in a
can
few years,
obtain.
you know. So yeah, I like this. I mean,
PVP のみじゃないですよこれ
it'll
は。
probably be like a bunch of presets.
全コンテンツで
I imagine.
キャラクターカードシステム
Like I
が
doubt I'll be able to like add like
いろんなコンテンツで
my actual RP profile in it,
背
but
景をもらったりとか。装飾の
yeah,
感
it's
想を
it's a
もら
good
ったり
change.
っていうことが
I like the idea of having like a cool little character
中
card,
に
you
は
know.
PVP の報酬でもらえる
はは
背景とか枠っていうのもあるよっていう。
And just to reiterate, this is not limited to PvP. These character cards can be utilized for just general purposes, and the different decoration parts, so to speak, customization options will be available, and they can be obtained through content. And it just so happens that PvP, sometimes it can be obtained through participating or like
yeah, so that's just one viable option, but I mean that sounds like a pretty big update just game wide, not just in
着
PvP.
飾るのと同じように、まあ簡単に言うとその名刺のように自分のそのキャラクター紹介っていうもの自体も、凝っていけるようにしていきますと。でそれらの枠とか素材、まあデフォルトはあるんですよ。結構な種類用意しますけど、スペシャルなものっていうのはいろんなコンテンツの報酬にまた入れていこうと思うので、ちょっと新しい自分のキャラのこだわりというかカスタマイズっていう幅を広げていきたいなと思ってます。
And so I guess it would function as like a business card of sorts, like a name card for your character, to introduce like your character's profile to other players that may be interested. And you can customize it with these different background or frame elements. And of course, we will have different elements already available in like the default choices, but some of the more special ones might be obtained through some of these content rewards, and yeah, by collecting them as rewards.
でこれはですねまあパッチ 6.1 でこのシステムも公開するので、合わせて。パッチ 6.1 の前の PLL で、まあ、どういったこう装飾ができるのかとか、どんなコンテンツでその報酬としてもらえてこう組み合わせていくのかみたいなのは、まあ、実機でお見せできていったらなと思ってます。はい。
And for the system itself, we plan to reveal it as of 6.1.
Okay.
So prior to that, we would like to take some time at a
6.1 sounds like it's going to be adding a lot.
What kind of decorations and customization options there are. Maybe like give an example of what content you can clear to obtain some of these elements, etc. How can you use them in different combinations and whatnot. On actual gameplay, hopefully. So we will take some time at a later date to explain these details.
まあ確かにこれ今コメントにもありましたけど、はい、YoshiP散歩が超、あれですね、こう専用フレームを私のマウス手書きのやつとか入れておけば本物かどうかの判断がつくようになるのかな。
I noticed this in the comments, but perhaps this might be a good tool because whenever we do like YoshiP stroll, maybe if I had like a dedicated or like a special frame, maybe like a hand-drawn MS Paint frame, that might allow for people to recognize who is the real YoshiP and who is an imposter.
だってさ、なんかかっこいい凝ったさ専用フレームとか作ったらさ、ずりなんでお前だけってなるじゃん。なんかもう誰も欲しくないような。
Show us the MS Paint, Yoshi.
I mean, like, I say hand-drawn because, like, if I had a very fancy...
I really do want to see, like, a hand-drawn YoshiP card now.
So I gave an example of something that nobody would want.
まあ、というわけで PVP の報酬もガラッと変わりますし、ゲーム全体にまた新しいその報酬体系というか、自分のそのおしゃれをするっていうキャラクターカードシステムっていう、まあ、新しいことを、やっていこうと思ってるので、まあ、まず、これはまた、6.0 がリリースできて 6.1 の開発が進んでいけばお見せしていこうと思いますので、楽しみにお待ちください。はい。
And so, yeah, just wanted to go over the different PvP elements as well as the PvP rewards. But also, in addition to that, we will be implementing a system where it kind of affects the game overall. Kind of another cosmetic feature that people can enjoy. So once 6.0 releases and we make more progress for 6.1, I would like to take the time to explain through these different elements.
さあ、そしてですね、ザ・フィーストについて最後触れておきたいと思います。はい、
Oh god, the
And finally,
feast.
I would like to touch upon the feast.
Here we go.
まずザ・フィーストに関してなんですが、
Here comes the
パ
sweats.
ッチ 6.1 で、閉鎖の予定と、しております。
Feast will be unavailable,
So
huh?
we are planning to close down or make the feast unavailable at patch 6.1.
Okay.
まあ、
Alright.
フィーストが好
I
き
have
で
no
っていう
opinion
方
on
も
that
いらっしゃるとは
whatsoever.
思うんですけど、今回やっぱりクリスタルコンフリクトの方に集中してこう人を寄せていきたいということもあるので、閉鎖というふうに、させていただきます。
my Discord's blowing up.
I understand
They're
that there
loving
are
it.
players
They're
out
loving
there
it.
who really enjoy playing the feast, PvP.
Who are you?
But
Who
we
are you
would like
people that really
to
enjoyed this?
Concentrate on crystal conflict and have people kind of
I feel like they've shut it down
move
before
over
too
into
at some point.
that new PvP. So we made the decision to close down Feast.
で、6.0 から 6.1 までは、
Yeah, I feel like they've done that
プレシーズンとして、
before during like
プレイ可能
major
にはしてお
content.
きま
Yeah.
す。
That being said, we will have preseason play available from patch 6.0 to 6.1.
ただ報酬としてある狼の首輪は今後も、獲得交換できますので、持っていていただいて大丈夫です。
But the
Okay.
wolf collar.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're keeping it around just in case they want to bring it back. They just need to focus on some of the other aspects of the game, which is understandable. Like I said, I feel like they've done that
まあこ
before.
こで取れてた
Like maybe in like Heaven's Ward or
いろん
something
な
like
もの
that.
に関し
It's
て
been
は
a while,
新しい
but
PVP 報酬体
it's
系
not
の中
unheard
にも
of.
引っ込んでいこうと思いますので、
Mhm.
まあ改めてまた、まあ、PVP 申請させつつね、やっていきたいと思ってますので、すいません、ずっとね長きにわたってフィストを応援してくださった方もたくさんいらっしゃるんですけど、ありがとうございました。というわけで、6.1 まで、開けておきますので、
はい、
よろしくお願いします。
And of course, the various loot that was available through playing the feast will be kind of rolled into the new PvP
Okay.
rewards system.
Yeah, so we're not
and
losing any
added to
rewards.
the
That's
lineup.
nice. Yeah.
So we are trying to rebirth the PvP system. But again, for those who have been playing the feast and have enjoyed it for the long run, thank you so much for your support. But yeah, we hope that you will continue to support us in the overall PvP as well.
はい、以上が PVP と新しい報酬等々のお話でした。
I think that concludes the PvP and
Alright.
the new rewards system.
Probably moving on to crafters,
ありが
I
とう
would
ご
assume.
ざいます
ほい。
それでは次のブロックに行く前にここで一度休憩を取らさせていただきたい。2回目休憩丸2に入りたいと思いますが、15分ぐらいでよろしいですか。
あれここじゃないんじゃなかったっけ？
あれここじゃない。あ、そっか。違いました。ごめんなさい。嘘でした。
うん、ここじゃ
そうそう、休憩してないです。
ないぜ。
だから翻訳しません。はい、はい、忘れた。
はいはいはい。さあ、では続いての項目に行こうと思います。
ごめんなさい。
もともとはここで休憩予定だったんだけど、
さっきここじゃなくしたのに忘れて。
はいはい。
失礼しました。
続いてはクラフターギャザラー関連の、6.0 と
Yeah, there's the new gear.
です。
So moving on, sorry, we were having a bit of a discussion there, but moving
Already
along,
seen people getting
next
thirsty over
is,
the blacksmith.
crafting and gathering adjustments.
まず早速行こうと思うんですが、HQ のアイテムの排出停止の補足化
Yeah,
させ
we
て
knew
いた
about
だき
that.
ます。
Mhm.
So first of all, we would like to supplement our explanation regarding the HQ items becoming no longer obtainable.
まずギャザラーの HQ 納品が必要なクエストは N 級納品でも進行可能になります。
First of all, disciples of the land quests that currently require HQ items will be updated to accept both HQ and NQ items.
そしてですね、ギャザラーの HQ 納品ボーナスは廃止した上で基本の報
Nice,
酬
nice.
量を
Yeah, I'm
引き上
excited
げま
about
す。
that change, man. Like,
And HQ
the
item
high
delivery
quality stuff
bonuses
is
for
like the
disciples
bane of any
land will
crafter.
be removed, And
I mean,
base
it added a lot
rewards
of complexity
will be
to it,
improved.
but like trying to level up stuff like in the firmament and whatnot, if you couldn't do high
に関
quality,
わるアク
man,
シ
it
ョン
was
は
rough.
効果をすべて変更させていただいてます。
And then actions that affected HQ yields when gathering will be adjusted.
そしてですね、HQ 採取が条件になっているアチーブメントは条件を変えますが、引き続き達成可能なようにもちろん全部、取得可能になってますので、こちらは慌てずとも大丈夫です。
And the achievements that involve gathering HQ items will be changed, of course, because you will no longer have these. But we are going to make sure that these achievements will still be attainable. We'll make adjustments for that.
そうです。まだちょっと一部混乱があると思うんですけど、最終物の HQ がなくなる。
はい。
クラフターが作った中間素材とかの HQ はまだ存在するので、そこはお間違いなきようよろしくお願いします。
Yeah. So I mean, they've
And,
covered this a
just
little
wanted
bit
to
before,
reiterate
so it's
also,
like
'cause,
nothing
I
super
think
new.
most
I
people
think
are
it's
aware,
like
but, this
a
is
very
just,
good change, but
HQ yields for like gathering
Yeah.
items, and it does not affect the crafters
okay.
materials and yeah, the items that they craft can still come out
as HQ. But I do wonder if that means they're going to be lowering the requirements for like certain things, like you know, custom deliveries and that and whatnot.
Disciples of the hand.
当然レベルキャップ開放されますので、新たなアクションを追加していますし、既存アクションも、調整させていただいてます。
So new actions will be added and existing actions will be adjusted.
Yeah, so you can still craft your high quality
それから
rating
ですね
gear.
各種数値のデノミネーションに合わせて、全レシピ、工数、品質の数値を、調整させていただいております。
Then recipe progress and quality values will be adjusted in accordance with value downscaling across the board.
ですので全レシピ調整し直したので、
はい、
まあ最終素材の HQ がなくなるということも踏まえて HQ 制作物クラフターが作る HQ 制作の難易度は 6.0 公開前と大きく変わらないように全て調整してありますのでご安心
Will
くだ
not
さい。
increase significantly. Nice, nice.
And so, along with the above, further adjustments will be made so that the difficulty of crafting HQ
Still need to
items will not
troll Reddit
increase
for the
significantly in
crafting
16.
macros, but shouldn't have as
もう
high
やり
of
き
a
って
bar. Hopefully.
QA もこっちは終わっております。はい。
So this one, we have concluded all tasks that are required for these updates, and QA has been performed as well. So we are good to go on this one.
続いては、採掘士園芸士です。はいでこちらも新たなアクションを追加し既存アクションの調整をやってます。あゆみさんどうぞ。
Next up is mining and botany. Of course, new actions will be added here, and existing actions will be adjusted.
そしてですね、識出力どうなるのという部分だと思うんですけど、こちら、技術力というものに変わります。
Be adjusted.
So this is
Okay.
a Japanese terminology bullet point, but they are going to change.
I wonder what the problem was with the
wording.
original. Okay.
It's the perception.
英語は変わらないんだそうです。
English is unaffected, so.
英語はパーセプションはパーセプションのままなんです。
Perception.
日本語だけ変わる。
ニュアンスがさ、
はい
両方含むからなんだよね。
そうそうそう。
うん。
I think it's appropriate in the English, so there really wasn't a need to change it in the English language.
そう言語ってこういう時ね翻訳めちゃくちゃ悩むんですよね。
本当ですね。
はい。
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, translation, sure, but like just language in general, it's tough because we do need to be mindful about like how words are translated or interpreted or localized. So.
英語は特殊なんだっていう逆ですよ。日本語がめちゃくちゃあれなんです特殊なんですよ。そもそも漢字ひらがなカタカナって3つを使いこなすとかしかも同じ音なのに違う意味とかめちゃくちゃ難しいですよ日本語って。
I'm gonna have to look this up because I'm real curious why that was such a big deal.
That, somebody was saying, "Wow, English must be special or unique. But I think the opposite applies to that. Like Japanese is very complex as well. Like you got different ways of writing kanji, hiragana, and katakana are 3 different types of ways to write words. We've got homophones. We've got letters that mean different things but sound the same.
いやもう余談ですけど、最近もう長年仕事でキーボードを叩いてるせいで、
はい、
全く漢字書けない。
Apparently it means like intellect or something in the Japanese
sorry, I
version.
don't mean to go off on a tangent, but like we're so used to typing that we forget how to
Intuition,
like, write certain words. Like kanji is complex, like these Chinese characters that we have to write, and so you're so used to typing that you forget how to write them.
Yeah, I have to agree.
だからホワイトボードにさ、
はい、人に説明する
ペンで書こうとすると、もう漢字出てこなさすぎて、もうだからホワイトボードをタッチスクリーンにしてもらってキー打ったらバーって書けるよ。もうマジしてほしい。多分あると思うんだけどね、もう。
So like when I'm trying to explain to people on a whiteboard and I just can't remember how to write some of these kanji, it's so frustrating. I'm sure the technology is available, like have like a touch screen whiteboard where you kind of type in letters and it shows up.
そうなんですよ。だからまあ海外の方ね、日本語覚えられてる方本当にすごいなと思います。
ですね。尊敬します。
So for those who don't speak Japanese as a native language but are learning how to speak it, I'm just very impressed by those people who are able to do that.
Thank you, VTubers.
すいません、じゃあちょっと話がそれましたが、じゃあこの技術力どうなんのというとですね、技術力が高いほど、獲得数ボーナスというのが発生しやすくなって、そのボーナスが発生すると獲得数採取した時の
I have like 5 things open right now and I'm trying to pay attention to all of them.
So moving along, sorry about that.
Oh, that's nice.
Says greater perception heightens the chances of
Increases
triggering
yield by 1. That'll help with some of the
which
harder
increases
to
yield
get
by
stuff for
1.
sure.
ボーナスが発生するとプラス1ですからね。はい。
Oh, I'm sorry. So just to reiterate, when this is triggered and Gatherer's Boon is activated, that increases your yield by 1.
HQ 獲得率を上げるというアクションに代わって、まあ、獲得数ボーナス率を上げるっていうアクションが追加されたりもするので、
Nice with actions that
より効率よく、
smoothing that out with the change in the HQ stuff.
なっていくと思ってください。
And so this ties into the next point, which is actions that increase the probability of obtaining HQ items will be replaced with actions that increase the probability of Gatherer's Boon. So it's basically changing over with the HQ gathering.
Just smoothing things out.
You'll have a better chance of gathering with a higher yield, and the probability of gathering more increases. So it'll allow for
so many macros
of gathering
being furiously remade right now.
そしてですね、続いて漁師に行きますが、
はい、
こちらも新たなアクションと既存アクションの調整っていうのをさせていただいてます。
Next up is fishing. Of course, here also new actions will be added and existing actions will be adjusted.
で、ただ HQ なくなったのどうする
the important one, the one we all needed to know.
こちらの漁師に関しては HQ
で
変わって
announce that he changes the ocean fishing.
っていう魚が釣れるようになります。
Get some new maps or something.
And so this HQ items not becoming available affects fishing in that HQ fish will now be large-sized fish now appearing.
なのでアクションの説明文はすべて HQ が、ラージサイズに置き換わることになります。
So with the different action descriptions, it'll be just a simple swap for HQ fish. It'll now be changed to large-sized fish so that it reflects this change.
まあ漁師はやっぱりこう、 大物を釣るっていう
まあそうですね
ところが遊びとして存在しなきゃいけないので、それ HQ ではって言われたらそうなんですけど、これは残すべきだと判断してるってことですね。はい。
With fishing, I think getting a big fish is definitely one of the sort of main points, I guess, of gathering fish, so to speak. And I understand that's what HQ was basically. So I think it's safe to assume that we agree that that's kind of like a fundamental element of fishing. So we've decided to kind of keep the system as while kind of changing the name for it.
そして識出力は技術力に変更となり、こちらはラージサイズの釣れやすさに影響するようになっております。
So perception again will be modified in the Japanese, but it will be updated so that it will affect fish collectability.
はい。そしてですね、漁師もう一つあってですね。一つ量を回収させていただいております。
はい。
Yeah, I just saw some people asking about spearfishing.
There's one more thing with fishing, and that is adjustments to spearfishing.
スクリーンショットをご覧ください。
Take a look at the screenshot.
見てわかる通り、ミニゲームにしました。
Nice.
As you can see, it has become a mini game of sorts.
That's cool.
まあ見たらわかるって感じなんですけど、一応実機でご紹介します。
That's cool.
So I mean, I'm
Nice.
sure the image itself.
I like it when they have little mini
I
games
would like
like
to
this.
show it off on actual gameplay.
ちょっと待ってね。
Oh, he's actually going to show it. Nice.
実機の準備をいたします。
All right.
はい、では
はい、画面お願いします。
All right.
はい。
How's this gonna work?
懐かしいですね、この安らぐ。
和みますね。
Brings back memories.
おたまトーンかな。
アクセスするともう開くので、こうシンプルですよ。
もう。
Very simple. Once you access the spearfishing point, it opens up that window and just stab.
This feels like an Azure Lane like mini game, like one of their holiday events. All
はい、
right.
警戒度を下げてより多く釣るとか、はい、シンプルなんですけど、アクションも使い回しながら。
I'm down for this.
感じ。はい。もうなんか。
But yeah, I mean it's very simple, but there are actions specific to when that window opens up, and so like for example, you have to kind of lower their defenses so that it's
It really is
easier
like a
for you to go
mobile
in and
mini game.
stab, etc.
I'm 100% fine with that.
うまくやりたくなるやつです。はい。
I think it's pretty addicting. You want to kind of continue playing so that you get better at it.
そうですね。シンプルなやつ危ないですよね。
そうなんですよ。結構チェックしてるときにイラつきました。
ってなる。
そう。
Yeah, I can understand this type of simple game will be very addictive.
For sure. Like I was checking the screen myself and I was like, oh my gosh, I got hooked myself.
結構ね、手応えちゃんと出るようにね、タイミングとかね、UI とか調整、ミニゲームだからこそちゃんとやりましたんで、ぜひですね、一つ量大きく変わりました。
I'm gonna be laughing at that for like the next couple days.
But yeah, I think the gameplay feel does have that sort of significant tactical feeling almost, where you have to gauge timing, and the UI was something that we kind of put a lot of effort into. So yeah, it is quite an overhaul, the spearfishing. So I hope people will try it out.
だってさ、もうフィールド上の漁場にアクセスした後、泳いでる魚影を森でつく直感的な操作方法に変更ってもう文章より絵見たらわかるっていうね。
I mean, like instead of like reading it off, like upon locating teeming waters, players will now directly utilize their harpoon to catch fish for greater immersion. I mean, I understand it's wonderful text, but like it's much more easier to explain it with visual reference here.
こういうのがね日本語のうまさですよね。
そうですね。
それっぽく聞こえる。
うん。
でまあさっき言ったようにその連続成功のボーナスとか、
はい。
アクション使ってこう警戒度下げて
うん。
ってこうできるだけ長くたくさんそのつくとか
なるほど
いけるんで、はい、ぜひぜひちょっと触ってみてください。
But yeah, it's just very interesting. Like the text is lovely, and the Japanese too is pretty cool. But again, it's in the form of a mini game, and there's different perks like you mentioned about the actions earlier, but there's also like a chain bonus of swords, successive catches, and other elements that will kind of draw you in. So.
そしてですね続いてが、
はい、
ちょっと皆さんがギョエってなるやつをお知らせしなければならないのですが、うん、リーブの報酬の見直しを 6.0 で、かけさせていただきます。
So next up,
probably got to adjust all of this stuff with the HQ changes.
Not want to hear, but we do need to make adjustments to leave rewards.
皆さんがもう
Too many coffee biscuits. Finally did it, man.
いいようにするということも踏まえ、
はい。
ギルがですねインフレーションしていってるので、リーブ受注券1枚に対する報酬量っていうののバランスを改めて見直しさせていただきます。
In light of guild inflation, yeah. Literally too many coffee biscuits.
So we took a look at that, and also the inflation of the economy and the amount of gil. So it says here the amount of gil rewarded per leave quest will be adjusted in light of gil inflation.
まず制作家業の大口依頼、それから領主向け最終家業の大量採集は、まあ複数枚リーブ使いますけど、その1枚に対するちょっと報酬量が今多すぎるので、報酬経験値とギルを、適正数値まで引き下げさせていただきます。
なるほど。
So the EXP and gil rewarded by tradecraft and fishing leads from a large number of items are currently too high and will be reduced.
ただそれ以外の依頼は、まあ、これだけだと下げる一方かよって感じなので、報酬経験値とギルを引き上げているものも、当然あります。
なるほど。
全体バランスを取り直してます。
But other leave quests or leave panels that you utilize. It says here that EXP and gil rewarded by certain other leaves will be increased in terms of
so it'll really affect like the triple turn-ins, it sounds like.
でただこれ今回必要経験値、その全体デノミネーションしているので、その 5.x までの経験値と、単純な数字だけを比較すると、下がって見える場合があるので、
確かに。
割合で言ったら上がってるんですけど、もう全部数字バランス取り直しちゃってるので、
with the downscaling stuff for sure.
すいませんがご了承ください。
But that being said, with the sort of downscaling and adjusting of the numbers, if you look at just the little numbers that show up compared to content up to 5.x, and then with Endwalker, it might seem like the numbers were kind of decreased, but there are elements where we've increased the percentage. Hopefully that makes sense, but the balance wise, we did go in to make adjustments so that it is more appropriate. So don't be surprised if it seems like numbers were pulled down. It might just be that it's the effect of downscaling.
で、まあこれを今言うかどうかも結構迷ったんですけど、なぜなら駆け込んじまえもできるので、 まあでもね、あまり直前というか、もうね、なのでちょっと今お知らせちゃんとさせていただこうと思って、はい、ここでお話ししていきます。はい。はい。
So we were actually torn on whether or not we should bring this up at this time. We still do have some time, so people can still rush in to do these different quests before all of these adjustments have been made.
So stock up now while you can. Turn in those cookies.
We are at the last minute at this point, and so I did decide that it is a good time to just let everybody know at this time.
では続いてはこうシステム関連の調整をお伝えしていきます。
ここで
ここで休憩でしたか。ワイも混乱しておる。はい。
すみません。失礼しました。そうなんです。次は続いてシステム関連の調整と進んでいくんですが、その前に、休憩を挟ませていただきたいと思います。15分休憩で
You're taking another break? Sounds like we might be.
日本時間で2時15分まで、休憩とさせていただきます。
We're just checking the time. We'll see.
本日冒頭から2回ほど流したローンチトレーラーですけども、ここの休憩では英語版を流してみようじゃないかということで、よろしければご覧いただければと思います。So now, we'd like to take a break for 15 minutes. So we are
15.
back at
Okay.
2:55 Japan time. So during this break, we are showing the English version of the launch trailer. So
Oh, English version. Okay.
では休憩です。
Okay, here we go.
失礼します。どうぞ。
All right. I'll take a break after the English trailer.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Emmett.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Maybe we don't belong here. But neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction.
I wonder who they got to voice her.
In darkness, seek joy. Walk free.
God, that
and
looks
bear
cool.
the light for others to follow.
Let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared.
I won't lose them. Not a one. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
We've come too far to back down now.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
There must be a way to restore things to the way they were.
Ah, the music is so good.
We once had.
It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
Of course, summoning some companions.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
And of course, Alpha No here.
To have you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
Yeah, a whole lot of death flags. A whole lot of them. But I mean, to be honest, like, even just having the English version, it didn't really change all that much as far as, like, the big moments went. You know, a lot of the dialogue's out of context and are just kind of, you know, be with your friends, have fun. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, still super excited for it. I'm going to go ahead and take a break too, and we'll be back here in just a little bit. So, yeah, see you, I think they said 12:15? 1:15? Whatever time it is. 15 after, I'll be back. Yeah, having a lot of fun with it so far. So yeah, let's see what's in store for this last bit. It'll be kind of the miscellaneous updates, I assume, but I'll go ahead and turn it back on in case I'm not back, and enjoy. I'll be back in just a second.
りしております。さあ吉田さん、ここからは
はい、システム関連に移っていこうかなと思いますが、皆さん
All right,
ご覧
let's see
にな
what
って
we
ますか？
got in store for this last bit.
So we would like to discuss system adjustments, but let's
Okay.
make sure everybody is back.
大丈夫そうですね。
では
God,
大
I'm
丈夫そうであればまず行きましょう。
so tired of this song.
改めてまずこちらです。
From Living Liquid.
デノミネーションを行わせていただきますというのを改
Yeah,
め
so we
て
knew about
最後
all
にお伝え
this.
していこうと思います。
So jumping right in, system adjustments. Once again, we will be applying a downscaling.
で対象となるのは、全クラスジョブ、それからリテーナーフェイスになります。
So this will
Just
be
reviewing all this.
all classes and jobs.
Kind of affects
retainers
every
and
aspect of the
trust
game, so
entities will be affected.
I've
で
been
ただですね、レベルアッ
been
プに
reminding
必要
people
な
pretty
プレイ
hard.
時間とかコンテンツ攻略回数などには影響の出ないように、バランスを取り直させていただいております。
But that being said, the time, number of duty clears, etc., required to level up will remain unchanged. So we made sure that we rebalanced it so that it doesn't feel like there's an effect.
で、ただこのデノミネーションに関してちょっと一つ、お知らせをさせていただかなきゃいけないことがございます。
はい。
But there is one thing that we need to let you know ahead of time, leading up to this downscaling.
皆さん今まあ14の場合だとジョブのレベルアップって相当他のゲームに比べて早いのでなんだろうこう完走してる人がまあ今多いとは思うんですけど、
はい、
レベルアップ中っていう時に蓄積経験値がなんだろう半分ぐらいまでレベル60から61に今上げてる途中だよねみたいな方いらっしゃると思います。その蓄積途中の経験値。
So of course with Final Fantasy XIV, leveling your jobs and alt jobs I think are much quicker compared to other games, and perhaps most of you have already maxed out your characters, or all of your jobs are at the level cap. But if there are people who are still leveling, in the middle of leveling, and the EXP that they've built up towards their leveling of their characters, I'm sure there may be people who are still in the middle of that.
でこちらがですね申し訳ないんですけど、蓄積中の経験値があるものに関しては 6.0 の瞬間にすいませんリセットさせていただくことになりました。
Mid-level
And
XP
so I'm
reset.
terribly
Okay.
sorry if you are still in the middle of leveling, but for any EXP that's kind of like in the middle of your progress,
Okay.
will be reset.
If you're like me
as
and
of
have like
6.0.
で
Okay.
これは当然なんですけど、
Alright,
できれ
so
ば
get
切
all
り
of
上げを
those
したかっ
alts you're
た
working on
のは山々
to
です
their
もち
next
ろん。
level as soon as possible.
Of course, it would have been great if we could just
You're working on
bump
like
you up to
5
the
different
next
ones like I am
level
right now. Get
available.
him to like a nice
デノミ
stopping
ネーション
point.
で経
Okay.
験値の桁が下がることによってその今プールされてる経験値が下げることがなんだろう桁を下げることができない。データベースの書き換えが必要になってしまうプレイヤーの皆さんのそれをやってしまうと、今ですね計算したんですけど、2億個以上のパラメータ書き換えが必要になってしまって3週間ぐらいサーバーを全部停止しないと書き換えが終わらないので本当申し訳ないんですけど、リセットさせていただくことにしました。
So of course we would have loved to just bump you up to the next level available, but
Yeah, if only.
with the digits being
Okay.
adjusted, and it would have required for us to overwrite our database so that the pooled experience points would be correctly calculated, and we actually calculated this. I'm sorry, 2億 is 100,000万億だから1 million
しかもね、
うん
ナイルさんごめん20億だった。 20億だっ
Oh
た。
dear.
ごめんごめん。
An extra zero. 1 million, 10 million is 1000万, 1億 is 100 million. So a billion, literally a billion numbers would have needed to be rewritten, which means we would have had to pause our servers, kind of shut it down for maintenance for 3 weeks in order for us to individually go in and make the adjustments. So I'm afraid that proved to be not feasible.
で、まあバイト数に直すと100億バイト以上なんですけど、
billion, 100 billion, 100 billion, like calculating it from like a
More than
binary
10
like
billion?
byte perspective. 30 million, 30 billion.
で、これなんでじゃあ切り上げじゃないかっていうと、切り上げをすると皆さんの今度はレベルアップを書き換える必要が出てきてしまうんですよね。まあ切り上げなんとか切り上げたいっていう話をしてたんですけど、結局切り上げるにしても全てのキャラクターのデータを拝見して、
I mean, at least they're open about it.
レ
Like
ベルを書き換える
doing math live on stream is
大変な状
you
態
don't need to
で。
explain anymore. That's already way
か
above
つそ
my
の
head.
書き換えるだけだったらいいんですけど、
Say it can't be done, it
整
can't
合
be
性チェッ
done.
クって言って書き換えた後のデータがちゃんと正規のデータになってるかっていう
I trust him on that.
付き合わせをデータベースでやらなければいけないのでちょっとこれはもう本当すいません、どうにもならなかったので、本当こう EXP まだレベリング中で途中にバーがあるんだよなっていう場合に関しては上げ切っていただけると助かります。
And just going back to why we were unable to just bump everybody up. So we mentioned about how we would need to overwrite each individual like character data, and that goes for like rewriting a character's level. So a similar kind of process would have to be implemented anyways if we were to change the character level of your different jobs, unfortunately. And so it is quite a large undertaking if we were to go in and do that. And not just the adjustment of the numbers, but we would also have to run a check to make sure that the numbers are correct and make sure that they are matched up. So I'm afraid, again, I'm terribly sorry, but it's something that is a little too large for us to undertake. And so if you are still in the middle of leveling some of your jobs and you're still in
Yeah, I mean it's like 2 dungeons, like it's not that big of a deal.
I would recommend for you to at least get it to the next level, continue to level it up so that you can
I mean most people doing that
beyond
are either on their first character trying to go through the MSQ anyways, which I mean that'll boost you up pretty fast as it is. You gotta play it anyways. Or you're leveling alt jobs where it's like you're not on a time crunch. So yeah, it's not a big deal, I don't think.
直前でレベル上げといていただければそうですね、助かります。それだけで、まあもちろん別に大した経験値じゃないからいいや別にっていう場合ももちろんそれはそれで OK なんですけど。
Of course, so this only applies if you have an alt or like a job that you're still job or class that you're trying to level and you're like midway or like close to leveling up, but you still have the ways a little bit to go. I would recommend for you to level it up by 6.0 launch because it will.
Yeah, I mean we've got long enough to hit a decent checkpoint, you know.
Like there's no pressure for you to go in and level everything. So it is definitely up to you.
まあこれ延期したんだからデータベース書き換えればいいじゃないっていうちょっとコメントも見えるんですけど、データベースっていうのはプレイヤーの皆さんの、進行状況とかセーブデータをリアルタイムにこう更新しているものなので、全部停止しないと書き換えっていうのができないので、
この数のそのデータを全て我々の方で書き換えさせていただこうとすると、サービス自体を3週間以上こう停止させた上で作業しなければいけなくなってしまうので。皆さんがプレイできないっていう状況になってしまうことを考えると、この対応の方が良いかなというふうに判断させていただきました。
So there were also some comments saying that, well, with the delay of the release, why don't you go in and overwrite the database during that period? But I'm afraid the databases that store information on player progression as well as the different data that is
you can't take this. You'd have to take the servers down to rewrite those. Yeah,
in real time.
Yeah.
And so if we were to go in and manually overwrite this data, we would have to stop all of our services and our servers. And so that means we would have to shut down for at least 3 weeks. And so that means players won't be able to play during that time. So that's why we decided, so that we won't experience any downtime, just resetting it is a lot simpler of a process. So that's why we made this decision.
一応もう一回言っておきますけど、何もカンストしてくれっていう話をしてるのではなくて、今レベリング中の例えばレベル60から61に差し掛かっているジョブがあった場合、そこに溜まってる中途半端な経験値がゼロになってしまうので、そのもったいないと感じられるのであれば、その61にしておいていただければ、切り捨てられる分が極限まで減るのでということですので、すいません、ご理解いただけると助かります。
And so I also wanted to reiterate, we are in no way pressuring you to cap all of your jobs.
I mean, you have time, but
classes.
Like most of the time, like I don't even notice when I'm in the middle of a level. I just notice my level.
And you're fairly close to getting to
maybe
that
once you're like close to max,
and
but
you feel that you're going to
waste most of my ults is like
accumulated EXP by this.
I don't notice. It's just
that's
doing my roulettes whenever I can, and that's really about it.
That pump so that you don't lose as much accumulated EXP. That's
like
that's
if
all
I
we're
lose a
trying to
little
say.
XP,
So,
it's not
we
going to
hope
be a
you
big deal.
understand.
こちらはですね、トピックスでも、お知らせさせていただきますので、そちらもご確認いただければと思います。
Of course, we will make a topics post so that you can check out the details. So once that is up, we recommend you take a look at that as well.
はい。そしてですね、続いて、システム関連続けていきたいと思いますが、新たなアラガントームストーンが実装となります。
Oh God, these again.
新たなアラガントームストーンはこちらです。
Go figure. Aphorism and astronomy. Okay.
The next item on the system adjustments, we will be adding new elegant.
I mean, I guess astronomy makes sense for sure.
で、まあ、経典と天文、日本語だとですね。
経典らしい。
あ、経典か。
Aphorism and astronomy.
難しい。
日本語難しい。経典と天文。
Just imagining like first arriving on the moon and there's just like a little tombstone stand.
ではですね。
Just waiting for us.
せっかくなので、ちょっといろいろお見せしましょう。さて、そのトームストーンで得られる装備などをちょっとちらちらご紹介していこうかなと思っております。
はい。
はい。まず、
Oh, there you go. Yeah, hold up that paper. Hold up that paper.
We'd like to show. Sorry, we saw a sneak peek right there, but with the tombstones that are going to be newly added, we wanted to show off some of the gear sets that you can obtain using these as your exchange currency.
お願いします。
There we go. Nice, nice. Looks pretty sick. Some good pally armor.
かっこよろしい？
かっこよろしい。これはいいですね。
Do we agree? It's very cool looking.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Oh, that's sick. That's cool.
よいしょ。で、なんだろうね。
なるほど。なんとなくこう統一感を感じるものが。
統一感を感じますね。
Although it does seem fairly consistent theme going
Yeah.
on here.
まあま
Nice,
あ
nice.
違いますね
Guessing that's dark. A pretty big sword. Yeah.
いやいっぱいあるな
Ooh.
Oh, many.
Strings with a guitar with a mini guitar.
うん。
なるほど
ギル。
Reminds
Oh,
me
that's
of
cute.
Bit.
Simple but cute.
ララじゃないっていう言葉に対してここでララフェルっていう。
確か
We saw comments like, wait, where's the love? So here we have
Now
some
you can
also
see, yeah.
representation.
Nice.
におー
まあまあ
うん
まあまあ。
People in my Discord wondering, why don't they just post screens? Get out of here. This is a time-honored live letter tradition. Ooh, ooh, I like that.
強い。
I really like that.
It's very powerful, very strong, brawny.
で、
はい
まあ、なんだけど、ちょっと待ってよな。
Come on, give me that red mage. Give me some red mage love.
なんだよ。
So many pieces of paper
ちょっと待ってよ。なんか悪いニュースが多いからさ。
The Costa del Sol music just makes this so much better.
Unfortunate,
I love
like,
it.
sad news to share. So
ここでぶちかましていこう。じゃあ、
なるほど
ちょっと待ってね。一回パワーポイントに戻してもらって、
はい
まず天文の方が上位トークンで、
はい
あれ？あ、そうですよね。
そうですそうです
はい
あですよ
霊式と同時に4週間後に、実装されます。
Out of 4 weeks, yeah. So that'll be the savage
so Elegant
and
tomestones of astronomy
Yeah,
will be
that'll
added
be the
4
gear you
weeks
need.
after 6.0
Mhm.
release. So this will be sort of
Savage
your
gear,
upper
yeah.
tier tomestones, and so they will be open.
I'll get you ready for
or
your
they will
week 1
start being
releases.
distributed with the
That'll
unlocking
be
of the
capped like
savage
super
raids.
low
なので
usually.
経典の方が、
はい
修正源のない
うん
アラガントームストーンになります。
And so aphorism is going to be the one without the weekly cap.
で、私学は引き続き続投です。
もちろんです
And then poetry, I believe.
はいそうです
Yes, is going to remain.
Yeah.
まあ
Poetic.
今回
Poetics,
ア
the
ラ
nice,
ガントームストーン
the
の
nice
永遠とかに名前を変えようかという意見
the
も
old
出たんですけ
reliable.
ど、もうレガシーとして、はい、このまま行くことにしました。
There were comments about, hey, we should just change this to Elegant Tomestones of Forever. But we decided we're going to keep it as is, kind of like a legacy.
で、今お見せしたまあファイナルファンタジー4由来なのかな、といったような装備の数々はですね、経典の方に
経典なん
して
ですね
おります。なぜかというと、
はい
きっといろんなロールの装備を揃えたいだろうなと思ったので、修正源のある方ではなくて経典で取れるようにしてありますので、
それは嬉しい人
いろんな
です
そうですねロールの装備を集めていただければと思います。
うん
So for those images that we showed off, I'm sure you guys were able to suspect they feel very Final Fantasy IV like. But
Yeah, it
those
makes sense.
gear sets will actually be obtainable through accumulating the aphorism tomestones.
Okay. Nice.
The reason why is
Yes, that'll be your normal
we believe
raid
that
stuff.
people
Yeah.
will want to collect these equipment for
Mhm.
various roles that
Be
they
like your
have
entry
under
levels.
their belt. So hopefully that's exciting for those of you who want to go and collect these gear sets.
でそんなこと言ったって、
はい
枠がないんだよとかプレートがっていう声がこういうことをね言ってると出てくるんですけど、6.1 で今いろんなものを増やす準備をしてますので、
は
もう少々お待ちください。はい、結構増やせる目処は立ってきたので、はい、
よかった
頑張っております。
And I know this is going to beg the question of, well, I don't have enough room in my armory chest anymore, or what about
Goodbye
more
belts.
Mirage, or not Mirage,
We'll be getting a couple
sorry,
more
glamour
slots.
blades. And so we are making preparations. We're trying to see that how we can expand. And by 6.1 timing, I believe we're going to be getting pretty close to having all of our preparations in place to start addressing some of these issues that we have.
Nice,
with,
nice. More
capacity,
glamours.
so to speak.
Very
So-
good.
そしてです
So
ね、
at least they're
レイドを楽しみに
acknowledging it.
さ
It's
れ
just
て
a
る
matter
方
of
に一つ、
figuring it out.
ニュースなんですけど、
That's good news.
はい
Very good
この
news.
天文を使って、武器交換、まあいろんな装備交換やっていくと思うんですけど、今回ちょっと事前にお知らせしておきますが、これまで武器交換に必要なアラガントームストーンの量って1000個だったんですけど、
はい
今回から500個にさせていただいてます。
Needed for weapon exchange.
So for those
Okay.
of you who
Interesting.
are looking forward to the raid content, I believe this might be informative news for you, and so I did want to bring
Yeah.
this up in advance.
Very interesting.
Of course, with the gear sets that you can exchange with these tomestones.
I'm sure some of
especially
the
with
sweats are going to complain
weapons,
about that, but I think that's a good
Up
thing
until
overall.
now, the requirements were 1,000 tomestones, but
Yeah, you gotta get 10 of the
you can
certificates.
see that the number of tomestones
Mhm.
required for weapon exchange will be reduced from 1,000 to 500.
でこれはまあ、今回改めてそのレイドの報酬バランスを、まあ、帯がなくなるっていうところもあって
You'll still need your
見
clears
直していった
of
時に
You'll still need your clears of the fourth
あまり
um
にもこう取得選択肢が少なすぎるとどう取るにもやっぱ
at
り
least now you're not
So,
like
you should
having to
look out.
stockpile just
So,
for the
you know,
weapon.
comes to-
You're able to, you know,
もう
upgrade a
500に
couple
して
pieces
ちょっと
throughout.
複数ルートで装備を整えていけ
I
る
do
ようにした方
wonder
が
I do wonder if that means like
良いだろうという
the
判断
savage tier is going to be significantly harder though.
And so we took a look
You know, if
at
they want you to have a
the
couple
balance
spots.
of how these
Yeah.
Raid loot drops, and also with the discontinuation of waste armor or equipment, we feel that requiring for players to collect 1,000 tomestones would make their options very narrow,
Mhm.
and it would take 2 weeks anyway. So we decided,
Yeah.
why don't we just adjust
good
it so
change.
that you
I like it.
only need 500 and allow for multiple routes to obtain these weapons.
まあさらに取った上で強化するっていうのも、パッチリリースっていうか、まあ、レイド公開後だとさらに石がね霊式で取れるものが必要だったりもするので、まあ、ここはちょっと下げていこうという話をしてこうなってます。
はい、
はい。
And so if you want to continue sort of powering up those equipment, then you would need to sort of continue going in those raids and working on that. So that's another reason why we wanted to change the amount of tomestones that are required.
で霊式の話をしたので、
はい、
まあ、ちょっとこちらも出しちゃうか出せる
Oh, that's
分だけ
cool.
So you mentioned about savage raids, so I do want to show you what we can.
Ooh,
綺麗です
I
ね。
like that.
It's beautiful.
The Reaper.
うん
Those look sweet.
白い
白いですね。
Yeah. Yeah, show me that paper,
White.
baby. Show it to me, Yoshi. Hold up those printouts.
そうですね
Give me Red Mage. We haven't seen much Red
だ
Mage.
からこのタイミングでおしゃれ装備系とかもちょっとお見せしようかしら
While we're here, I do want to show off some glamour stuff.
Ooh,
なねちょっと予想っぽいやつ
そうですね。
very nice.
はい
Treasure map gear, yeah.
おしゃれ。
It's
まあ
probably
まさにおしゃ
treasure
れ
map.
ですね。
Treasure map or crafted, maybe.
あとはちょっと販売になると思いますけど、
Mm.
まあ
すごい。
Oh,
Omega
Omega. That's cool.
とかも
So this
That's cool.
might end
I
up
like
on
that.
the Maga station, but very Omega themed.
That is cool.
かっこよ。
I could see Crystal having a good time with those outfits.
お待たせしました。
Life will find
髪
a
型
way.
追加のリクエストが非常に多いということですね。対応始まりました。
And another news is thank you for waiting. I know we've had many requests about hairstyles, and so we have started work on it.
もともとは
Bunny heads? Bunny hair?
ちょっと2年を通して言われたので、でももともとはこのビエラとオスガの実装にあたって非常に特殊な仕様を使って
Are bunnies
状態
finally
を維
getting
持するので、
finally getting new hair?
髪とかは増やせないんですっていうお話をしてスタートしたんですけど、なんとかシステム改変を重ねてやってきたので、お待たせしたのは事実です。そのリクエストにお答えするまでに。ただ放置してたわけではないというだけ、すいません。開発チームのために申し添えておきます。はい。
And so, again, thank you for waiting. We will be able to implement some hairstyles for the Vieira and the Hrothgar. I know it's been a while since we've implemented those races, and it does feel like a long
Very nice,
time,
very nice. It's probably not going to be the whole collection, but
I do.
They're working on
that
it.
We have made it clear that it is a very unique structure, these two races, and so we made it clear from the get-go that it would be very difficult, if not feasible, to have a large variety of hairstyles available for these races. But we were able to continuously apply changes to the system, and so we are now at a place where we can start to address that. We understand there was a lot of requests for it, but please understand, it's not like we were like ignoring it. We weren't kind of like leaving it alone. We were working on it.
Very nice, very nice.
今回 6.0 ではまず
Now,
ビエラ女性の対応
now
が
it'll be a matter of
はいできましたの
if
で、
they can
ロ
ever
ス
add
側について
hats.
はすいません、さらに特殊な仕様なので、6.1 の方から、髪型追加をスタートさせていただきますので、そちらご了承ください。
So as of Endwalker's launch 6.0, we will have more hairstyles for the Vieira, the female Vieira, first of all. And then Hrothgar, I'm afraid they're even more complex or unique in terms of their sort of structure.
That makes sense, but they are working on it. I mean, that's a good sign.
Until 6.1, but we are working to address them.
ビエラ男性はもともとこっち側の仕様で作ってるので大丈夫ですよ。はい。
But that being said, Vieira males were designed like differently
With that mind,
from,
yeah.
Females,
Cool.
and we were already we had in mind the structure and making sure that we're going to be able to accommodate. So there's no real like limitation, so to speak, to the Vieira male hairstyles at this time.
さあではちょっとお見せしましょう。
Okay, so let
There we
us show
go.
you a few.
日本ではよくゆるふわって言われるやつ。
確かに。かわいい。
Very, I don't know, beach waves almost.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. I'd probably use that on one of my bunnies.
さらにいきますな。
Ooh.
おー。すごい。
Ooh. Nice. Lightning. Lightning.
Very reminiscent of a certain lightning.
I actually have that on a couple of my
そして
characters.
こちらも
Very nice.
優先対応。
Subi.
Of course, this was fairly high on the priority list.
Of course they had that to be.
待ってた人結構多かった。
Very
I'm sure a
cool.
lot of people were waiting.
Love a penguin mount. That would be cool.
で、もちろん。
ってことは
はい。
We'll probably get something pretty nice with the Leporids. The bunnies on the moon.
はい。 で繰り返しになりますが、すいません、ロスガルの方はさらに仕様が特殊でちょっと時間かかっておりますが、6.1から、いけると
Some
思います
nice new
ので。
hairstyles.
もう少々
Very nice to know that they're working on it.
So just to reiterate for Frothcars, I'm afraid their structure is quite unique. So it won't be available, or like we won't be
No
able
love
to
for
implement
9S.
changes
Yeah,
until,
it really does
6.1
look
and beyond.
pretty bad on just about everyone.
あとはまあせっかくなのでちょっとキャラはあまり関係ないですけど、あ、これはもうちょっと後で話すタイミングがあったわ。
わかりました。
あったわ。
はい。
思えばあったわ。はい。ではシステム系さらに進めていきましょう。続いてはスクリップが新たに追加されます。
はい。
クラフタースクリップ、ギャザラースクリップともに、鹿で合ってるよね。
はい、合ってます。
はい。
Dude, purple, okay.
So next up is new scripts for both Disciples of the Light and Hand, and it is the Purple Crafters and Gatherers scripts.
Basically, they're new tomestones. They're gonna run out of colors eventually.
そしてですね、アチーブメント、メディアツアーでも一部ご覧になった方いらっしゃるかもしれませんが、アチーブメントが大きくリニューアルされております。
New updates to the UI. Very nice, very
The
nice.
achievement UI, you may have seen some of this in some of the footage or coverage from the media tour.
Yeah, this
but
isn't
we
completely
have,
unknown. I don't
made
remember
updates
seeing
to the achievement
too many
UI.
screens of it, but
出して大丈夫ですよ。
take a look. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Ooh, that's
こんな
much
感じ
nicer.
の手帳風 UI に
Got your rewards nice and big on there.
So as you can see, it looks very much like a notebook or like a planner kind of design.
大丈夫。
Very nice, very nice.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。ちょっと確認。
They've added a near completion tab. Very cool. I know they had the recommended, but
Switching to the game screen.
Oh, he's got to make sure that they're not giving away any Endwalker achievements. Yeah.
おすすめ怖いな、本当怖いですからね。Yeah, sometimes achievement text is very dangerous.
会計1出してみるか。出してみるか。
切り替えますか？
はい。
はい。じゃあ PC 画面お願いします。
Yeah, much prettier.
ですね、
Not
プレ
too
イヤ
big
ー
of a
の皆
change,
さん、
but
冒険者の皆さんが、
you know, the important stuff is quite a bit larger now. Very cool.
旅の日記をつけてるかのように、していきたいということで、まあこういうちょっと手帳風な UI にすべて、変化させております。でまあもう一覧相変わらずこう左側でいろんなカテゴリー別に一覧で見れますし、まあ、もうすぐ達成っていうのを押すとですね、皆さんのキャラデータサーバーにこう通信に行ってちゃんと確認してっていうかなり、大規模に裏側も、変えております。
So as you can see, oops.
大丈夫です。
Have to hide the
the design
hide the
layout
Endwalker
has
stuff.
This very journal kind of look, and so the concept is that the adventurer, aka the player, is journaling their progress as they go through.
Everyone's turning in cookie biscuits
their
right now
adventures
here.
in Eorzea. And so, of course, you can always check the different categories on the left-hand navigator, but there is a tab for near completion, where we actually modified the back end so that it actually searches the database to sort which achievements you are almost at completion and lists it out.
で
achievement menu lore.
まあ、おすすめ報酬を押すと、
はい、
こんなアチーブメントに報酬ぶら下がってるよ
Apparently
って
the
いうのを
Excalibur Crystarium is like
おすすめしてくれるんですけど、
going
何が出て
ballistic
くる
right
か
now, burning
これ
leaves on coffee
サーバー次
biscuits.
第なんで怖くて押せないので
なるほど。
まあこんな感じでやってます。で、今画面が明るくなったのはすいません、クレーと思ってちょっとデバコマ使って天候を変えました。
So there's another tab, which is the recommended tab, which will show the different possible achievements and the rewards that are associated with them. I'm afraid to click on that one because I don't know what will show up, and I don't want to potentially spoil anything for you guys. So I didn't show it explicitly on the screen, but it is also similar to what the near completion tab would do. Is it would go communicate with the server and kind of pick up recommendations and display it on that journal page.
で今日本当はいろいろマウントもお見せしたかったんですけど、
はい
もうフレーバーテキストから何からねネタバレがやばすぎてもう全く見せられないので得点のあるようだけになりました。
Well, they haven't really announced too much with the
and I would have
allied
loved
races
to show
stuff.
You, like, additional, like,
So there's always a
mounts and things
possibility.
like that, but even the
We know the
flavor
Matonga.
text is very spoilery, so I'm afraid we were not able to show any.
Yeah, they said
So
the
right now you're
Matonga would be the
seeing,
crafter tribe. It's kind of assumed the Laporte will be will be one of them. But yeah, it's always a possibility that the Bongo might be
言っちゃったんですよ。
might end up being
so
one.
many mounts, new mounts, but yeah, unfortunately we can't show any.
Maybe not as a trust, but you know, an allied race tribe. That might be pretty cool.
So many.
I think people are surprised to see it. They're like, "Oh, I didn't know it flies."
潜れますねここに。
Music's so good. I love it already.
We can also dive as well because we have.
I
a
feel like
body of
that's been the
water.
biggest reveal so far. It's been the music. Some of these tracks are pretty solid.
この歌なんか若干ラヒっぽさあるよね。なんか素見あたりが歌い出しそうな印象がある。
ああ、なるほど。予約ですね。
Is it me or
Is
does
he
this
running around?
background music kind of remind me of the Raktika Great Wood where we're lucky? I can imagine Soken wanting to like sing this.
And he might.
なんか NPC だ
He might at the next Fan Fest. We never
や
know.
つはモードではないのでお気をつけください。
せやな、せやな。
I don't want to run into any like NPCs and spoil a story.
はい、今日はガチの開発サーバーですので最新データ
Or
の
Palem,
気
yeah.
をつけなければいけないです。
We just got build, so we gotta be really careful where we tread.
This feels like the music is very classic Final Fantasy. I love it. 5.2. Ooh.
ちょっとさ、一
Get ready.
回
カメラにしましょうか。はい。あ、いいですよ。
Yeah, most of the spoilers, like story stuff, was
怖いや。
was the launch trailer at the kind of near the beginning. After the unfortunate announcement about the delay, they did do the launch trailer. That was pretty story heavy, but most everything else hasn't been too spoilery.
はい、画面お願いします。
Yeah. Have some fun. You still got some pretty big moments ahead. I think you're gonna enjoy the rest of the ride. So keep us updated, man.
しか。もうね
Aw.、
こういうね、
Cute.
明らかにメインストーリー絡んでないでしょってやつしか出せないよね。
I have to be really careful. Even the minions that I pop up here, it has to be like clearly unrelated to the main scenario.
I like how it's almost as big as Yoshi's Lala.
これちょっと変わり種ですね。
おう、
Is that a bento?
ピクニックですか。
これはですね、設置型のやつですね。
ああ、
はい。
キャンプファイヤーの仲間。
そうですそうです。
This one is a placeable item. You place it on the ground,
That owns.
similar to like a
That's cool.
campfire type of thing.
なのでフ
Very nice.
ィールドでちょっとキャンプっぽい
はいはいはい。
感じにしてチャットしたりとかしようぜみたいな。
動くんだ。
そうそうそう。
So if you wanted to,
That's a pretty intricate picnic basket, man. I mean, look at all
like
those.
a campfire and like a
Look at all of that silverware.
and it moves too. It's very interesting, but
That's like the rich Englishman going to Africa in the 1800s.
本当もうなんだろう
Crab.
当たり障りないやつ
Crab.
出せないぞ
Love it.
it's such a hard choice. Like I had to pick one that really doesn't touch upon anything.
We can only show just animals. ね、無難な動物類し
I
か
love it.
ご紹介できませ
It's
ん。
good. Very nice.
なんじゃそれ。
でもダメだ
I love how
な
how intense Yoshi is right now, just like very carefully
Which one is
scouring his
not
his
potentially
basket
spoiled?
to
God.
not spoil us. This is the most intense and focused he's been all
よ
night.
しもうやめようマジでなんか怖くなってきた本当に
I think we've had enough. Yeah. Too scary to move on.
まあというわけでちょっとアチブメントのお話に戻りますけどやっぱりこうコツコツやって報酬を得る称号を得る達成していくっていう一つのこれもやっぱりコンテンツだと思っているのでアチーブメントに関してはこれからも使い勝手だったりとか気づきやすいようにとかっていうところは引き続き力を入れていこうと思ってますので、はい、アチーブメントの方でコンテンツを探したりね達成間近なものを達成し回ったりとかいろんなことをまたやっていただけたらなと思います。
So going back to the different achievements, we do want to encourage players to keep at it, work on it little by little to achieve these or obtain these different achievements, collect those accolades and reach those goals. And we believe it is a gameplay content that you can enjoy. So we do want to continue looking at it, making sure that it has good usability, and if there's anything that we notice, we do want to address them. So we would like for people to to try it out and to see that you can achieve some of these.
さあでは先進んでいきましょう。
はい、お願いします。
システム関連さらに続けてですね、楽器演奏中にグループポーズを展開したいというお声をいただいておりまして、こちら起動可能にさせていただきました。
Moving on, so this is G pose. There were a lot of requests for wanting to
Nice.
have
Sock and mode. Yeah.
Performance action available when they take screenshots with the group pose. So we have made it so that group pose can be activated.
I'm sure the songbirds are going to be pretty happy about that.
さらにですね、ちょっと特殊なんですけど、カンパニーアクションに衰弱軽減っていう効果があってですね、ちょっとこれやっぱりレイドを考えると実は地味に強すぎるので、まあこれがまあ Z も今作ってますけど、ちょっとこれを効果を変えさせていただいて、都市内スプリント効果時間延長というやつに置き換えました。
And then the next item you see here, the company action back
kind of a weird change, but okay. Anything that gets me around the cities faster, I won't complain about.
The company action that allows for you to, I guess it lessens the amount of like when you're running around, and it's I'm sorry, and so when you use it in the different raids, it tends to be a little OP, and we also have to consider ultimate content as well. So that's why we replaced it so that it is just for the extends the sprint duration within the city.
I want to know what ultimates he's running where res will actually do anything.
これを使っておくと、都市内スプリントが
If someone goes down in our raids, it's over.
こいつが切れる頃には
It's back to living liquid.
スプリントリキャスが戻ってきておりみたいな。
There's no res that's going to save that run.
なので、こちらを使ってですね、都市内を快適に過ごしていただければと思います。
So if this action is in effect, hopefully it will last while you have sprint affected, and then it'll continue until the next recast is ready.
そしてですね、 軍票交換品にですね、まあ、大量に余ってる方もいらっしゃると思うので、ランダムなミニオンマウントが入手できるボックスを交換品として追加しました。
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool.
And then the last point says items containing a random minion or mount will
Gotcha
be
boxes
added
as
to
part
the
of
brand
GC.
company seal exchange. I'm sure a lot of you still have a whole bunch of those brand company seals, so you can exchange it for.
I mean, yeah, it's
a
gotcha,
random
but
minion
finally something to use seals on. Did I buy Elden Ring? I have not yet. I honestly don't really pre-order a whole lot of games just because it's money. But I am super interested in it. Once it gets a little bit closer and we have a little bit more info, I'll probably give it a look. I'm not very good at like Souls-like games though, so
Oh, you gotta take notice. This is a
we'll see how that
random
goes.
minion or mount. It doesn't say it is guaranteed.
Can't wait for those indigo
試してみる。
花火が出てきたり
indigo
するのか
seals.
しら。
So it's not guaranteed that it's a minion or mount. You know, you might end up with like firecrackers again.
そちらは開けてみてのお楽しみとさせていただきたいと思います。
We're definitely getting just stacks of
That
indigo
is a
prisms
surprise
again.
for when you do exchange it and get those boxes.
But that is good. We needed something to actually spend our seals on. I've just been like buying glamour prisms.
結構大掛かりなものが、実装されますので、ご紹介しようと思うんですけど、まあまずはちょっと概念だけ僕の方で説明します。
お願いします。
So the next system update is quite a large undertaking, and of course we'll delve into the details, but I would like to kind of touch upon it and mention a brief overview.
インマーススパティアル。
イマーススパイスペシャルオーディオ。
I don't know too much about the embodies, but is this
というのに対応
like a competitor to Dolby Atmos maybe?
So, as it's written here, support for embodies immerse spatial
Yeah,
audio
I would
will
assume
be
that that's
added.
like a different version of
ではこ
Atmos.
ちら、優勝ではあるんですけど、
Bloodborne is easier.
どういった
Yeah,
も
see,
の
the
か
problem
という
is I
と
don't
で
have
す
any
ね、
consoles. I only have a Switch, so
耳の
I have to
形
wait
状
for
皆さん
everything to
一
hit
人一
PC
人の耳
first.
の形状に合わせて、
I know they've got the leaks of some potential stuff coming out early
そ
next
れに合わ
year.
せた音
I'm
の
pretty excited about a lot of that.
出力を
I'll be buying the 7 remake
そうする
when
と
it
で
hits
すね、なん
PC.
とお使いのヘッドフォンが
Supposedly pretty early,
360度から
pretty early
音が聞こえてくるようになる。画期的な
Yeah, so
謎
it's,
技
yeah,
術
this is just a competitor to Atmos, but that's pretty cool that they're adding it.
So this is, of course, a paid add-on product that you would purchase, but the technology of this immersive audio will kind of measure the shape of each of the player's ears, I guess. And based on that shape, the game side will kind of match the soundscape, so to speak, to provide that sort of 360 immersive sort of sound.
これね、うちのサウンドチームがやりたい
なるほど。
ということでですね、肝入りでございます。
これ
And this was
Yeah, Atmos is really cool. If you've never been in like an
sound
actual
team was
Atmos
very
theater.
excited about this technology, and they were the ones who
So like
recommended,
Atmos, like if you go into a normal like movie theater, you usually have like the
it is, definitely,
two rows along the side of speakers, but for Atmos, they actually have a couple rows above you as well. And when they mix it, instead of just mixing left to right or channels like that, they essentially do a 3D rendering, and individual objects within their spatial sound, like they create a physical object for that in their sound mix. So if it like flies over you, they can actually basically drag that object above the field and actually like make it sound like it's going over you. So like if you got like a TIE fighter or something like that, they can make a TIE fighter object in the sound space and like literally drag it around wherever they want. It's really cool.
Please enter Mr. Masayoshi Soken.
Hey,
our
Soken
sound
time. Here we
director.
go. Here we go.
お疲れです。お疲れ様です。いや
Hello, hello.
There he is. Let's give it up for Soken.
すいません。
I know you
リ
guys
テイ
are having
ク
such a hard time.
多くてすいません。
いえ、でもローンチトレーラーがね、なんせ
よ。
ごめんなさい。今これを押してなかっ
All
た。
right, I gotta listen to
I'm
this.
sorry.
For sure.
But yeah, Dev, we're kind of slammed right now, aren't we? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry for so many retake orders.
そうなんですよ。ローンチトレーラーがね、結構あれもギリギリまでね、粘って楽しんでいただけましたでしょうか。
And yeah, same goes for the launch trailer too. We were working on that till the last minute. How did everybody like it?
ちょっとね、中盤以降にダーンってかかる曲をどっちの曲にするかでちょっとね、でもこっちまあそっちもわかるけど、みたいなちょっと一回翻訳。
I know, right? Like, with that song in the middle, like we were so torn on we wanted that song well, but that other song sounded really cool too.
They're all gonna be
今
good.
回もね、素敵な
I think the expectations are as high for the music as anything.
12月3日のアーリーね、お楽しみくださいということで、まあそれはさておき。
Of course, this time around too, we really worked hard on bringing you like really nice audio and sound. So please look forward to early access December the 3rd. But yeah, we're here to talk about something else today.
さっきのその、イマーススペシャルオーディオっていうもの
Yeah, he's gonna talk a little bit about how it works, I
ちょっと
guess.
説明しに来たんですけども。
I mean, he's their sound designer. He's not just a composer. Like he handles all of the sound aspects of it.
で
So
すね、
to be something he
早い
does.
話、3D オーディオってやつなんですよ。
So to put it into like a shorter phrase, it's basically like 3D audio.
世の中にはさまざまなまあサラウンドシステムがあるんですね。
Of course, we have various surround sound available right now.
例えば、まあ、物理的にスピーカーをたくさん置く 5.1 チャンネルのシステムだったり、それから映画館で聞くようなドルビーアトモスとかいう仕組みだったりとか、まあそんなように、まあ要はステレオで聞くんではなくて、まあサウンドに包まれるっていう、まあ、そういうシステムが多数存在してます。
For example, I'm sure you're familiar with 5.1 sound, where you place different speakers to provide that sort of surround sound. You also have the Dolby Atmos, which you can find in various movie theaters. But there are different like audio like speaker technology that allows for you to hear sound, not just in like a 2-channel stereo, but to be surrounded by sound.
これは何をまあ目的としたものかというと、まあ我々人間リアルの世界です、まあ過ごしてる時っていうのは、やっぱね音っていうのはもちろん360度前後左右上下から聞こえてくるので、まあそれをなるだけまあそういう風に鳴らそうよと映画館でねっていうことをまあ目指したシステムがまあサラウンドシステムっていう、まあそもそもの概念なんですね。
And the reason why these different speaker technologies were developed was because, of course, as humans, as we are in real life, we hear sound from all over, 360 degrees. So like front, back, left, right, up and down. And so with these different like surround sound technologies in like audio as well as like movie theaters, we tried to aim for recreating that kind of surround sound, and that's kind of like the fundamental like thinking behind surround sound in general.
で、まあそういった製品今までファイナルファンタジー14推奨商品の中のカテゴライズでサウンド商品として、まあサラウンド製品っていうのは結構ねこの間もパナソニックの物理スピーカーのサウンドシステム
全然買えないやつ。
Yeah, so he's basically explaining what I was talking about earlier about like physically creating the 3D space. It's really cool.
And of course, with these different sound equipment, Final Fantasy XIV has endorsed these, so to speak, as like recommended products, sound products. You may be familiar with the Panasonic sound bars and things like that, the ones that are highly coveted at this point because they're sold out. Panasonic, could you please make more of these? But yes.
でこれはまあその物理的に音をまあ360度に配置してそれを聞きましょうっていうシステムなんですね。
And so for these speaker and audio systems, we would literally place the different sounds in the 360 or like in a particular position within that sort of 360 sphere in order for the person to kind of hear it.
Mm-hmm.
でそれを結局聞くときって人間の耳2つじゃ
Yeah,
ない
the
ですか。
big downside with it is that it has to be mixed properly for
And
you
when a
to really
human
get the
being
full
listens
effect.
to these different sounds placed in different areas, the only input you have are your two ears.
つまり人間は四方八方
Yeah, so they can fire them all at different
二
rates
つ
so it
の
all
耳
hits
で
your ear at the same time, becomes less muddled. Yeah,
Which
it's
means
a lot of
humans
work, but
actually
it's pretty
distinguish
cool.
where
Mhm.
these different sound is coming from the different directions with these two ears.
2つの耳で360度が分かる仕組みっていうのをソフトウェアで再現したのがこのイマーシブスペシャルオーディオになります。
So this technology that we are introducing at this time kind of replicates that human ear, the function of the human ears to recognize the different positions within that 360 degree range.
Yeah, using different
and
firing rates,
recreate it
positioning.
via a
Yeah.
software.
Yeah,
でこれ
it's
人
pretty
間の
cool.
耳ってまあ吉田直樹イヤーも
Apparently they have a tech demo up on
同
Embodies
じプロフ
YouTube
ァイルを
page
使って
too.
も同じ耳の形をしてないんで同じプロファイルを使っても同じ 3D 効果、要は上にあるのか下にあるのかとか、同じプロファイルを使ってもわからないんですね。
Of course, with the human ear, we each have different shapes. Like Naoki Yoshida's ears are different from Masayoshi Soken's ears. And so just simply applying a blanket like profile and using the same profile doesn't necessarily yield the same exact like 3D effect. And it's you can't distinguish it.
でこのイマーススペーシブオーディオスペーシャルオーディオ聞いてるが何をするかというと、耳の写真をパシッと撮りましてそれをこの会社のサーバーに送ると、それぞれの人に特化パーソナライズされたそのプロファイルを送ってきてくれるんです。
Yeah, and I know like the really expensive like
And so
Bose
what this
sound bars, like the Bose
immersed
700,
spatial
has
audio
something pretty
does
similar too.
Is you would take a picture of your ear and send it to Square Enix's server, and based on that information, the software returns back to you the personalized like sound profile.
まあだからすごい簡
The
単
higher
に
end
言う
Bose
と
sets have like a headset you wear, so when you set up different speakers, it actually measures the distance to adjust the
そ
firing
の
rate.
耳の写真から耳の形を
Yeah, this is basically like the
データ化し
headphone
て
version of that too.
解析してあなたの耳こういう
It'd be
形だからこう
interesting.
い
It won't be
う
for
音の
everyone.
ス
Some
レスレ
people
や
don't care.
360度から音がってるように聞こえるように
But
し
it's
と
kind
い
of cool
た
that
か
they're
ら
willing to try like the new
手に返し
technologies
と
and
くね
stuff for
っ
that.
てそうするとあら不思議いつものヘッドセットなのにものすごい360度から音が聞こえるようになるという魔法のソフトウェア。
So to put it into layman's terms, so you would take a picture of your ear and then send it in, and that is turned into data and it's analyzed. And so based on the shape of your ear, if the sound comes out in this certain manner, it'll sound like sound is coming from 360 degrees all over the place. And that data information goes back into 14 so that you'd be listening to the game audio from your PC with your regular headset, but lo and behold, it's more immersive and it has that surround sound feel. It's almost like magic, huh?
でこれがですね、もともとそのエンボディっていう会社が、
スタートアップでやってたんですよ、だけどそれだとどうしてもね14との食い合わせがちょっto
I'm curious how they're going to implement it because apparently Embody does have a $15 a year sub. I don't know if it is going to run the game through the software or how it's going to work. You're going to have to create, you know, a new sound device in Windows or something, but...
And so the company that made this technology, Embody, they're a startup, and they have done different works, but it still didn't mesh with 14 when we initially tried it out. So the sound team fed back to them, you know, we might want to tune it so that it meshes with 14 a little better. And they were excited about it. They turned around and said, yeah, we'll do it. And it took us 2 years to develop this.
じゃあちょっとスライドを。
はい。
Yeah, I mean, it takes a long time.
で、
Yeah.
まあどう使うかっていうとめちゃくちゃ簡単で、まあ、そのエンボディ社のサイトで、まあライセンスを購入していただいて、
Yeah, so they
まあ自分
first
の耳
have
の写真を送って、
Yeah.
プロファイルを作ってもらったら、もうあとはゲーム内のコン
Yeah,
フ
so
ィグ
it
を
looks like it's 15 a
するだ
year.
けです。
Kind of weird, but
And just to walk through how this would how to implement this into incorporate this into the game is that you would go to Embody's site and purchase the license for the software and then send a picture of your ear, and then they would create the spatial profile and then send it back. And then on the game side, you just need to go into the configuration window, and there should be an option that allows for you to turn that function on.
でこれはですね、どんなヘッドホン、どんなイヤホン、どんな耳でも効果が出るものなので、結構試してみたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
this is
And,
the
we
point where
believe
we're
that
starting to get to
this
the
technology will
all the
work
merch teams.
for
I won't
any
complain
type
about
of
Socken
headset,
being here
any
and
type of headphones,
talking
earphones,
technical audio
ear
stuff.
shape. And so from the sound team's perspective, we definitely want to see and see how this turns out.
でまあこれ当然その吉田さんもやってみてくださいよって言われてプロジェクトマネージャーに耳の写真撮ってもらってやったんですけどまあすごかったですよ。びっくりする。なんかほんとステレオでしか聞こえなかったはずなのにもうなんかフィールド歩いてると四方八方から音が来るんでマジで謎技術すげえって。
And so, of course, I was told, Yoshida-san, you should try it too. And so I had my assistant producer take a picture of my ear and we sent it in. But it is quite surprising. I could have swore it was a stereo, and I could hear that.
Yeah, I do
with
have to
this
wonder how it's gonna
turned on.
how much is gonna
I can
rely on the
actually
headphones that you
hear the
use
different
too, you know?
sounds, in the field coming from different directions. So it's quite a mysterious technology here, but I was definitely
I don't know if you would need like
で
a
まあ
separate sound card
高いんでしょ
or
とかいろいろ気にされてる
a
んで
really nice pair of
スライ
Sennheisers
ド
or
進
something.
めてですねまずどういうこっちゃというかどういう流れかというとですねこんな感じです。
I'm sure people are wondering, like, oh,
Be
it must be
$20,
expensive
okay.
and whatnot. So let us go through the details.
You get 20% off with pre-order.
まあ
Okay.
無料体験がね
Oh, you get a
14
14-day
日
free
間あ
trial.
るん
That's
で
kind of cool.
まあ一回
I'll
ど
give
れ
it a
どれ
shot.
普段
試してみよう
そう、イヤホンでやってるぞっていう人はちょっとやってみたらいいかなと思います。
So they offer a 14-day free trial. So, I mean, if you are curious, and just to test it out, even with your earphones, they do have it available to at least check it out.
あ、そう、買い切りです。
Yeah.
課金するとかないです。一回
Yeah,
買っ
I'll
た
give
ら
it
終
a
わり。
shot.
Oh, and just to let you know, it's not a subscription service. It is a
Oh yeah, the new
one-time
PS5,
purchase.
the
さっきコ
headsets.
メント
Yeah.
でちょっとあったんです
I've heard they're really nice.
PS5 もやってるじゃん。 確かに PS5 もあるんですけど、
Mhm.
ちょっと仕組みが違って、その頭部伝達係数って言われてる。
And even so, even so, he's
翻
talking
訳が
about
大
it.
変
Yeah.
ですね。なんつったらいいの HRTF って言うんですけど、まあ、HRTF って訳してください。で、それがですね、PS5 だと5段階しかないんですよ。つまり、ざっくり5種類の人間に対してのプロファイルしかないんですよ。でもこのイマーススペーシャルオーディオは個人個人なんですよね。だからだいぶその 3D の聞こえ方が結構チューンアップされてるとこが特徴なんですね。
So there were some comments about how, the PS5 has something very similar. And yes, there is a similar sort of technology that's built into their audio, but it's a little different from what Embody does. There's a HRTF profile, and apparently there's like 5 different variations available for the PS5. So basically speaking, there's like profiles that fit 5 particular individuals. But with Embody's technology, they will take a look at your actual ear shape and analyze the output of the audio. So it's very personalized. So it's quite different.
まあ音って分かりづらいから、まあ、何やともあれその2週間
That's gotta be a weird job, man. Just like looking at people's ears.
やっちゃおうっていう、まあ軽い気持ち
In
で
any situation where you're not a doctor, I feel like that's just kind of entering like a forbidden realm of the internet.
So I think just rather than trying to explain it away, I think just it's no commitment, like 14-day free trial. Just if you're curious about the technology, I think it's worth giving a try.
まあでも本当ゲーム内でねポチッとするだけで対応されるし、まあ、まずは本当14日間の体験版をね14のプレイヤーのために提供してくださってるので、
そうですね、
まあこれをやってみてですね、ああこんななんだろう安い俺のヘッドホンすげえことになったわーって思ったら正式購入してもらえればいいので。
I mean, again, there's a 14-day, 2-week free trial, so
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a
try
shot
out,
once
and if
once
you're
early
surprised,
access starts,
like,
for sure.
Wow, my cheap headphones sound so wonderful now with this technology, and it's a very simple implementation once they have your data. So again, just I would recommend just trying it out and see.
どこに耳の写真を送ればいいのってなんかです詳細はもう一個はなんだ
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Why
一回ちょっ
not?
と動画見てもらった方がいいか
I'll take a picture of my ear and send it in.
So people were asking, okay, so where do I send a picture of my ear? So we brought a video.
Oh, no.
I think maybe
Here
it
we
might
go.
be best to look at that and see.
じゃあ何やともあれ一回動画見てもらって
見てもらいましょう。
はい
どうぞ。
エンボディとファイナルファンタジー14のサウンドチームはファイナルファンタジー14のプレイヤーに画期的な360度空間オーディオ体験をもたらすイマースゲームパックを発表しました。
ファイナルファンタジー14では今まで様々なサラウンドサウンドをご提供してきましたけども、ついにイマーシブオーディオの実装になります。ファイナルファンタジー14にカスタマイズされた、そしてあなたの耳にカスタマイズされたイマーシブオーディオ、ぜひお楽しみください。
Immerse is unlike any other spatial sound you've heard because it's personalized to how you hear sound in the real world. It all begins with a picture of your right ear.
エンボディのマシンラーニングアルゴリズムは個人独自の耳の形を分析し、音が鼓膜に届くまでの変化を把握。パーソナライズされたプロファイルはすぐにダウンロード可能です。サウンドメニューにあるイマーススペーシャルオーディオを有効にします。
Just grab your favorite headphones and start playing.
今回実装されたイマーシブオーディオで、
And actually she is not.
今までとは違ったサウンド体験ができると思いますんで、皆さんぜひ楽しんでみてください。
I mean, we're entering about that like 2 o'clock in the morning infomercial area, so.
このさ、エイプリルフールの動画がさ、深夜の通販番組しか
正月みたいな。
I'm sorry, it reminds me of one of those like April Fool videos that we or like some kind of infomercial.
俺が真面目な感じで出てくるとうさんくさくてしょうがないの本当。
I know. I come out there with a serious face, and it just seems so fishy.
あとなんかコメントで耳垢掃除しなきゃとか耳毛剃らなきゃとかすごいなんかいろいろなんか耳のメンテナンスをしなきゃいけないようなこと書いてあったんですけど、別にまあメンテナンスは普通にまあ日常生活レベルしていただいて別になんか特別何かしなきゃいけないってことないですよ。もういつも通りのお耳で結構です。笑っちゃって。
I think it's losing it. Oh, I love it.
Man, the comments apparently are like people flooding the comments with like, oh my gosh, I have to clean out my earwax or I have to shave my ear hairs. Maintenance, of course, please feel free to practice good ear hygiene and maintenance as you regularly would do, but there's no need to especially prepare your ear in order for them to analyze your ear shape.
というわけで、まあ謎技術のご紹介でしたが、やってみたら本当に簡単なので、改めてね、ここですって URL とか出しますんで、そちらを参考にぜひ体験版の方試してください。サウンドチームがこだわってね、そのパーソナルデータを14にこう自動的にサウンドドライバー側で吸収して、それを360度さらに再現するっていうことを徹底的にこだわって。
So I wonder if for this section, you know, the merchandise and all that, I wonder if they're going to, wonder if they're going to show off the Terra statue. I was talking with the Discord earlier that they might. $2,800 statue. They need some place to show it off.
Share information on details and the relevant URL following this. So again, it's just try it out if you feel like with the free trial, if it's worth putting your investment in there, it'd be great if you could try it out, purchase it, because the sound team has worked really hard to work with the Embody team to make sure we have these personal sound profiles absorbed into or like taken into the game. And it is integrated really well, and they worked really hard to make sure that we could recreate that sort of 360-degree immersive sound. So again, we hope that you try it out, and if you do like it, we would suggest we would urge you to consider to make a purchase.
一個だけいいですか？ファイナルファンタジー14、まあ9からまあいろんなターゲットに対してリリースしますよっていうタイトルで。
Apparently the Embody website for the trial has already gone down from being flooded with the Final Fantasy crowd.
なんかやっとね、サウンド
Can't load the page
をね、なんかこう作っといてよかったなって思いました。あるみたいな。
I did want to mention with Final Fantasy XIV and the original version, because we were thinking about releasing this into like towards different target audiences, and so we looked to surround sound technology and developing multi-channels, and I've been tinkering with it since 10 years ago, and finally we were able to implement something that fully utilizes that. And so I'm so glad that we worked on some kind of surround sound like system in our game. I am glad. The end.
If only they can figure out how to fix it when something accidentally gets unplugged and tries changing your audio
like
channel.
Long time, but at the same time it felt very short.
It's still like one of the parts of Final Fantasy that just refuses to work. It does not like sound changes.
方が今もちょいちょいいるんですけど、プレイステーション5はもともと360度なるんで、我々14も PS5 版そうしてあるんで、ヘッドホンをいいやつ買ってくれればバッチリ360度から聞こえるんで大丈夫です。使わなくてもなってるんでもうはい。
I know I see comments about, well, what about the PlayStation version? And I do want to remind you, PlayStation 5 does have the technology in it already implemented. You need to get really good headphones for that one, but we do have the 360 surround sound available for the PlayStation version. So.
はい。じゃあ、そげんちゃん、ありがとうございました。あり
がとうございました。
なんか、
Thank you so much.
なんか、プレイヤーの皆さんに。
なんかね、いろいろありましたけど、私はすこぶる元気でございますんで、なんか変な感じな。ご安心ください。ご安心ください。はい、元気でございます。元気に開発しておりますんで、行月のフィナーレ遊んでください。よろしくお願いします。
So a comment. I know a lot happened, but hey, I'm fine. I'm doing good.
Yay.
And so please rest assured. I guess is it weird to say please rest assured? But anyways, I'm fine now. So I am continuing my work with the development team, and so
very good.
It's Endwalker. When it releases, I hope people play with it. Thank you.
なんかニコニコ生放送別の番組に乗っ取られてんだけど。
Oh no, Nico. I think has been taken over by some other programming. Oh my god, what happened?
エキスポってなんだろう。なんか公式さんなんか我々まだ放送終わってないですよ。なんかどっかに飛ばされたぞ。
Don't want to go. Oh yeah. Oh no, we've been kicked off.
ソケンちゃんのいい挨拶中にニコニコだけ急になんか別番組に突っ込んだ。
生放送ならでは。何が起きてるんですかこれ。音も出てないんだニコニコ。そうなんだ。じゃあなんか繋がなきゃね。
いや一旦休憩ちょっと電話で問い合わせるとか言ってるから一回ちょっと休憩挟んで戻しを待って。
Oh, Nico shut him off. Oh no.
一旦ニコニコの人はね、YouTube なり Twitch なり一回退避。
We might have to work with the Nico Nico team to get us back online. So I know YouTube and Twitch are still alive, but I think we need to take a. Or are we back?
Go.
Oh, we are going to take a break. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, we will take a break to sort out this technical difficulties. Sorry, awkward. Awkward.
Like how she's still, they're all there. Still translating.
聞こえなかったっぽいので。元気ですって。
はい、僕は元気です。心配無用ですよ。もうバリバリ元気で開発やってるんで、行月のフィナーレ遊んでください。以上です。はい。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Soken-san.
Thank you, Sogen. Good to see him again.
恐ろしいこともあるもんだね。
Really scary.
なんかあれってよくあるあれだよね。番組をこう次の番組に飛ばす機能だよね。
だと思うんですけどね。
もしかして3時半でどっかにスイッチされたのかしら。
タイミング的に
はそんな感じだった。
Seems like we hit 3:30 p.m. and it just automatically switched to another program for some reason.
Okay. Well, you know.
ありがとうございました。
As tends to happen.
魔法ですね。つまり魔法です。
さあ、では引き続きラストスパートに行きましょうか。
はい、お願いします。
続いては大丈夫だよね。続けて大丈夫かい？あれ？挟みます？
We're almost at 5 hours at this point. This is definitely the longest YouTube stream I've ever done. So we're in it, boys. We're here until they shut us down, I guess. YouTube's like 10 or 12 hours or something, I think. We got time.
じゃあすいません。10分ほど休憩いただきます。3時 45分
I've just been watching the HoloLive Sports
この
Festival.
休憩は、ちょっと流せるだけ
Or
過
Polka.
去に流したいろんな
Can't,
映像をまた
can't stay
懐
alive.
かしい映像を見ようじゃないかとご覧いただければと思います。So now we want to confirm every streaming works.
If we're streaming, okay.
So
I see more paper.
Break, so we are
I see more paper. What else can he show us?
3:45 in Japan time. ではちょっと休憩で失礼します。
All right. So we'll go ahead and I guess we're taking another break. So we'll be back at 45. Switch back here. We're gonna be coming back here in a second. They're just doing the commercials and stuff right now. So apparently Rich just splurged on the Final Fantasy guitar because they showed a commercial of it. I want that guitar so much, but since I left my job last month, I can't afford the $3,500. That's more than twice my current guitar. That's a little bit much. I would have totally bought it if I still had a regular paying job. It is a very nice Strat, and I don't own any Fender Strats, so I mean it would definitely be a nice one to add to the collection. But yeah, Rich saw it and was just like, I'm buying it, and he did it right on stream apparently. All right, so they should be coming back pretty soon. They also showed off that massive Crystarium Lego. That was pretty cool. That was impressive. I have not seen that video before, so dude just made a custom Crystarium with just a giant tower. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it.
Much for coming back to Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live, part 67. 第67回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレター
Yeah, we're pretty much at like the merchandising section of the game
の確認は無事が
of the live letter.
もう大丈夫だと思います。Yeah, we just coming back to normal, so yeah, everything should be fine. さてそれでは最終パートに参りましょう。
そうですね、最終パートは、パワーポイントいきましょうか。ハウジングアップデートについてです。
Nice. Here we go. Clarifying some of the lottery system.
Into the housing updates.
ではパワーポイント進めていただいて、新たなハウジングエリア、
Yeah, they announced this in the special site not too long ago. It was kind of a stealth update, but they gave the official name.
So first of all, the name is Imperium. Of course, it's located in Ishgard, but the name of our new housing residential district has been determined.
ですね、まずこちら商店街をベースにしたエリアとなっております。
And the new area will be based on the firmament.
で、今回は通常街24区、拡張街24区を同時に追加予定です。
And with this implementation, we will have 24 wards plus 24 subdivisions.
個数で言うと1000
これだけ計算しましたよね。
この前計算しましたよね。
1440ぐらいでしたっけ。
1140 1440
And so looking at it as like a number of houses that can potentially be built or estates that could be built is 1,440.
で、パッチ 6.0 から、土地は空いてますので見学は可能です。ただし、皆さんのプレイが落ち着くパッチ 6.1 から販売を開始させていただきます。
Oh, nice. So yeah, we'll be able to go in, check out the plots. That's usually pretty common.
The location
Patch
will
6.1
be
is
available to look at.
Have fun. If you've never done Housing Savage, it's a
land.
It's wild. Now they will have the lottery system, which is nice.
6.1 after
but that's going to be a
gone through.
It's going to be wild.
そしてですね、この、新しいハウジングエリアの実装に伴って、新しい土地販売システムを開発してきております。
So with this housing update, we have been working to develop a new land purchase system.
まずその、販売システム今日詳しくお話ししますが、それに向けてですね、いろいろ準備が始まっていくので、そこから説明させていただきます。
はい。
Of course, we will go into the detail of this new system, but before that, there are several things that we need to prepare for beforehand. So let me go through those steps first.
まずですね、整備中の土地への引っ越しを 6.0 から、廃止させていただきます。
Oh, wow.
So,
wow.
relocation to land that is not yet ready for purchase will no longer be available as of 6.0.
That's huge and good. It's a very good thing.
この後説明する抽選システムを聞いていただければ分かるので、ちょっと割愛して。で次にですね 6.1 からになりますが、今時間経過によって土地価格が少しずつ下がるっていう仕組みがあるんですけど、もうほぼ実質機能してないので
Land evaluation will be removed, yeah.
ちょっと待ってくだ
Yeah, that was huge. Last time they opened up some last time they opened up the new wards on Balmung, there were a couple people that would just constantly relocate, wait the 5-minute timer, then relocate again, just so that they could set all of the empty plots on the 24-hour timer, because when they initially go out, they don't have that timer. So yeah, so someone was purposely going through trying to set off as many plots as they could on the timer, and yeah, that's a good change. That's a very good change. It does suck if you're going to be trying to upgrade. I mean, let's not beat around the bush on it. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, if you are trying to upgrade from a small to like a medium or a large, obviously that's going to be a problem. But again, with the lottery system, you know, with the lottery system, you'll still have a chance. Yeah, very, very good change. I'm excited about that.
なんかね、それと同時にですね、我々の上のフロアなのか下のフロアなのかからなんか突貫工事みたいな音が来た。
They're having issues with Amy's Amy's sound, yeah.
あ、繋がったっぽいぞ。
すみません。
あゆみさん聞こえますか？大丈夫です。
大丈夫そうだ。
会社携帯のなんだろう、iPhone を使って。フェイスタイムは今ストリームの方も持ってきて
大丈夫ですよ。
ありがとうトニー。
大丈夫。
テザリングしたっていうことをお知らせしようと思ったんですけど I'm so sorry. Our connection dropped on the Los Angeles office.
Oh no. Okay.
アメリカオフィス側のネットワークの問題だったんですね。
ネットワークでした。
なるほど。じゃあちょっとおさらいを改めて、まず 6.0 でこの新しい土地販売システムに向けて準備を進めます。 6.0 では整備中の土地への引っ越しというのを廃止させていただきます。まず
So just backtracking for the translation, we are going to be making preparation in the lead up to the housing update. 6.0, we will stop allowing for relocation to land that is not ready for purchase.
そしてですね、もともとカウントダウンオークションというシステムでですね、時間経過によって、空いてる土地の値段が少しずつ下がっていくっていうシステムを実装してるんですけど、事実もうほぼ合ってないような状態になっているので、抽選販売システムのためにも、この土地価格の値下げシステムっていうのを廃止させていただきます。これ 6.1 です。
And then next is going to be implemented as of 6.1. Land devaluation will be removed. So basically the countdown auction, it was there, but not really there. Mm-hmm. And so with the preparation for this new lottery system, we've decided to remove this devaluation.
それからですね、パッチ 6.1 で、フリーカンパニー加入直後にメンバーへ土地購入の権限付与っていうのがまあ今できるんですけど、あと FC マスターを買って渡したりですね、これ、ちょっと一部土地の不正売買に使われてしまってるので、これらの、加入してからの時間制限とかをかけて制限をさせていただきます。
Next item is also going to be for 6.1, but it will no longer be possible to grant brand new free company members authorization to purchase land or the rank of free company master. Right now, you are able to
they're just hammering the resellers. I love it. I love to see it.
Members that newly join a free company and or like pass on the rank of free company master to another player so that it
get rid of the resellers, get rid of the secondary market.
Different plots of land. So in order to mitigate that issue, we've decided to add a sort of restriction, add some kind of like a time needs to elapse before somebody's allowed to use those rights.
そしてパッチ 6.1 で同時に、抽選販売、土地の抽選販売システムというのを導入させていただきます。
And again, this is for 6.1, but at the same time as all of these different preparations are going on at 6.1, we will be implementing a lottery system.
はい。まずですね、この土地の抽選販売システムっていうのは、我々開発チーム、運営チームがもうすべての土地に対して適用することもできるし、この区画は土地、抽選システム、この区画は、これまで通りの早い者勝ちっていうふうに、全部1個ずつパラメーターで設定できるように作りました。
So this base system of the housing like land purchase lottery system is developed so that whenever the development or live operations team go into the back end, they can select whether this will be applied to all of the plots of land, or we can select a range. Like, for example, a certain ward would be designated as lottery only, whereas another section of the residential area would be first come, first serve. And the development and operations side will be able to set those parameters.
で、今のところ圧倒的に抽選販売の割合を多くする予定なんですけど、それでも一部その早い者勝ちっていうのを残した方がいいのかどうかはまだ議論中で、まあ今日いろいろお話ししてから皆さんのコミュニティのご意見とかも見つつ、6.1 までに決めていこうかなと思ってます。基本的には土地の販売、抽選販売システムの方をメインにしようと思ってます。
So right now, a majority of the lands that will be available will probably implement this lottery system, but we do want to keep an eye out to see if there is a need to have even a limited area available for first come, first serve. And we still are in the midst of debate for pros and cons on that matter. So I would like to actually get your feedback as well. If you wanted to kind of bring your insight on the lottery or first come first serve basis, we would like to also take that into consideration with our continued discussion on this topic.
そうですね。早物勝ちは負担がでかいので、今のところコメントを拝見してると、もう全部抽選でいいよっていう声が圧倒的に多そうではあります。
It's interesting. It's good to see kind of the comments seem to agree that having it first come first serve puts a lot of strain on the players. So a lot of the comments do seem to be in favor of the lottery system.
はい。ではまず抽選へ応募する条件からご説明していきますが、個人用の土地とですね、フリーカンパニー用の土地と2通りあるので、それぞれまず前提です。抽選に参加できるかどうかという条件を出しましょう。
Here's the info.
So next
the
up
specifics.
is, we're going to go into the different lottery system details, and it does differ a little bit depending on if you're looking for a private plot versus one for your free company. So let us go into each of them.
いずれかのクラスジョブレベルが50以上で、続いてグランドカンパニーの階級が、こちらのそれぞれこちらの通りの階級が必要です。
So as a fundamental like prerequisite in order to even enter the lottery for a private lot, your character must have at least one class or job at level 50 or above.
Yeah.
And your character
That's all
must
pretty
hold
standard.
the Grand
That
Company
most of
rank
this hasn't
second
changed.
lieutenant or above.
そしてですね、同一
See if they
サ
change the
ービスア
prices
カウ
at
ン
all.
トの別キャラクターがそのワールドの土地を持っていないというのが条件になります。いやいや、そのキャラクター土地持ってる場合参加できるのかよっていうのは引っ越しのための応募になってるので。
And quest requirements.
So another character on the same service account must not own a plot on the same world, though you may enter the lottery for the purpose of relocating to a new plot.
で、あと補足ありますけど、白金の土地購入とエンピレアルムの土地購入はメインクエストの進行状況が必要なので、そこはお忘れなくよう。
And of course, there is a disclaimer here. In order to purchase a plot in Imperium or Shirogane, players must first complete the main scenario quest, Litany of Peace, and Not Without Incident, respectively.
続いてフリーカンパニー用の土地のお話です。はい。
Next up is the free company plots.
まずフリーカンパニーに所属していて、そのフリーカンパニーの中で土地の購入、放棄の権限を持ってるかどうか。
And so the prerequisite for this one is the character must be a member of a free company with authorization to purchase and relinquish land.
そしてですね、所属フリーカンパニーのメンバー数が4人以上でフリーカンパニーランクが6以上必要です。
And then free company must have at least 4 members and be a rank of 6 or above.
そして同一サービスアカウントの別キャラクターがそのワールドでフリーカンパニー用の土地購入者になっていないというのが条件になってます。
I'm loving this. Apparently a whole lot of people just flooded the Reddit Discord, the housing selling Discord, just to laugh. And I love it. I love it. Get rid of, you know, all of the worst people in the game. Housing resellers, RMT, get rid of people advertising that you have to have mods to join a raid. I've seen so many people with trig requirements in UU lately. Like, get rid of them. Yeah, I'm loving this. This is like all of the stuff that I wanted in my housing video that I made, what, 3 years ago now? It's perfect.
And of course, we mentioned earlier about how the development and operations team can designate which areas would be sold only by lottery versus
and that'll be
those
pretty
that
huge
are
too.
first come, first
They
served.
actually have some kind of
We've
manual
also
feedback on it.
adjusted the system back end so that the development and operations team can also designate whether a certain area in the residential districts is available for personal estates versus free company estates. So we would like to use that as a tool to kind of monitor the situation of player housing and make adjustments as needed.
さてではその土地の抽選販売システムについて、説明していこうと思います。はい。
Next up is the actual flow of the lottery system.
まずこの抽選販売のシステムっていうのにはスケジュールっていうものがあります。まず。
So first, there will be a sort of schedule for land purchasing lottery.
で、このスケジュールは全てのワールドで、全てのハウジングエリアで共通のものになっているので、例えば A ワールドが今抽選中で、B ワールドは抽選が終わってるみたいなことはないです。常に全部一緒です。
And so this lottery schedule will be shared across all
It'll be pretty
worlds
similar
and
to
all
Cactbot, I
housing
bet.
areas. So we won't have like particular world A having their lottery system going on versus like world B will not.
Yeah, they'll make it
have,
pretty uniform, at least for
the
first.
Schedule happening at the same time.
ではそのスケジュールっていうのをちょっと見ていくことにしましょう。まず、最初に応募期間っていうのがあります。数日間になってます。この期間中に空いている土地のサインボードからこのハウス土地の抽選購入に申し込むっていうのを応募していただいて、その際に抽選番号を受け取ります。
Several day period, which is good. Gives everyone a chance across all time zones.
Schedule. So we have this lottery period where you can apply for to sign up for this lottery. Whenever there is a plot available, players can view a plot's placard and enter the lottery, and then you would receive an entry number.
これは当然なんだろう。こう抽選期間を数日間設けてるのはやっぱりログインできる、できないっていうところがあるので、ある程度数日間その抽選応募期間っていうのを、用意させていただいてます。はい。
And of course, we will have several days available to apply for this lottery, only because not everybody can log in on the same day. So we do want to make it fair.
They're just going over everything that I mentioned in that video. I love it. I love it. This is exactly what I was asking for.
それが終わると、続いて当選発表とその、
Must claim possession of the land. Yeah, so they'll have a few days to actually log in and get it.
期間が数日間設けられてます。
And then after the lottery period has closed, then comes the announcement of the person who was able to acquire that plot. And then we go into land acquisition period, which also lasts for several days.
でここで、購入されれば手続きされればね無事そうなりますし、もう何らかの理由で土地が購入されなかったとか、誰かがどの人も応募してないみたいな場合は次の応募期間がまた始まります。はい。これを繰り返していきます。
And so during this land acquisition period, the winner of the lottery, so to speak, is determined, and so during that time the player will need to complete the process in order to officially acquire that plot of land.
This is great.
And
like I'm glad that I finally have my house, and yeah, relocating might be kind of a pain if I get one of those beachfront ones open, but for new players that have never had a house, I mean this is fantastic. Obviously there's going to be a lot of entries to most of these houses, so I mean you will be fighting against other people, but it truly is like a very even chance across the board. And more importantly, like you click the placard once and then you go do whatever you want. You don't have to stand there for 24 hours straight, which I think was really the biggest part. You know, there's a few people kind of grumbling that... Okay, there we go. Nice, nice.
これはもう複数っていう案もかなり議論したんですけど、複数だともう収集がつかなくなる。
I mean, it's going to keep people from possibly winning more than one, you know, unless they figure out some kind of technical way to fix it. But
and there was
yeah, this will keep it
discussion
even. I mean,
about do we allow for multiple applications,
Mhm.
but we decided that it would get a little too all over the place, and it would be difficult to keep track of everything. So we decided it would be best, and also considering we want these plots of land to be sold like gradually. So we felt that it was best to allow for it to be one at a time.
そしてですね、応募は空いている土地のサインボードから
you know, I don't think people necessarily
その際サインボードには
don't mind the scarcity of housing. I think it's just really the method that you have to do it. Like right now, you have to stand at a plaque for 24 hours. You can't go play the game.
And then players can view the number of entrants.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. So I mean, I think this is a great change. You know, at least you can feel like you're making progress. Now, I know there's going to be some debate about the one lottery per person. We'll see how that goes. I think it's a good thing to keep people from land baroning on one account, but
plot of land and it's the lottery. You can tell the
but overall, I
odds,
think this is great.
basically. And so it will allow for you to kind of evaluate whether you want to move forward with applying for the lottery or kind of move on and see if there's any.
And it shouldn't be too big of a deal
because there are too many people,
especially if you're a newer player. Like houses are expensive.
One particular
like it's you know about 3 million for the plot, and then you have to actually pay another like 400,000 for the actual building once it's purchased. So I mean, especially for new players. I don't really anticipate it being a problem because you really can't afford to really put in the lottery for more than one. Because yeah, you see, you gotta pay the full price. So I mean, that's a lot of gil up front. So I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue as people expect. If you're sitting on 30 million, something like that, then yeah, whatever. But I figure if you got that much gold, then you're probably not worried about a house. You probably already have one.
People from just going in and just signing up for the lottery willy-nilly, and it's also kind of shows that the player is genuinely interested in purchasing a plot of land. So apologies, but we will ask for the funds upfront.
そしてですね、応募後のキャンセルは不可です。応募期間中キャンセルはできませんのでご了承ください。
Cannot withdraw.
And players cannot withdraw after entering a lottery.
Might be a technical thing on that.
まあこれもねやっぱりちょっと冷やかしになってしまったりとか、もういろんなところとりあえず
Yeah, so you can't like decide, oh, this other plot open.
なっちゃうともう
You know, and then try switching over to that one. So like you really should like really want a plot.
というわけ
You
で
know.
結構ここはガチガチにさせていただいてます。
Yeah, so obviously all the beachfront stuff will have a lot of entries up front. And then slowly it'll start backfilling to the other areas.
So again, with the being unable to cancel after you have entered, again, is another method of trying to prevent people who are not fully serious or committed to purchasing a plot of land. Because it also makes it kind of pointless to have a lottery service if we have people kind of wandering, canceling here and going on to there and whatnot. So I'm afraid we did kind of have to set it to be fairly rigid. So once the application is done,
まず応募した土地のサインボードから、当選したかどうかというのを確認できます。
So when we will, once that is done, we go into the land acquisition period where the winning entrant is going to be shown on the placard of the plot. So the winning entrant can be confirmed via the plot's placard.
Cool.
そしてですね、
Overall, very
見
good.
事
I'm
当
all
選さ
for
れた
all
方
of
は
this.
この、
Yeah.
手続き期間のうちに土地を、まあ、家を建てる手続きをしていただきます。ただしこの期間を過ぎても何もされなかった場合に関しては、権利はキャンセルしたとみなして放棄させていただきます。その時、キャンセルした場合はですね、土地代キャンセル料を 50% いただいた分 のみ返金となりますのでご注意ください。
Of course, once the winner has been determined, we will go into a period where they need to claim the land and start the process of actually building the estate. And there's a few days period allowed for the player to get in touch and start the process. But if there is no response during the entire acquisition period, we will consider that as the player kind of giving up on their intent to purchase the plot. So
so far this entire section I love every single part of it. Yeah, it's like they had my checklist in their hand when they made this system, man. Now if only they would make apartments a little bit bigger, I think that would be the next big stopgap, you know.
まあ100でもいいんじゃないかっていうコメントも
It is a little odd that they haven't increased the size of apartments. You know, one room's not quite enough in my mind, but that's really, compared to everything else about housing right now, like this is great. This is fantastic. Smaller apartments. Hopefully they'll change it, but they're changing the important stuff, at least.
Yeah. Prevent people from abusing the system or just signing up just for the heck of it and just giving up or abandoning it. I actually noticed people saying, well, just penalize them and just take the entire amount that they put down. But thank you for that comment. But I think we do want to see where we go initially. At this time, at 50%, we may potentially consider taking a larger penalty eventually. But again, we do want to have committed players.
Yeah, JP going hard.
So,
take all
of it. We do
of
want to prevent situations where people would sign up for the lottery, but
yeah, it makes sense that you can't withdraw. I mean, you'd be able to use it as a temporary retainer, essentially. Just you know, pop your 3 million gil in there and do whatever you need to do, shuffle money around, and be like, oh, I'm going to cancel at the last second, get it back. I could see that being a big money laundering thing. That makes sense that you can't withdraw.
そういった冷やかしはないものと信じてますが、そこは十分お気をつけください。
But of course, we did make sure that the logs that are recorded in the backside for these application is also in place. So if we do notice players that are clearly abusing the system and intruding upon other players' intent of purchasing a plot of land for themselves, we will take it as a sort of harassment, so to speak. Of course, we want to believe that this will not happen and people will not abuse the system, but please be advised.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty hard to abuse in the first place. You have to have multiple characters, multiple alts, all kinds of stuff.
でですね、残念ながら土地の抽選に落選してしまったという方には、土地代満額で、返金させていただきます。はい。
But of course, if unfortunately you do not make it into, who do not win the lottery, will be able to receive a refund.
ただですね、これちょっと一個注意点があって永久にサーバーにやっぱりちょっとそれをずっと保持しておくっていうわけにはいかないので、この落選した場合の、返金受付に関しては原則90日ぐらいまではサーバーでなんとか維持しますが、ちょっとそこはご了承いただけると助かります。応募するときに一応ダイアログそれは出るようになってますのでお願いします。
So you'll need to return to that plot of land to confirm that you have indeed not won the lottery, and then retrieve your deposit or your payment for the plot of land. So we have a limited amount of time. I'm afraid we can't store the money on our servers for a very long time. So we tried to be as generous as possible with the time we have the refund for you available to pick up, which will be about 90 days. And we'll try to make sure to send a reminder, like a dialogue, to come pick up your refund. But just wanted to remind you that it is a limited time frame and you will need to retrieve your full refund.
はい、というのが、抽選販売システムの、内容になっております。まあこちらパッチ 6.1 直前に改めて、さらにね詳細がもし追記でお話しする部分があればまたお話ししていこうかなと思ってます。
So more details, or we'll have another chance right before 6.1 to walk you through this again. If there are any sort of additional notes that we wanted to supplement, then we will share it when we sit back down to discuss and share the information about these housing updates.
でレターでとかおっしゃる方もいると思うんですけど、ものすごい今キャラクター数なので。ちょっと負荷を考えるともう全然現実的ではないので、まあ、一瞬ログインして一瞬見ていただけるポチってやればバッて戻ってくるので返金に関しては。でやっぱりちょっと本当莫大まあこれからも土地さらに追加していこうと思ってますんでそれらの土地一個一個に保存されてるその返金ギルを全部ずっと持ち続けるはちょっと本当厳しいのでちょっとそこだけご容赦いただけると助かります。
I noticed some people were saying, well, why don't you have it sent via delivery mogul for the players to just pick it up as MOG letter?
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to do that. There's just way too much
thing,
information to send through. So, and plus, we do want to look forward and expand our residential areas and more plots of land and add more plots of land eventually. And so
that's good that they are already trying to plan ahead.
Individual plots of land that is available for lottery purchase. And so it is quite difficult for us to kind of retain that refund gill in that plot of land. So your understanding would be appreciated.
で一応補足ですが引っ越しされる方は同じように、引っ越し先に応募していただいて当選したら引っ越しをするっていうことになります。はい。
And then so of course same rules would apply for relocation. So if you wanted to relocate to a particular plot of land,
so it doesn't just instantly
apply for lottery.
That's good. That's very good.
In the same manner as you would you would do in a new purchase.
Yeah, so your larges and whatnot are always going to have a lot of entries.
Once you go and check it out and you see that you have won the lottery of that plot of land,
yeah, it cuts down on so much of the worst stuff. For sure.
はい。はい。ありがとうございます。
以上でございます。コメント大丈夫そうかな。
Thank you very much.
Just double checking the comments here really quickly.
そうですね。個人応募か FC 応募かは応募時に決定です。
So if whether this is an application for lottery for a personal plot versus free company slot, I think you will be able to determine that when you are applying for a particular plot of land.
でもちろん今後これで新しいハウジングエリア増えて全てのハウジングエリア区画数一緒になるのでまた今度は全体にハウジングサーバーを増やしていけるように投資を進めていければと思ってます。
And of course, we do want to continue looking to add new housing plots and
yeah, it's good that they're already like confirming some of that.
Residential areas have equal number
of it's
wards. So
it's very hard.
We're still looking into
trying to get new servers right now, but it is good that they're like, okay, we're trying. You know, they're aware that people want more plots, so that's good. That's a very nice sign.
Okay at this time.
はい。
はい。 では、
Bear with me a
次
second
行き
here.
ましょうか。
お願いします
もう少しで終わりますが、
はい、そうですね。
お待たせしておりまし
Yeah, we're really
た。オセアニア DC の追加に関して
Should
で
have
す。
done this like
The
Three
next
hours ago.
up is Oceanian Data Center.
Oceana, yeah.
スケジュールが経ちまして、2022年2月に、オ
We're
ープ
planning
ン
to
させ
open in
ていただき
February.
ます。
Okay, so it's good that they're giving us some dates.
And so we have more
If they're
visibility
opening
into our
Oceana around
schedule
that time,
now,
that probably
and,
means
we are currently planning
data
to
center travel will be
open
right around
in
that time too, because I know they wanted to do it all at once.
データセンターの名前だけ、今日お知らせしておきますが、マテリアというデータセンターになります。
So update for today, we have determined the data center will be called Materia.
オセアニアに新しく、作成されるこのデータセンターの中にワールド複数あるんですけど、それらの種別はすべて新設ワールドになります。ホームワールド変更の無料化など特典を、用意させていただきますので、オセアニア DC 移動するぞという方はこれらご利用いただければ
People
と思い
playing
ます。
on the West Coast right now.
So there will
Tom
be
Berry.
multiple
Tom Berry's gonna
worlds
see
within
a mass
that data
exodus.
center, the Materia data center, and each of them will be treated as new worlds. And so like perks like free world transfers, etc., will be available. So if anybody is interested in transferring their character to the Oceanic data center, please utilize these different incentives.
はい、ざっとこれで 6.0 に、関わるところなどは、以上なので、
はい、
改めて 6.05 までのスケジュールを最後おさらいしておこうと思います。
お願いします。
Here we go.
Okay, I think that covers all of the topics that I have
Here's the roadmap.
for 6.0. So let us quickly go through the schedule once again.
無人島今日ないです。無人島はパッチ 6.X シリーズの
So they
コン
went
テンツ
over
なの
most
で
of this stuff
もうちょっと
earlier. They're
お
just
待ち
doing
く
a
ださい。
refresher.
ちゃんと映像付きで解説していきますので、もうちょっとお待ちください。
はい。
Comments about Island Sanctuary. This is content that will be implemented throughout the 6.x series. So
Okay.
it is not part of today's broadcast. We will take some time to go through that information with visual references. So
Cool.
I
So
would ask
that'll
you to
probably be its
kindly,
own live letter.
wait for
Okay.
just a bit more.
はい。島も延期かなって、いや延期はしてなくて、なんだっけ、レイドとかもそのアライアンスレイドとかもそうですけど、6.X シリーズのコンテンツっていうのも入ってるので、すいませんそこはもともとすいませんそういう予定でした。はい。
And just to be clear, this is not a delay of any sort. This is a 6.x series content,
Okay.
which includes the 24-person raid as well. So
大丈夫です。
確かに。いや、ハウジングのポロリすんの忘れたって思ってる。
今コメントで教えてくれた方が。
we had some.
Yeah, I can't
more
remember
stuff
when
to
they do the
show
first
regarding
alliance raid.
housing, or like people mentioned about. Oh, you forgot.
I think it might be 6.6. Yeah, I think it's 6.1 when they add the alliance raids.
6.0 で実装される一体型のハウスこんな感じですね。まあレストラン、カフェ。
Oh, coffee shop. That's cute.
Kind of like a duplex or like I don't know how
Very
to describe
cute.
it in English, but this will be implemented as of 6.0. Perhaps it can be utilized as like a restaurant or cafe type of scenario.
夜になるとこんな感じですね。
Same building at nighttime.
おしゃれ。
そうですね。ロールプレイを。
Yeah, those are really cute.
テラス
I like it.
見るとこんな感じです。
It has like a balcony, a terrace area, and things like that.
I like that a lot.
はい。はい。というわけで、ハウジングも
God, we're coming up on 6 hours. Wow. Oh my god.
But yeah,
Almost
as you
there,
can see,
though.
housing related updates will include various visual updates too.
ちなみにテラスはすべてのサイズについております。はい。はい。楽しみにお待ちください。
And by the way, that terrace area will be available for any size house, small, medium, large. So
Nice, nice.
Yeah, something to look forward to.
はい。それでは改めて、6.05 までのスケジュールをお伝えさせていただきます。
Okay, so going back to our schedule leading up to 6.05.
まずすいません、冒頭お知らせ、しましたように発売日の方を2週間延期させていただきましたので、まず12月3日、パッチ 6.0 アーリーアクセス開始となります。
Yeah,
So
just the
again,
review.
We had
Same slide as
made the
earlier.
announcement at the very beginning of this show, but we have made the decision to delay the release of the game by 2 weeks. So early access will start on December 3rd.
そして正式サービス改めて12月7日、行月のフィナーレ正式サービス日がこちらになります。
And then Endwalker's official launch will now be December 7th.
そしてですね、その2週間後、12月21日、パッチ 6.01、実装でバンバデン・パンデモニウムが、公開となります。
And then 2 weeks from the launch, on December 21st, patch 6.01 will be released, in which the Pandemonium raid will be opened up.
そして2022年年が明けて1月4日にパッチ 6.05 実装、パンデモニウムの霊式それから宝物庫の新しいエキサイトロンそれからアラガントームストーンの修正源あるトークンである天文が追加され新式装備もそこから、クラフト可能になります。
I need to do some more maps. It's been a while.
On January the 4th, patch 6.05 will be released. That is where the Savage
and then after that, it'll be every
and then the treasure
3 to 4 months.
The excited,
we'll get another patch.
6000
same as usual, barring any weird incidents.
Have the weekly caps, tomestones of astronomy will be added, and then crafters will be able to create the new crafted gear.
そしてですね、アイテム、はい、例えばイベントでやっていたキングポークシーとかに関しても、すいません、日程がずれることによってちょっとずれてしまいますので、その点ご了承ください。申し訳ありません。
And for certain items, in-game items like the King Pork Sea, I'm afraid with the shift of the release timing, those will also be affected in terms of timing. So apologies for the inconvenience.
Yeah, the collector's edition. So yeah,
というのもデータ
come
が
around in early
6.0
access too.
すいません、入ってないのです。ごめんなさい。
And the reason behind that is the data is implemented as part of the 6.0 patch. So until that is released,
I mean, that's pretty standard.
Item will not be available.
So if you got your codes, we'll be able to. Gotta wait a couple more weeks to put in the collector's edition codes, but not a big deal. Something we kind of expected.
All Saints Wake.
守護伝説はですね、元々のスケジュールでは、まあ 6.0 リリースと同時にスタートしていくっていうので、6.0 側で全部実装しチェックもデバッグも終わってるんですけど、まあ12月にその発売日がすいません延期してしまったので、じゃあ中止するかというともったいない。今回すごいよくできてるので時期をずらしてやります。
Because they're gonna have that maintenance.
And so All Saints Wake was originally planned to be released at the same time as Endwalker 6.0, and we had all the materials implemented, all the checks and debug processes were complete. But with the delay into December, and again, I'm really sorry about this, we were wondering, now it's the data shifted, so do we cancel it? And we decided no, that'll be too much of a waste. We worked really hard. The team worked really hard on building this content, so we've decided that we're going to kind of shift the timing of
that's
the
good.
event.
So we're still getting it beforehand, so we'll have something to do.
個人祭
個人祭やって
Or pushing it back. I don't know. Who knows?
に
I guess we'll see what's going on.
So it will probably happen after we go through the Starlight celebration and then Heaven's Turn, and probably after that we'll bring the All Saints Wake.
You have to wait a little bit for your cheap ghost costumes, but that's okay.
ハロウィンって何ですか
It is a little sad we're not going to get something like in the interim, but
ちょっと今年の
this music.
グローバル版の
But I mean, I guess it makes sense if it was all part of the 6.0 data.
小伝説の時期がずれますという状態なので。はい。
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Halloween. That is an Earth event. This is a Heidelin event. That's called All Saints Wake. So this year, it just so happened that on planet Heidelin, All Saints Wake was delayed.
一応あとちなみに、アーリーと同時に即開けるっていう案もあるんですけど、そう守護伝説を。それってどちらかというとすごい大変だと思っていて、プレイヤーの皆さんが。なので、その後ろにさせていただこうと思ってるんですけど、よろしいですか？
And I know the other option was to open up All Saints Wake and run it at the same time as early access, because I mean it's 6.0. But I think that would be more stressful for the players, don't you think? Having to deal with the release of the expansion and an in-game event at the same time. So that's
a lot
why
of
we
people
felt
would end up
that
missing.
It would be more
Some of it. I mean, everyone's going to be. Going to be in the middle of your MSQ, man.
Okay with that.
I'm not going to have time to go back to Gridania or
ちょっと
whatever.
守護伝説先にお話ししてしまうと、その ID を使ったちょっと新しい遊びを結構実装していて、結構大々的な遊びになっているので、しっかりプレイヤーの皆さんが落ち着いてプレイできる期間タイミングにすいませんやらせていただこうと思ってます。
And just to share more information about All Saints Wake, this time we were going to make it so that it would utilize an instanced dungeon, and the gameplay would be themed to All Saints Wake. And we wanted to make it so that it's a relatively large scale not large scale, but like something that the players can enjoy as like a sit down content. So we were hoping to run the event when things have kind of settled down after the launch.
はい、ありがとうございました。で、その他にもですね、今回のスケジュール変更で、影響を受ける諸々については週明けに改めてトピックスなどでもお知らせしていきますので、そちらも合わせてご覧いただければと思います。So, Ali, next week we are making a dedicated news post to explain the other elements that will be affected by this schedule update.
Okay.
So please check that too. Thank you very much. さて、それでは以上で PLL の内容ほぼこれで、最後まで来たんですけれども、終了前に、おなじみですがいくつか今日もお知らせ事項を持ってきておりますので、最後にそちらを確認させてください。So this is actually almost wrap of today's letter from the producer live. But before closing, we have several news announcement items. So let's check it. では最初のお知らせです。So the first item is yes.
Delay,
so
yeah.
We have now new release date of the Endwalker as December 7th, and we are taking a pre-order right now. So please make it if you don't have yet. 行月のフィナーレ新しい発売日が2021年12月7日となりまして、現在も予約受付中でございます。まだ予約されてないという方はぜひこの機会によろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、それでは続いてです。 はい、6.0 パッチノート朗読会のお知らせ
Hey, there we
で
go.
す。So next item is the 6.0 パッチノート
November
reading.
2nd
で、
at
こちらはです
5
ね、
a.m.
今回は
Okay.
アーリーアクセスの前日12月2日
Alright,
木曜日日本時
so I
間
will,
午後8時からとなります。
I'll be
So this
putting
will
up
happen
the
December
putting up the
2nd,
preview
the one day
time
prior
slot for the
to
watch along for that.
early access.
That's gonna
こ
suck
ちら
way
はです
out.
ね、
But
この
it'll be
タイミン
worth
グで
it.
まあメンテナンスに突入しますので、
Means the
14がプレイできない夜長をパ
はい
ッチノートを読みながら、
はい
行こうじゃないかということでよろしくお願いします。はい。それでは続いてです。Okay, let's
Yeah, so
move
that
to
means the
next
actual
item.
expansion will be like December 3rd, probably like 7 or 8 a.m.
スケジュールの都合がつかなければおじさん2人になりますので、
はい
ご了承ください。
So just a quick note on the patch notes reading. We may have a guest appearance, but if their schedule does not work out, we'll just probably end up with our regular two guys.
はい、それでは次ですが、続いてではですね、行月のフィナーレメインテーマレコード発売迫るということで、前回一度お知らせしておりますが、こちらが11月17日予定となっております。もうすぐですね。ですので、こちらもぜひとも予約の方よろしくお願いします。The next one is the Endwalker 7-inch vinyl single release. The release date is November 17th and it's very close. So if you do not make pre-order, please make it so. で、こちらに今日も実物をお持ちしております。This is actual 散歩、生カメお願いしますね。こちら。よいしょ。ね。素敵ですね。はい。
出しても大丈夫なの？
大丈夫。サンプルです。まあ、サンプルですけどね。はい。ということで、ぜひともご期待ください。そしてですね、今日はなんとですね、この主題歌のティザー
Some people saying
EV プロモーションビデオが
could be possible that Hironobu Sakaguchi might be the special guest.
So today,
That would be pretty cool.
Brand new promotion video for
That'd be very
this
cool.
main theme. So みんなでチェックしましょう。Let's check it. よろしいですか？はい。じゃあビデオお願いします。Let's play the video.
Oh, music video teaser. Cool. Teasing the Stratocaster. Have to turn it down, unfortunately, just because of copyright stuff. But it's a banger. Hey, I think he is. Nice. God, I want that strat. Very cool, very cool.
いやいや。
なんかね、
はい。
ファイナルファンタジー14でさ、
He loves being in the primals, man. You can just
すごい
tell.
ちょっと恥ずかしくなるんだよね。
Final Fantasy XIV doing something so fancy, stylish is almost embarrassing. It tickles me very much.
サンカーターさんの見た目が私の予想と違ったっていう。So I didn't really expect some Carter looks like that.
なんかあれらしいですよ。そうケンちゃんがちょっと言ってましたけど、急になんかすっごい寒い中、すっごい山の崖みたいなところに連れて行かれて撮ったって言ってました。
かわいそうに。おじさんたち。
Soken mentioned this earlier to me that he was suddenly taken to this like mountain or cliff in this really cold weather and then they filmed these scenes.
まあ、はい、良いんじゃないでしょうか。
That's about right.
おしゃれなプロモーションビデオですので、皆さんぜひともご確認ください。Okay, let's move to the next announcement. 次のニュースいきましょう。続いてはこちらです。 日本向けですが、
comic
これまで何回かお送りしておりますサキットファイナルファンタジー14の
Yeah, from Square's publishing arm.
11月25日に発売
That makes sense. They've got a pretty big manga publishing branch, so
Volume 1 will be released on November
smartphone app, yeah.
はい。ということで、こちら660円デジタル版もあるということですので、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。続きまして、もう一個あります。どうぞ。おや。
Oh, cute.
なんだかな。What is this? ってことなんですけれども。
Not good if he doesn't know what it is.
そう。
Oh, there we go.
ファイナルファンタジー
Academy.
14スピンオフ学園漫画私立エオルゼア学園連載決定ということで So this is brand new FF14 spin-off school
Oh no, they got
manga
isekai.
series, Academia Eols will be released in Japan.
That was an April Fool's joke if I remember right. That's
エイプリル
amazing.
フールで見た気がするんですけど。
そうですね。
どうや
This
ら。
looks very familiar. I remember seeing something like this in an April Fool's back then.
どうやらやるらしいです。
はい、と
Amazing.
いうことで、
I love it.
これ書いてある通りなんですけれどもこれは14がそのままとかそういうことじゃなくて14のスピンオフとして、アルフィーノやアリゼたち FF14 のキャラクターが活躍する学園漫画が新たに始まりますということで
The
初回
Legend
配信が
That's right, that was the meme.
12月予定となっております。また詳細出ましたら続報を入れますのでどうぞご確認いただければと思います。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。Okay.
I love it. I love that they made it real.
Program. では、これ以上で全コンテンツ終了となりますので、最後に指名のメッセージを吉田さんからお願いいたします。
はい、まあ今日はもうとにかくまあ発売日にどうしても間に合わずすいません、本当僕のわがままとこだわりで2週間ほど延期させていただくことになりました。
So today, I wanted to again apologize about the delay in the release timing. I was not able to make all the adjustments in time for the originally planned release date, and so I had to make the difficult decision to shift the release timing by 2 weeks. So again, I apologize.
本当にギリギリのギリギリまで発売日予定通りに発売しようとして本当にギリギリまで粘った結果ご報告が遅くなってしまって本当に申し訳ありません。
And we really tried. I really wanted this to release on our originally scheduled time, and I tried to the very last minute, and that's kind of contributed to why this announcement came in so late. So again, I sincerely apologize for that.
ただその分だけ中身は最大火力で以前から話していた通り最大火力で皆さんにお届けできると思ってますんで、ぜひその衝撃の 6.0 ともちろんその先の 6.1、6.2 と重ねていくことでですね今回の失態をちゃんとまた取り戻していければと思いますので、年が伸びてはしまいましたがぜひゆっくりたっぷり遊んでいただけると嬉しいです。
All right, they got to do what they got to do.
With being very particular about these adjustments, I do believe that we can deliver everything, the content of all of what we had put into this expansion at our highest DPS, so to speak, at our full power. And so it is going to, I'm hoping that it would make a great impact, this expansion.
About that polish, man.
And then,
they're going to make
course,
sure it's ready.
Patches,
it's ready when it's ready, not before.
I do want to, I do want to gain back and get us back on track from this misstep. And so the release timing has been delayed by 2 weeks, but I do hope that everyone will enjoy this expansion, take their time as they're going through it, and enjoy it to the fullest.
すでに今日いくつかね 6.1 のことも お伝えしましたが、6.1 の開発も進んでおり、
Yeah, so I'll have to reset the clocks. We're now 1 month from Endwalker again. But
そろそろ帰ってこないのかな、あの人っていう。
what they've shown, I think it'll be worth the wait.
6.1 から登場予定になってますんで、またいろんなねコンテンツで楽しんでいただけるようにしていきたいと思ってます。
And of course, we did touch upon a few elements that will be implemented at 6.1 timing, but you may guess that we are currently in progress for the production of 6.1, and we are working
so that'll
on
probably be March now.
Writing the new adventure
I would guess.
For our Warriors of Light, and the rumored return of a certain fellow is
turn of a certain
planned
fellow
for 6.1 onwards. So I know there's going to be a lot that players can enjoy. So there's a lot of things to get excited.
Build a brand, maybe. Ooh.
はい、それでは長々丁場ね、プロデュースされたライブ最後ま
I
でお付き合い
would
ください。
very much look forward to
ありがとう
that
ございまし
if
た。
they can bring Hildy back.
はい、大丈夫です。どうぞ、アニさんどうぞ。
And so thank you for sitting through all this content. Like it was a long.
It was 6 hours, yeah.
Letter from the
Longest stream I've ever
again,
done.
But thank you again for
I don't know how he does
watching.
はい、それでは以上をもちまして第67回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブを終了させていただきたいと思います。Okay, this is the conclusion of the Letter from the Producer Live Part 67. それでは、until next time また次回会う時までしばらくのお別れです。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Bye bye. All right, so I'll go ahead and start lowering the music and everything. So yeah, a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously the delay is the big thing. There's really nothing I can say about it that I didn't say earlier, but you know, disappointing of course, but I don't think they would have done it if they weren't absolutely sure that it needed some more work. Especially since it sounds like so much of it is based around their server architecture and the QA involved with that to make sure that's actually going to be able to handle this huge rush that we've had over the past 3 months. So you know, I know he was disappointed about it. If you go back and watch the VOD, I mean, Yoshi was in tears, apologizing to us. I mean, that's a big deal. But you know, I trust him. If he says it needs 2 more weeks, then it needs 2 more weeks. I've got plenty of other stuff to do. Lots of stuff to look forward to. You know, once they started showing the launch trailer, I completely forgot about the delay. It looks absolutely massive in terms of scope. I think it's going to be very much worth the wait. A lot of other stuff to kind of go over, but again, that's what the VOD is for. Yeah, I'm running at 6 hours, so you know, I hope you guys had fun watching it. It's the first time I've done a full live stream watch along of a live letter. I usually stop about halfway through. But I'm glad I stayed up for this one, and yeah, so a couple weeks delay, but just more time to get some stuff done and keep plugging along. Keep at it, guys. Thanks a ton if you guys have been watching off and on throughout the night or stuck with me the whole time even. I really appreciate it. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna go ahead and head on out. But again, thanks a ton. And I will see you guys on the moon.